y'all doing? Yeah, man. Welcome to the bigger play where the rubber meets the road, man. We've been doing a whole lot of work over here. You hear me? A lot of work. I ain't got that tenoids with me. I ain't got no flinoid in it, so you gotta excuse me for showing up with this fugazi. But I gotta get the vibes. The vibes got to be in order. So we had a conversation yesterday, and y'all know what we talking about. Does money matter more than love in 2025? Ooh, let's talk about it. You gotta like that cigar, you twirl it, you roll it. Get that vibe right. Let's get started, man. Because we a bigger play where the rubber meets the road, and we like to get straight to it. So we had a conversation, deep conversation, long conversation. You see it in a minute. And it's amazing to look at different perspectives when it comes to this topic. So let me do a little synopsis like what I do, and we get this shit started. Money feel like it matters more. Let's talk about why. Then you got people saying, what's love got to do with it? Economic pressure is very, very real. So the cost of living, healthcare, education, inflation, financial stability is essential if you want to live a certain type of lifestyle. Many people can't afford to prioritize love. They can't afford to prioritize love if basic needs are not met. Follow me. Struggle love is less romantic in an era where the burnout is normal. You follow me? I know you don't. Imagine you with somebody you're always struggling, but you love them deeply. You got somebody that you love deeply, you're never struggling. So you can't prioritize it based on certain things. Not as important, but it is important. Flexing. Flex. Every day I'm flex. If flexing was a crime, they gonna have to come arrest. You ask me what I'm doing, that's a good question. Platforms like Instagram and TikTok and YouTube, the one we on now, but especially Instagram, because you learn a lot from the tool. That's why we bring this over here. It emphasizes wealth, luxury, and lifestyle. Instagram, TikTok, Facebook. Wealth, luxury, and lifestyle. This is what everybody wants. And what it does is it connects a social connotation to wealth. You understand? Lifestyle. You understand? And luxury. You follow me? It put a connotation to that. Now, you feeling a certain type of way. Love without financial power is seen by some as a liability. I know you ain't following, but I'm going to talk to you. I'm going to try to get you to follow me. Matter of fact, hit that subscribe button while your glass over here following. So, changing the relationship dynamics, right? Dating apps and online spaces have made transactional. It had made things transactional. It had made transactional mindsets and attitudes, and then made them become much more common. Hello, how you doing? How you doing? Nice to meet you. I'm getting my nails did. Can you pay? Can you come get transactional? Everything is transactional. What can you do for me? Man, we in trouble. What can you do for me? What can you offer me? You want my money? I want to tap it. You got to pay me for my time. My time valuable too. This is where we at. So it's a way to survive and a way to be. This is why money. I need the dollar. The dollar is what I need. This is why money appears to be more important. Now let's put a little emphasis on love. It's a question for the mass, but I'm gonna keep it real with you. Money can't buy a connection. This is what I mean. You spending all your money on her, and she in the restaurant texting me, "What you doing tonight?" And I know what she doing. I thought you was on a date. Nah, when dude get up out of here, he think we finna do something else. I'm on my way to you, babe. And you might have spent $500 at Steak 48, Gibson Steakhouse. Yeah, you. Don't be a simp. You got to be real careful about dating, but money can't buy that connection. See, you spending your money, I'm cracking. You want to crack, but she treating you a certain type of way, but here it is, my pedigree, I'm cracking. People crave emotional safety, trust, and intimacy. Things money can't provide. Okay? Rich or poor, most humans can still be understood and valued for who they are. Yeah, I know you ain't hear me. Rich or poor, most humans can still be understood and valued for who they are at the core. Money can't buy that. Okay? Loneliness. More people are alone, even in cities full of people. They feel alone, they feel depressed, they feel alone, they feel by themselves. Love, affection, companionship, emotional ties, physical connection is seen as, or it's increasingly rare and precious. So these things are very important. And the authenticity of the dollar is not as genuine as the authenticity of love. In an era with filters, fillers, and fakes, real love feels like a rebellion. I know that lost you. People are tired of shallow interactions. They want depth. They want detail. This is real love. So I'm not talking about the love you got. You know, I ask people all the time, can your spouse cheat on you 7 times? They say, no. I say, well, you cheated on God 50 and he forgave you and he's still rocking with you. Oh, I'm gonna leave that alone. I ain't gonna approach it with my bias because I can be very biased and I'm savage when it comes to my bias. So let's break it down. Let's say you got security and stability. What that equal? Money. Fulfillment and meaning. Love. Social validation. Money. Mental and environmental health. Love, including long-term partnership. So money is more a requirement for stability. Love is more a requirement for being. You got to ask yourself, which one do you feel? A lot of people would say, well, I couldn't marry who I wanted to, so I married who I was going to be stable with, and I grew to love him. So which one was more important? Money. I'm sorry. It's just the truth. Ask yourself this question in 2025. Can I afford to fall in love? What's the point of money if I'm alone and unhappy? Love without money can feel stressful. Money without love can feel empty. Damn! And now, we got to head on over to the topics. And the first topic, y'all already know what we going with. And do me a favor and make it make sense, please. Make it make sense.
You don't have to crash out. All you got to do is accept the fact that I want a divorce, and that's it. I don't want to
give a fuck about your divorce, and I'm not mad about that. I'm not mad about that. What I'm mad about is the fuck that you're ungrateful. What I'm mad about is the fact that nothing is ever good enough for you. What I'm mad about is the fact that you can't even accept the fact that you got a good ass, not none cheating ass.
I don't care about cheating.
Yeah,
I don't. That don't lie with finances.
You want the drama, that's what you want.
No, I don't.
Woo! Baby in the background, yelling to the top of his lungs. She over there like, whatever, dude, toxic. But if you notice, they arguing because she feels she been holding it down. He feel like I'm a good man. I do what I had to do, even though my finances is compromised at this point. Right now, what appears to be more important? Say it with me. Love. So many things I got to tell you. But I'm afraid, 'cause there's a possibility that you look at me. I'm just saying, man. She yelling at the man. He yelling to the top of his lungs. He frustrated. And there's a baby right there crying. It's toxic. Make that make sense. If we love each other and we really truly as one and we rocking together, we good. You putting that work in because you know when I get on my feet, I'm a double work overtime for you because you my queen. But we going back and forth, something missing. Missing. So you talk to me when you get time in them comments and let me know. Are we having heavy topics every single day? Money versus love in 2025. I need to know. All right. You know what the next topic is? She said it, I didn't. Yes, she did. Oh, yes, she did.
Sociologists agree the side is coming from women. Women and their behaviors, their standards, and the things that they want. It is delusional. And I don't know how we get this bubble to pop, but it is going to get to a place where there's going to be so many consequences. Women have to be so lonely. More men have to become passport bros and finding women outside of the U.S., moving to countries and economies where they can actually afford to have a family. It's unaffordable for most men to have a family right now. And then women don't want to work, and they don't want to do a two income household, but yet at the same time they demand this lifestyle that really is unaffordable for just the average man's salary. But we already know the average man is invisible to most women. You see, like, no matter where you look, it is women that are the issue. Do men have issues? Yes.
Woo! You heard? Delusional. Passport bros. Money versus love. Let's have a conversation. If so many people in love, why these marriages failing at a high significant rate? I'm sorry. I deal with facts, data, and statistics. The young man, the Godfather, taught us how to deal with that, taught us how to reflect on facts, data, and statistics. Okay? And also prior to that, you deal in facts, data, and statistics. I get it, you have an opinion. Facts, data, and statistics will always trump your opinion if it's not supported by facts, data, and statistics. So if you got an opinion that's supported by facts, data, and statistics, that's an educated perspective that's supported by facts, data, and statistics to show, hey, these statements I'm making are supported by this, which is making them much more foundational as opposed to you just yelling and screaming and saying things that mean nothing. You understand? She said it, I didn't. She did. And she said it very eloquently. I appreciate you guys being here. We got some things we want to talk about. I hope you're ready because it's finna get deep, in depth, and they going all over the world. Is you ready to go all over the world or no? Does money matter more than love in 2025?
I mean, I feel like it only maintains or represents one woman. Like the woman that you choose to make that money work for. I don't feel like you choose every woman.
That's true. So you guys probably are different. You probably different. So for certain people, because you have a certain level of maturity and you probably put certain things behind you. Not saying that you ever did that, but I mean, do you see all the shows? They be like money, money, money. They don't talk
Yeah,
about
but it
love,
doesn't relate to
character,
me. So
huh?
it doesn't relate to me.
Right.
Because
Well,
I
I
look at
want.
it and I see it, right? So it's not like I don't see the shows. I see the shows and I see how they act and I see what they do. But at the same time, I look at it and I have a way different perspective about it.
How do it make you feel? Like don't by
It
those
makes me feel
being your,
like sometimes we're dumbed down.
so you don't necessarily like it.
I don't like it.
So even though those women are not you, they don't represent you, but they kind of your counterparts as
Right.
far as
We
women
have
go,
similarities.
right? But you saying that that's not one of them, and that's one of the major ones that more people talk about. So how important do you how on what scale do you put it? Like if you're in a relationship and you got a broke man, but he love you and he faithful, he respect you, he don't cheat. Would you pick that or a guy that's got a decent income but he's got some flaws? If you had to make a choice, you got quiet on me.
Yeah, I am walking quiet because that's a thought process. Because what I will say is a man who has but lacks ambition is not a man that I would ever choose.
You said who has?
He has ambition. If you don't have ambition, you don't have no vision, you don't have no sight before you, you ain't looking past nothing other than what you got right now, you're not gonna be in my line of sight anyway.
What if he don't lack when it come to you as far as he a protector, he a good provider, but he don't his whole focus is you and his kids. But he work a job and he bring in an income, but that's it. All he worry about is you guys. But he always faithful, he God fearing, he keep a clean home, he protect his house, but he just don't have a lot of money. Miss Nikki, where you at?
I'm listening. I'm listening. I'm listening.
Well, as
I'm listening to
opposed to
you.
him.
My thing is, I feel like you're trying to make me choose over
No,
being with
see,
somebody who has. Is it right now? Is it forever? So
I'm
that's my
sorry.
question back to you, right?
I'm sorry. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
so
I'm
is
not
it for right now? Is he forever ever like this?
forever ever.
He is
Because
forever ever like this.
so now look, I don't want to make you choose, but this the
No,
thing.
what I'm asking you is this. You're not answering my question.
I will. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so the question was, is it for right now or this is his pattern?
This is pattern. And the
No,
only reason,
we're not doing that.
let
We're
me
not
tell
doing
you
that.
why.
Listen, we're not doing that. We're
Hold
not.
on, let me tell you why I'm saying what I'm saying.
Okay.
And it's
And I
not
already answered you. So
I'm
now
not
that you said it like that, and I'm glad you
hold on.
did, because a little bit of me
Hold
felt
on, Miss
like you
Nikki,
didn't want to
hold
say it in the
on.
first place,
You
but
going
that's the type
on.
of man that you might be.
Okay, now listen, this is what I'm trying to say. Not let's try to take it. I did ask you, but let's take it off you. This is what I'm saying. We live in a world where you see, if you look at the reality, everybody, hold on, somebody trying to jump in. Let me get them up in here. Everybody not going to be able to be as intelligent as Miss Nikki, as intelligent as a driving that
No,
damn.
don't. My thing says intelligent. Nobody
No,
want to deal with bullshit. That has nothing. Listen, sometimes, listen, see, you do intelligence, right? That's
you right.
emotional. So are you emotional? Do you have feelings? Because
Yes,
that's
yes.
weird if you don't.
No, he got feelings. This is what I'm saying. Let me not take it off you real quick. I just want to say this. What I noticed is so many people are not going to be. You got followers, you got leaders, you got innovators, you got people that help the person that's
But you don't
innovating.
have to move like this. Not to answer questions. If this is the kind of question you want to ask, you don't have to beat around the bush to get around it to get to
Well,
this place.
okay. Everybody not gonna be perfect, right? Or they not gonna have all of them great qualities that you made. That not you. I keep saying you because me and you talking, but that some people may want them to have. I'm trying to ask you, where can your real man or a man be lacking at? And which one you willing to sacrifice for the other one? He broke, but he don't got a lot of money, but he got a decent income. Whatever you may deem a decent income, some you might be up in the air. What you think a decent income is? Just in general.
My thing says, here's some free game for your ass. Be a good daddy. If you a daddy and you got some kids, be a good daddy. Drop them kids off at daycare. Pick
Okay.
them up from school sometimes.
Okay.
Make some lunch.
Okay.
Pack a goddamn lunch.
Oh, that's cool.
Right. All approved.
All right. So
Pack a goddamn lunch. Guess what? When it's time to have parent teachers conferences, go to a parent teacher conference.
okay.
You on the
That's
same
cool.
paperwork I'm on.
That's cool. That's cool. I'll take that. I'll take that. See, you different. So you're not really focused on the. It seems like you got a different balance. But I'm just speaking on what I see every day as far as
My thing is, you're going to have money, right? Have money. You're not going to be broke. So what are you doing as a father, as a partner?
you stepping up to the plate. You're not no deadbeat. You're a good father. I'm saying you're a great father. You at the events, you going to school, basketball, football, whatever the kids is involved in. He not just on the mom. I'm saying y'all together. And he not just leaving them with you. You know, he in the kid's life. A good father. He a good father, great father. He not no deadbeat or nothing like that. See, it don't seem like you. I don't know if you. It seems like you being truthful and genuine, but it don't seem like you are. You seem like you like a wholesome man, but I'm trying to see why so many
I'm a
people
wholesome
focus.
man.
What he supposed to be? I'm sorry. What
I'm just saying, a wholesome man.
I'm saying, I'm saying a good, respectful man. Like, cause we
That's what it
see.
seems like I am.
No,
Yeah,
yeah,
it
that's
seems
what it
like
seemed
you.
like you want.
Okay, go ahead, public.
That's not what he
Go
said.
No. He did. He said it seems like you want a wholesome man. That's what he was saying.
a
Okay.
decent man. I appreciate you, public, and I want to say hi to Monica and Miss K.
Right, I do. My
GR.
bad.
Go
I
ahead. Go
do.
ahead, public.
But I mean, I feel
But
like there's wholesome men out there.
yeah,
Do
I
And my
think it
thing
makes him.
is, I don't feel like you have to be wholesome to where like you have to be like very, very polished and you can't do shit outside of the gray area. My thing is, you can have fun, you can be a person, you are a person. Get lit. Do what you want to do sometimes. But at the same time, be a great person
so
for
if
not only
Yeah,
me and
I
your
think it's.
partner, but for your goddamn kids.
that's cool. See, you saying cool. So you picking love over money?
I pick love over money every time.
I can't believe it. Is you telling me
I
the
don't.
truth?
I think.
Go
Yes.
ahead. Go ahead, public. And when the other ladies,
Yes,
if you
I
guys
do.
want to chime in, you can.
Because that's what
I just. I just.
I always get
I just
money.
want. I
Go
just
ahead,
wanted to
public.
say that. Man, so I hear this. I hear this question a lot, and men ask this question a lot, and I don't know. I won't say that every man that asks this question is looking to, they're trying to do the same thing, but most of the time women ask this question is disingenuous because it's always like an either or, as if like a woman has to choose between a man that is well to do financially, but he's like some tyrant versus a broke man who's like a sweetheart and a kind man, when in reality, broke men be more mean than a wealthy man. So, you know what I mean? Like it's really not an either or thing. It's not like, I don't feel like women have to choose between love and money. But whatever. Also, most men are broke
Okay,
Most
so
people,
if that's
most
not the
people are broke.
case, then
Can I finish what I'm saying?
why is the collective not more?
Now go
I'm
ahead,
sorry.
Miss Divinely. Let him speak,
Okay.
then you can respond to him. That's good. We having a conversation. We got
Yeah,
all
I just
night.
want to finish what I'm saying. Yeah. So I'm just saying, like, so yeah, men are not, most men are poor,
That's true.
right? And then most
Why are you
men,
poor as a man?
man, why are you asking me the question?
I'm just saying, as a man, why are you poor?
He just saying he not
Because we live in
speaking
a
for him.
capitalist
He's
society.
saying
This isn't me
Why are we
personally.
poor?
because
But,
different
because of
upbringings
capitalism.
under the
No,
privilege.
because of, no. We're poor because of capitalism. It's
Yeah.
So
systemic.
is that your reason?
Again,
So he's
not
not
I
me,
mean,
speaking on him. He's speaking
okay,
in
so
just in
men on the
general.
panel, why are you poor?
ma'am.
Mm,
Hold on. You
mm.
gotta let me finish,
Yeah,
if
let
that's
him
okay.
land, Miss Nikki.
Because
So,
you are not listening to what I'm saying. I feel like, yeah. So I'm not talking for me specifically right now. I'm saying that most people in this country statistically are poor.
true.
Most people in the world globally, again, are poor. It's
Not
not,
just men, just people in general.
no,
So you're
everybody,
right.
yeah, men and women, we're all poor. Like the vast majority of us as a collective are black, white, I don't care, American, European, doesn't matter.
I love when they
Poor.
speak for a whole.
Mm.
So so that's the reality. You know what I'm saying? Um, so when I hear this question, I think it's funny because obviously women are choosing love and men are choosing, I guess you want to say love. I would say men are choosing service, right? They're choosing like what women can do for them, and I think women are choosing love. Women are choosing like, yeah, I really love him. I want to be with him,
Oh no,
whatever.
where you at, bro? You in China? Where you at? Japan?
I'm in I'm in California.
Oh, you in Cali, man. They ain't
Yeah,
choosing love out there.
yeah, they are. There's no other reason for them to be with us outside of they love us. Nothing, you cannot make any other reason make sense.
Wait, hold
They
on. Whoa,
don't
whoa,
care
whoa,
about
whoa,
our
whoa, whoa,
money.
whoa, 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 whoa. Have you been dating?
Yeah,
I've been
that's
married for 14 years. I've been
Oh,
dating. I mean, I've been dating 18 years.
you married.
let's
And
say
he
it's either
said
love
they
or
he
money. That's why
said
you're
he's
out of
married
the
for
game.
14 years,
You're out of
right?
the
Yeah,
game.
yeah.
He's
14
married
years.
for 14 years and he said, and they love us. Who is they?
Women love men.
Who is they?
Women love
He
men in
he
general.
he kind of sound like he may be. I respect it because he said he been married for 14 years, so he's speaking. It sounds like he going off anecdotal. I would like for
No,
I'm
him to
not.
he's not.
I mean,
And he said, and they love
Actually going
us.
by stats. He's actually going by stats. So the majority of people in this country, just to give you the stats,
No, it's not
only
a
10%.
reach.
no. Go
No,
ahead. Go
no,
ahead,
no,
Miss
no.
Song.
Only
Go ahead, Miss
It's
10%
Song.
of
truth.
people. Only 10%
Right.
of
I would
people
rather chase
in this
money than a man.
country.
Hold
Oh
on,
my
Miss
God.
Nikki. Let Miss
Only
Song.
10% of women. I mean, I'm sorry. Only 10% of people in this country earn over $500,000. Okay. Only 10%. Only, what is it? It's now 13.5% of people earn over $200,000. So if you don't earn that amount of money, which is considered basically 200K is right around middle class, then
Exactly.
everybody else who does not earn that is considered poor.
Right,
And
but
Right.
that's
poor means that,
okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
can I continue? Let me explain
That's
let me explain the difference between poor and poverty. And I think that's where people are getting things mixed up. Poor does not mean impoverished. Poor means that you are one disaster away, one accident away, one illness away from being impoverished. And that is the majority of this country. Yeah, exactly. Bankrupt. That is the majority of this country. So when you're talking, oh, well, they have this, that is the way that works. So when we're
Your
looking into,
definition from that sounds like some subjective
no.
opinion that you're
Let her.
no, I'm
No,
not.
Let
I'm
that's
her finish,
facts.
No,
Mr.
that's
Facts. Then we're gonna bring
statistics.
you in, brother. We're
Yeah,
gonna let
that's
everybody get a
actually
yeah.
chance.
that's
Well, I
actually
got my
stats
own
right now.
stats, and it comes from census.gov when
Mr.
she's
Facts,
done.
Mr.
Hold on.
Facts, Mr. Facts, we know you can't read. So maybe be quiet while I finish my point.
Well,
We don't got to
I
take
can
a
show
shot
you.
at
I can
that.
No.
read. I can read your
No, we don't.
hairline too.
No,
It's
no,
further back like mine. We have the
Stop.
same
You're
matching
doing
hairline.
disrespect.
So
Come on. Go ahead.
no. Hold on, guys. Hold on, Mr. Facts. Miss Sons was speaking. What we're gonna do is allow everybody. It's okay for us to disagree and just show respect. So we don't gotta throw shots. We in the room where we want to have some respect for each other and just try to learn from each other. This is a serious question, what I'm trying to ask. So what we're going to do is let Miss Sam speak, and then Miss Monica wanted to speak, and then Miss Just Mo, and then we'll let, if Bump want to chime in, Mr. Facts, we'll get a level of respect going, and then let everybody speak. So Miss Sam, if you can finish, and then we try to
I'm about
land our
done.
planes within
Yeah.
60 seconds, that'll be fine. And then we
Okay,
can have
yes.
some rebuttals.
Okay, so I was just giving the stats. So the thing is, does money matter more than love? In my opinion, yes. Money does matter more than love. At the end of the day,
Ooh.
love is cute, but love doesn't feed you. At the end of the day, love is great, it's awesome, whatever. But love is what keeps women in a cycle of poverty. So you have to understand that if you are going to talk about love, first off, it's not more important. It's usually interchangeable and it's intertwined. But if we're going to rate one above the other, we do have to look at money above love. Okay?
I hear you.
I prefer to cry in a Bentley Asaya, because guess what? If I'm crying in a Bentley, I don't have to worry about my bills being paid. I don't have to worry about whether or not my child goes to college and doesn't have any debt. I don't have to worry about my child starving. But yeah, go ahead and cry in a Pontiac, ma'am. Like, if that's really what you want to do and you can't feed your children, then yes, put love over money.
Why I gotta be a Pontiac? I'm just messing with you. Okay, Miss Monica, you wanted to speak. We appreciate you, Miss Sam. I liked that insight.
Yeah, I agree with her in some sense of we've got to be financially responsible and what you choose in life financially for your responsibilities and creating that life that you want without being in poverty. But I believe in love over anything that is materialistic and can burn away just like paper. Money, paper can go. You never see a U-Haul with behind a U-Haul pulling a hearse. You know what I mean? Like, or a hearse pulling a U-Haul. I said that totally backwards, but you know what I mean? Like, you can't take it with you. And at the end of the day, what you live in life and all the middle in between should be what your happiness is, right? I'd rather be poor and in love and happy and respected and rather than be in a huge house and live in a Bentley and have those problems and not be truly loved. I think that the background I come from, where I have chosen my husband now, I mean, he is ambitious. He's a leader. He's a wonderful man. He loves me, but has been in a rut. You know what I mean? From his past decisions, and I chose that. And I know that he's great and he can do what he can do. I have my own career. I make my own money. You know what I mean? I am not in the struggle bus in that sense, but I have been, right? I also, not to throw it out there like that in that sense, but I am blessed and I come from a household where it was wealthy, right? I come from a generational wealth family where it was built already. So when you grow up with having money or seeing that around you all the time, it's not something that you fascinate about anymore, right? Or look for somebody to give you because you've already been around it. You've already seen it. I've already seen Louis. I've already seen Mercedes. I've already seen big houses. You know what I mean? And so that's not something that I'm like looking for somebody to provide for me. Not saying that I'm better than anybody in that sense. I'm just giving the perspective of some people don't chase it as much when they've already lived it. You know what I mean? Or have seen it, right? But in the essence, my mom would say, choose somebody that can provide the lifestyle that you're used to, right? But in my mindset, I'm a lover by nature. You know what I mean? I believe in true love type stuff. So if it comes in the form of a brown paper bag, then I'm going to take it, right? Rather than that Gucci bag, because I know that that is just so monetarily, instantaneously, it's nothing. It's viewable. You know what I mean? It's not sustainable. So that's it. Thank you.
That's a very because usually wealthy people marry other wealthy people. correct? Am I wrong? Because in actual, what people marry within their own socioeconomic class, about
Yeah, but I'm a
85%.
humble person, so you know what I mean. I'm
That's
very
great.
humble in it, and then
That's great.
and also it wasn't my wealth. You know what I mean? That was my parents' wealth. You know what I mean? I just grew up in that, right?
You will inherit it, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I will, and that's a
yeah, did your
cushion for
husband
me
have
in
to sign?
general. Yeah,
But
yeah,
but
that's a
like, no,
cushion for
seriously,
me.
exactly. So did your parents make sure that your husband signed a prenup?
No prenup, no prenuptials in that sense. I have a
Wow.
trust, right? But it it's
Wow.
it's it's all wrapped up in a trust, so it's only me, right?
And again, they can challenge that at certain times. Like that's why my parents ensured that my husband signed one. So that's the thing that you look at. You have to look at love is great and that's great. Oh, we can be happy in a paper bag. Only super, super, super wealthy, privileged people can have that mindset. But if your family actually built something for years and years and years, the likelihood they would allow you to be in a situation in which you can potentially destroy that is harmful overall. Because here's the thing, you can be poor sitting in it's a cute way of looking at it. But if your kids don't have enough money to get food, if you can't pay for their dental care, if you cannot pay for their health care, there is no way you can be happy as a person when you cannot provide the basics for your children.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
agree
and I
with everything that
agree
you
with
said.
that.
It's
I
like
do.
I actually respect like the way you say, the way you say you grew up and like, but at the end of the day, and I truly do respect it because you have this mindset of like, no matter what, at the end of the day, family is what matters, love's what matters. But it sounds like you didn't have to, you don't have to worry about money. Do you understand what I'm saying?
She's
But
I
I
do
cosplaying
also,
understand.
poverty.
I do
I do
agree
You're
with
understand
your
what you're
cosplaying,
saying.
mindset
no,
too.
you're cosplaying poverty because it's something funny to you. And it's easy to
Wait,
say, oh, I can choose love because you do have a cushion of a trust fund.
You
I
have a
completely
choice.
understand that. You have a
yeah,
cushion,
but
you have
understand this.
protection.
Yeah, but understand this. What you just said also is people in that same boat also choose to live in that wealthy or choose somebody wealthy. If that's somebody wealthy that I fell in love with, okay, then that's what it is. But I'm not going and chasing. That's not my first instinct. That's not my first look before love. I'm not going to fall in love with somebody because what they have and what they can offer me financially. You know what I mean? I don't need that to be the first thing that I am looking for before love. When we put love in this category, I'm going to look at the love aspect before what they can offer me financially at
But
the end
that's
of the
what,
I
day.
think
and
the
that's
women are
perfect, and that's
saying that
great,
the
and that's a
reason you're
perfect
looking at it
mindset.
that way is because you already have a cushion. That's what the
Exactly.
women are saying. It's easy
You
for you to
shouldn't change
say
your
that
mindset though, because
because
that
you
is a
have
great
a
mindset.
cushion.
But
Right.
So
Right.
therefore,
And
you
I
can
did
feel like
lead with
that.
that, ladies. I did say in that essence, sometimes my mindset with people who with the way I had grew up, maybe I had not looked in that sense, right? Of looking for more of something that I've already seen, right? To where it's like, oh, okay, all right, you got a lot of money, whatever. You know what I'm saying? I've seen it before. You know what I mean? That doesn't move me. What can you offer me? You know what I mean? Rather than that and that instinct.
And
yeah,
that's your
so
choice.
I mean,
Bump
I
Williams
guess
want to say, oh, Miss Mo, you can go ahead. You can finish. Then Bump Williams can speak. And then Mr. Fax, they come to you next.
well, I just want to say, Monica, I do appreciate. I mean, looking at it from your standpoint, I wish I could actually look at it, but I just don't. But
I'm gonna say this point blank. Usually, like I look at how marriages were, in my family.
Not your turn right now. Why? What are you
No,
talking?
I'm
no,
just
What are
gonna
you
no,
talking?
answer her back
It's
if
not
you
no.
even
like.
your turn.
It's okay. She was just rebuttaling Mr. Fax. You can get in after her and speak your piece, bro.
I was just going to point this out that usually now I guess I do have the difference of being black and southern and the way that we look at maintaining, family, things that we inherit and making sure family well stays within the family, right? So the reason that we do that and the reason that we look at who marries in what they have, you don't always have to have a ton of money, but if you have a ton of ambition and an actual business and something that you can offer, that is something that is beneficial. However, just to state that love is this conquering thing is a very childlike viewpoint of life. Because again, if you were to go broke, legit, if your parents lost that cushion for you, I'm pretty sure all that, oh, well, I'm fine with this, I can do this, would go out the window when your needs aren't actually being met, when you no longer have a safety net. And that is why I caution women against love as the overall. Love is cute, but love should not be the only thing that you look at when you're looking for a partner. Love is not the most important aspect of it.
You can't tell somebody what's important to them.
But I also think that that's also looking at it as a
Yes, you
like
can.
well, no, what? Yes, you can tell someone that, but I guess nowadays, yes, you have to look at it like that. But I also don't think that this is how we're supposed to live, paycheck to paycheck. Like, I don't think this is how we're supposed to live life. Like, I don't know where y'all live, but like, U.S. Most of us are living paycheck to paycheck, and love, like, if I could like move with the love of my life somewhere else where I could just live on a piece of land, like somewhere else, yeah, I would choose love over money. But right now, money, I have to choose money because that's how I survive. That's how most of us survive. Do you get what I'm saying? That's how.
I hear you. You're realistic. Go on.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, if I could, back then, like years ago, we didn't have bills to pay. You used to trade like food for other food or food for like anything else. You just trade stuff. You didn't have to buy stuff, and there wasn't stuff like that. You just traded stuff and you lived life. That's it. Nowadays, it's you literally have to work to live. We're not living at all. So yeah, sometimes we have to choose, or most of us have to choose money over love. That's it. I don't know.
Go ahead, Mr. Facts. Go on, speak your piece real quick, brother.
Yeah, man. I kind of want to play some background music, the instrumental from "Hit It Up." That's how I'm feeling right now on my Tupac shit. I'm gonna say this real fast. Like, all I hear is just a bunch of doom and gloom, and the glass is half empty. And I look at the glass as half full. But you know what? If you're thirsty, you still gonna drink from the same glass. So you might as well change your perception and the way you view life. A lot of people complain about living check to check. Oh, most of us are in poverty, which is a lie. You look at the stats; it's only 11%. You can go to census.gov and it'll tell you this. There's a significant proportion of the population that are in financial hardship. But you know why? Because a lot of people, and I'm talking specifically about Americans, lazy. And then here's the blatant contradiction right here. Well, if most of us are in poverty, then why is it that the majority of the population is overweight? How the hell
Sorry,
does that go
poverty.
together? Well, let me finish. I didn't interrupt nobody. But you know what? But this is the thing. We as Americans, we want a pity party, and we want to sit up here and complain about things not being right. But if and I'm gonna talk about the relationship right now. Like, it goes back to being practical. It's being pragmatic about your approach. especially when it comes to relationships. That's why I would say most women are emotional, and that's why they're looking for love. And I agree with KGR. She's right. She's completely right. You gotta leave love at the door, ladies. You have to find out if you actually respect that man or not. If he respects you, that should be established before this feeling that we look for, which is called love. Because all it is a feeling. It's fleeting. It can go away at any time. But if you respect somebody, that's long lasting, ladies. That can last forever. If you can't base a business relationship off of love, you got to base it off of respect. If it goes the same way in business, then the damn show should go the same way when it comes to your life, your personal life, and you handling your business at home. So I'm not going to be too long-winded, but I just want everyone to change your outlook on how you view life. And you'll be surprised what doors and opportunities will open up that's staring you right in front of your face if you would just open your eyes. Because once I did, I got myself established. I was able to move my family out of the hood, making well over $500,000. I've done this for over 10 years, and I came from nothing. My dad didn't have no education. Actually, my granddad, came from Jamaica, didn't have nothing, with a 5th grade education, but had held an 800 credit score all the way into his 80s. Owned multiple businesses, had his own grocery store in Florida. So it's all about your grind and how you want to live your life, and stop basing it off of what you see. Instead, live your life out of your own heart and what you really want to do, instead of listening to someone else telling you what to do. I land.
May I ask him a question?
Go ahead.
Mr. Fact, so, and this isn't about your, he dropped.
He runs every time you're going to ask him real questions because credit scores were not a thing until the 1980s. So his grandfather having an 800 credit score is not true.
Come back. I'd like to hear from she wanted to ask him a question. He left. Bump Williams and they called. You guys can chime in. And Mr. Brian J. We haven't heard from you guys yet. You can chime in if you'd like to.
Well, I'm gonna say this, and first off, I want to commend all the ladies and gentlemen on the panel. I've always just been the type to where I didn't do a lot of talking. I kept my mouth closed and the ears open, and I guess that's where I'm still at today. But me personally, I know it's probably a lot of, a few people that's probably not satisfied on how their life is going, this and that. And I was always told, in order for you to change, or if you don't like how your book of life is going, you can either continue doing what you're doing, go to the next chapter, or close the book. Now, me personally, I'm kind of like in the footsteps of my father. My father worked 2 jobs for over 50 years. Now, I'm not saying that we the best, but we never went without. And you just don't have that kind of, I guess, how can you see it? The way the old folks used to do things nowadays is, I mean, it's just so crazy. I mean, me, myself, I've been married 26 years and just got divorced. And I'm talking about, man, when I tell you things, I'm talking about, it's just mind blowing. I'm kind of like one of the ladies said, this dating thing, man, is just through the roof. I'm talking about just through the roof. I'm talking about the majority, I'm not going to say all women, but some, the first thing comes to mind is always money. Money this, money that, money this. But you are requiring this man to do this and do that for you. The same thing that you asking me to do, if you can't provide it for yourself, what makes you think that another man is gonna do it? The thing that you asking me to do, you can if you can't provide for yourself, what gives you the audacity to think that another man is just gonna just I mean, don't get me wrong, I believe in taking care of my woman to the fullest, whatever the case may be, whatever she asks for. I'm talking about to the I mean I'm just I just been listening. I'm just in a mind boggled situation right now. It's just crazy nowadays. I'm talking about it's just I mean it just make you want to just stay off to yourself. It just makes you want to stay off to yourself. Now me myself personally, after working 33 years, I was forced into retirement, 2 triple bypass surgeries. So I'm blessed to still be here to even be on this live with y'all. So I don't take life for granted at all. At all. And I'm only 55 years old. 55. But I'm steady going. I mean, I give my praises to the Almighty. And I'm just I mean, at this point, I just love being by myself. I just love being by myself. I mean, if I just happen to, come across a nice young lady, we can have a nice conversation. We can probably go have dinner, this and that. But nowadays, the first thing, I mean, you meet a woman, the first thing come out her mouth is, she looking at my pockets. What they do that at?
Everywhere. Can I ask you, so you're 55?
Yes.
What age group are you dating? Are you trying to go out with?
Well, I wanna. Well, can I say this? My wife was my wife was 8 years older than me.
Mm-hmm.
My wife was 8 years older than me. Okay.
So what are you dating now?
Okay. Actually, I'm trying to stay within my range or above.
Oh, okay.
Nothing under. Oh no.
Okay, because I think the reason they're asking, okay, so you're 55, and if you're dating women who are 55 to 60, and say even up to 63, right?
Okay.
You've already stated that you have had two triple bypass surgeries
Yes.
or multiple heart surgeries.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask you, and I'm going to say this straight up, okay, as a niece who's had 2 aunts who are widowed and who've found second husbands,
Okay.
or third, depending. They're asking you about your financial stability because it's obvious you're going to have long-term health issues, and they do not want to be financially responsible for that should they attach themselves to you. So asking you about your financial status is actually very smart for a woman who's in her 50s or 60s to ask, because you have health issues and those things add up.
But are you talking about you're dating right now, or are you talking about all the time? You've always
no.
and you've been married, but
no, not at all. And I'm gonna say this, and I respect your comment, man. I really do. But I'm talking about since I've been divorced, I probably went out on maybe 4 or 5 dates, if that.
Can I speak to this, guys? Will it be all right?
Go ahead, come on in, Brian J.
Yeah, so I understand what you're saying, brother, because I'm in the same boat, married over 30 years. I found
at people, man.
I'm not laughing at him. I'm just laughing at the fact that these women coming after them for their pockets. That's but not laughing at them. I'm just saying women are something else. That's all. I'm not laughing at them.
Go ahead, we're gonna let Mr. Brian J finish. We having a good conversation. Let's let him finish.
I'm not going to talk over anyone. I don't want to be disrespectful, but I understand what the man said. I'm married over 30 years, retired, and the last 7 years been living states over in I guess you call a affluent neighborhood. But when you our age, I'm 63. I'll be 63 this year. When you our age, trust me, bruh, when they lay eyes on you, they know you good and you straight, and they ain't worried about no long-term medical stuff because we retired with benefits, okay? Because you don't get to our age and retire and not have what you need to take care of you. Those days is over. That may have happened to the people that retired in the 70s and 80s and 90s, but you don't come out the game at this stage. So that was just a bunch of smoke. It sounded good. It sounded good, but we don't even look like the rest of them, bro. We just don't, because we good. And when you good, that's how you look. And if she a low character, that's how she gonna come. And what grown woman gonna start asking you about your money? Right there, that's automatic turn off. If she don't have enough discretion and ladiness in her to pretty much keep her mouth closed and learn who you are. You know,
Right.
because you're not taking her to Arby's or Red Lobsters. Oh, and if you do take her to an ice cream stand, you chilling.
Where you
So
taking her to, Mr. Brian? Where you
you
gonna take
take her to, I don't know what y'all got where y'all at.
her?
Okay, so it's no need of me naming any type of place, but I'm saying we 9 times out of 10 we ain't going to McDonald's or Burger King.
All right now.
You know, and if we and if we go for a walk in the park and I buy some ice cream and pretzels, I ain't putting together change. Come on now, you know. And then when you see me put, you know, but let me, if you don't mind, you know, and I don't mean to be disrespectful. Let me roll to the question: does money matter more than love? And Tina Turner wrote a song, y'all all know, that resonates with our soul. What's love got to do with it? Okay, because most of us, all we know is lust and pain. Lust, L-U-S-T, and pain. Most of us never even experience love because we don't even love ourselves. You know, so you can't respect nobody if you don't respect yourself. But when you respect yourself, you can respect others. And then to hit me with how much money I make, what type of insurance, please, you can swerve with that. That's ridiculous. There's no need for us to even talk anymore if that's where your mind frame is at. Because like the man said, ain't nobody trying to get nobody half their age plus 7. We grown men. We living our life. You know, we ain't out here trying to play no games. You know, but the thing is that this word love is used so loosely because trust me, I can almost guarantee if we go around the panel right now, everybody got a different interpretation of what love is. And if you marry for love, interpretation of what love is. And if you marry for love, your marriage is going to end. You better marry somebody, get with somebody that you respect, somebody that you committed to, somebody that you're gonna ride for and ride with through it all. But the love thing, come on. Me and my old lady been down well over 30 years, and that love thing is that romantic love thing probably kicked in about 10 years ago. No, I didn't say I'm divorced.
Oh, I thought you said you
No.
You said you were divorced. You said you were 30 years and you got a divorce.
I did not
That was
say
the
I
other
was
gentleman.
divorced.
That was the other gentleman.
No, I thought he said he was too.
Yeah, but see, you know, but see, even the way you're listening to try to crucify and smash, and I'm trying to stay respectful with it. Okay, but you misheard, and I told
That's
you
all it
misheard.
is we miss
Right? Okay, but like I said, I don't mean to be aggressive, you know, or dismissive, you know, and I don't want to come across like that, you know. But we as elders, well, I don't know if we are elders, you know, but most of the folks on this panel right here is grown. And everybody on this panel, I can tell without you saying, is doing okay and have a healthy understanding. But we play these games about the word love, and it messes up the younger people because they get it twisted. Love don't have nothing to do with it. Because everybody on this panel know your feelings gonna change. They're going to change. Now it's about commitment. It's about, as you all understand, it might sound old school, but you all understand. it's down to, is you gonna ride with this person? Is you gonna be down with this person? That's what it's about. Because those of us that came up, trust me, the more money, the more problems. Don't flip it into nothing other than that. The money don't matter. It matters about having somebody that's committed to you, that want to go with you. I ain't say that grow with you, that want to go with you, and y'all could establish a great relationship together. Because I'd rather be broke living in a tent with somebody that's committed to me than having all types of money and they don't have no respect.
So what's your
So
answer to that?
Well, is
The
it
prompt.
respect
I'm confused.
love?
What's the answer to the prompt for you?
Yeah, he did both. He kind of went both ways. Sir, choose one.
Yeah, Mr. Brian, what's the
well,
answer to
see,
the
see,
prompt?
once again, you must heard when I said I'd rather be broke with somebody that respect me. Maybe you thought I was gonna say love me. I said respect me and gonna be down with me.
No,
Because
I
this,
heard that.
okay,
But I was asking what's the answer to the prompt because that's not the prompt.
does money matter more than love in 2005? To most of the world, yes. To me, no.
What about in 2025?
Yeah, that's what I'm sorry. Did I not say that?
No.
Okay.
All
Well,
right, it's all
let,
right. It's
let me
okay. We
answer the
know what you
question.
meant.
We
Let
knew
me
what
answer.
you meant. 2025, 2005, whatever.
Okay, I apologize. That I would think to most of the world it does matter. To me, it doesn't, because we have a misinterpretation of what love is, and
Yeah,
so
but
if that makes sense. So
yeah,
I'll
but
land with that.
It
respect.
does make sense, but I have to challenge you. When you are in a
Okay,
tent, I don't know if you've ever gone camping before, and
in
the
an RV,
bugs start crawling on you,
in an
and
RV.
and it gets cold outside, and you have no heat. Like, it's a different conversation. You can't
Okay,
shower.
but see, understand, none of that's going to happen because I'm a man. Whatever is needed is going to be had and it's going to be provided for. So we can't play these little games. You know, we can't. I RV'd around America for 3 years before I settled down here in Texas. I'm not sleeping in no tent. It was an example of like not having a lot of wealth.
World, yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You want to literally attack being in a pup tent. I haven't been in that since the Marine Corps, and I was only in there a day because I'm not in the infantry. But
Well, I love
Get you, get you.
camping, and
great,
Um,
a
great, great.
tent, a
But the
tent is
point
one.
is, I answered the question, and I really want to, I get excited, and I don't want to be hostile. And brother host, check out Inch Inch Nicaragua. It's nice.
I'm gonna ask you. You said you're dating. That you were talking about dating,
Who
and
said that?
You
oh
did.
my God, you did. You were just talking about it. Like, this is why I'm
Well,
confused.
you mixing me with somebody else. I'm married.
No,
He was
Mr.
talking about bump situation when he was
Okay,
saying
Oh,
no,
he's
you're
okay.
He
married.
says
You
that
said
I can relate to him
yeah.
Right.
because I'm going through the same thing. And and that's why
Well,
we thought you were.
okay, got you.
Yeah, that's why we
okay.
thought you were dating.
Got you.
So
Well,
sorry, Mr. Brian, we got it confused.
let me clarify real quick. What I said when I said I'm going through the same thing, because when I look out there in the dating world of my children, and my children run from 20 to 43, when I look out there at my daughters, my sisters, my family, I see the chaos that they dealing with. And, a person would rather just go be by themselves because it's really crazy out there. If that makes sense. So forgive me for misspeaking, and I didn't mean to be deceptive.
No,
But check
no.
out that Inch Nicaragua. I think you'll like that, man.
Thank you, man. And I'm gonna tell you something. I really appreciate your insight, man. Very valuable.
And I need you ladies to know, please do understand, at all times, I mean to and want to be respectful and honor you at all times. So please don't mistake that, okay? I
Thank
understand.
you, Brian. I
Thank
appreciate it.
you.
Roger that.
May I jump in real quick?
I'm done, guys. Thank you, though.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Brian J. We appreciate you, man.
Appreciate that, bro.
If you don't fall out, we'll bring you back. If you don't jump out the room, we'll bring you back if you jump out, or you can stay though.
Okay, I'll drop down in about 5 minutes. I just want to hear a little and I'll bounce out. Well, I could bounce out here anyway. Okay.
No, you ain't got to bounce out if you want to add some more to the conversation.
Okay, I'm here for a little. Thank
All
you,
right,
guys.
thank you, brother. All right.
All right, I would jump in. Ladies, don't get duped, okay? Love sounds all nice and dandy, but you don't eat it. When your children are crying hungry, don't go, oh, here's a little love for your dinner tonight. That's not how that works, okay? Let's just stop. If you're blessed to find, love, great. Why are you hiding your face? He's
Nah,
hiding. So here's the thing. How is love proven? How do you show love? How do you show that you love somebody? It's through action, correct? Okay. Now, how do men show love? Majority of men, from what I've heard from men, and men correct me if I'm wrong on the panel, they show love by protecting their women and children and by providing for their women and children. Okay? What do women want from men? Women want to feel safe and secure. What does that translate to? Being protected and provided for. Okay? So these things go hand in hand. Here's a crazy statistic for you.
No,
No, go ahead, host.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so here's a crazy stat for you. All the parts of the world that do arranged marriages, guess how much of them divorce? Arranged marriages, arranged meaning these people don't really know each other, the family do the vetting, boom, they're put together and they get married. Arranged marriages divorce at 4%. 4%. Guess what love marriages fell at? 40%. Do the math. So provision and the ability to be able to produce your children, especially having you young, especially if you are pregnant and in a vulnerable state, your man has to be able to provide and protect you. If he cannot do that, and he's telling you, but I love you, I can't live without, all this stuff, it's manipulation.
Yes, but
Okay?
those marriages that are
Oh my God.
arranged, forced, right? While
I'm sorry?
They're not
the
forced all the
marriages,
time.
okay, arranged.
Okay, let me finish my point.
Okay, no, you're right. I'm
Are
sorry.
you all of you awake?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. My point is that love alone is not enough. Love, just somebody saying I love you is not enough. Usually love is shown through action, right? And also it's accompanied by other characters, like other things like loyalty, respect, trust, communication. They have to, it has to be cuddled and like wrapped in other tangible thing. So if somebody's just telling you they love you and there's no action behind it, and provision is important to you, protection is important to you, you're settling for something that later on is going to be difficult to stay into. That's why marriages are failing today. And I'll end there.
Interesting.
Can I say something?
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, because she kind of she's saying something. I'm gonna say this. My dad wasn't the affectionate type. I'm actually gonna say that he wasn't the affectionate type. He might didn't tell you, or I'm gonna say he didn't always just tell my mom that he loved her, but like you say, he showed it through his actions. He showed it through his actions. And back then, you don't have couples nowadays. My mother and father was married for over 68 years before he passed.
Come on, Bump.
68 years. That's a long time.
Talk to him now.
That's a long time. In order for you to be with somebody that long, you got to be doing something right.
That's a fact.
You got to be doing something right. And I know my daddy wasn't no saint, but I tell you one thing, and I don't mean no disrespect to your host. And if I may, can I speak my mind? Can I just once? My dad was the type that he'll kill a nigga dead already about his family. he will hurt you. That's something that he very well dwelled on was family, family, family. And me and my sister never went without. Never went without. Not me. Yeah, I kind of branched off and messed around and got in the game. I got what I wanted out of it. Thank God, knock on wood. I got what I want out of it. And I'm fine. Even when my dad passed away, he left us very well. My mother, oh, she's very well taken care of. Very well.
Mm-hmm.
Very well. But you don't have that type of love what they had back then. My dad said him and my mom was messing around back off in them cotton fields, and when she got pregnant, what you gonna do? They had to tie the knot. You don't have that nowadays. Everybody want to get married just to say they married, just to say they married. I took my vows very seriously, but things didn't work out, and my wife left me when I really needed her the most. She left me in the demise of my daddy.
Mm.
Wow.
I'll never be able to live that down. But, and I'm gonna say this here, till this day, we still the best of friends. And I think she really trying to wing her way back in, but I go forward, not backwards.
Come on, Bump. Give her another chance.
I'm
rough out here, Bump. Give her another chance.
And I'm gonna be honest with you all, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's been on my mind, and I've been praying to God. I've really been considering it because I don't want to start over with somebody who I got to train when I already got somebody that knows me over 25 years.
That's real.
Well, sometimes when people leave and they come back, it's really meant to be.
It's meant to be. It's meant to be.
You got to forgive her though in order for you to move forward, brother. You know that, right?
That's a good point.
And she's got to forgive you too. Y'all got to forgive each other.
He just said he couldn't live that down. He said you left him in the demise of somebody's past and his father.
She left me in the demise of my daddy.
You gotta let that go if you're gonna move forward with her, young man.
You sure right. You sure right.
Hey, but let me say this, brother, because I all the way believe in marriage, and it's important, and I'm in support of it. But remember, only a dog returned to his vomit. And we at the look, man. We at the end of the game. Ain't no need of playing with somebody gonna get tricky with you. If you can't let that all the way go and trust it, don't do it.
Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry if that was disrespectful.
Because she might not.
He's speaking from experience too.
Can I say
Can I answer the question? Can I answer the
question?
We're all grown folks on this panel, and ain't nobody pointing a finger at nobody. I respect your comment. We all grown folks on this panel. We're not here to point the finger at nobody, like the host is saying. We're here to gain knowledge and to see what we can do to make our life better than what it is.
Thank you, brother, for receiving that and knowing that I meant no disrespect, but for me not to say it because I love you, because you are me. We've gone through the same thing. Long-term marriage is a challenge and it changes you. And when you in this thing like this, you can't take too many heartbreaks. That's all I'm saying, bro.
And what makes it so bad, a lot of my friends, when I told them I was going to get married, I got married when I was 28 years old.
I know the feeling.
They're like, you doing what? Yeah, man, I done found my soulmate, man. I found my true love. I'm gonna let y'all have it. I'm tearing up and I'm shredding my player card.
All the way.
I did that. I did that.
Listening to y'all, it sounds like love is more important.
I was gonna say for my answer, for me, and I think this is an individual. When we can't. To me, I can't tell somebody else what works for them. I can't tell women you need to look for money. I can't tell them that. I tell you that I look for love.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, for me, I think the money will come. It's more to me than just money. It's just more to life than money. It just is. Now, do we need money? Yes. Do I enjoy money? Yes. That's not what I'm saying. And I'm not saying that I'm going out here wanting to be with somebody who is, broke down and don't have anything. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that love is very, very important to me because love dictates how you treat that person. You're going to love and respect them, and you're going to make sure they're good because you do love them. When you have a man that loves you, that really, really loves you, he'll move mountains for you because he respects you also, but you also have to give him that respect. So for me, when you have that type of a relationship, that money is going to come because y'all loving on each other and making sure each other are good. So for me, that's not the primary because it'll eventually come.
Yes, and like I say, love is a treasure and loyalty is a gift.
There you go.
All right,
Thank you for that.
I gotta get this off my chest. I've been
One
holding.
more, I'm gonna land accountability. I'm sorry.
No,
And
no, do
then,
your thing.
as far as the arranged marriages, I'm with Bump. My grandparents have been together. They were both sets have been together forever. They loved the ground that each other walked on. It wasn't about money for them. It was
No.
about the love, and they were committed to each other. So for me, I don't want to be in something where you got money and I don't love you. I probably don't even like you. So the money is going to be irrelevant for me if I don't even freaking like you. I don't even like you. And just because you got money, that's going to make it right. No, I got to have feelings. I got to have some kind of connection to you, right? And you to me, so that we are making sure each other are good and it's not just one sided. Again, thriving, not saying that you're wrong, but there's just more than one way. And it may work for you and it may work for people in some other countries, but not in my world. I got to have some love.
Yes.
Because when you walk into a room and a man loves you and he's looking at you like
Yes.
he want to
Yes.
tear
The
you
best
up because
feeling
he
in the
love you,
world.
it ain't nothing like that. And money don't do that. Money can't give me that feeling. Money can't make me feel good. My man is feeling good because I'm looking good and we loving on each other. Money can't do that for me. So anyway, I land accountability.
Yes. So first and foremost, I just want to say I'm very grateful for everybody on this panel, and I'm grateful for the question that the host got. Mainly because it seems like to me most of you are older than me. It appears that most of you are older than me, and this level of information that I'm getting is very beneficial for where I'm at in my life right now in terms of relationship with my partner. So I just want to thank everybody personally. Um, but to answer the question for me, it's very difficult because I'm 26 and the realm that I'm in, it appears like most of the women that I run into, they
You kind
treat.
of sound muffled. Accountability.
I'm sorry, say that again.
You're muffled.
Much better now. Much
Okay.
better.
Yeah, all of you mute. That's why there's kind of feedback going back. If all of you mute, we'll be able to hear him, please.
Okay. Okay.
I'm good.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So in my realm, when it comes to dating women, it always appears as if they are far more into the money than they are the idea of love. Me, with my upbringing, I have both my parents in my life. They've been together since I've been born. And I've understand that where I'm at now, there should be a balance. So it's hard for me to answer this question because I think that they should coexist. But me personally, I do value love more than I do money. But it's difficult because again, the women that I run into, they seem far more driven by the idea of having money in a relationship than love. But I'm getting a lot of good insight from everyone on the panel, which is like helping me, decide how I want to mature my life in terms of relationships, given with what I should lead with, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So that makes perfect sense. You should lead with making sure you have the financial means and stability for yourself before you can even provide that for anybody else and also want to share that with somebody. When you create your own wealth and then create it for somebody else, then that creates your generational wealth that for you to move on and pass on. That's the importance of it for you when you're building your life, when you're building blocks of life. But make sure that you can take care and feed yourself before you can feed anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Well, hold up, Monica, hold up. You said that you were supporting your man. So how do you make that point and support your men at the same time?
So I'm not supporting him in that sense. He supports me in all aspects of life. I'm just not saying that he is the wealthiest man on earth.
Okay, okay, I get that.
Thanks for the clarification because I was like, hold up, wait a minute.
He's
But
not just a
if she
couch
was
potato
supporting her
sitting
man,
around not
if
doing
she
anything,
was, what would be the problem with that?
living off of me. He's just not the wealthiest man, and he's ambitious, and he's a wonderful man, and he
No, I
works
was
hard.
asking that. That's why I was
Oh
saying
yeah, no, yeah, that's what I
if
was
you were
clarifying.
supporting him, let's
Yeah,
say
he
he was
works
going through
hard. Yeah.
something, what would be the issue in that thriving at last, or is that not an issue?
No, you missed it. She made that point earlier, and then she just made this point now. So I was a little bit confused which one it was. So
Okay.
there's no issue either way. I was just clarifying to make sure, I understood her point. Because earlier you weren't here. She said, some things about him not, being financially what he needs to be. She has a trust fund from her parents.
No, I heard
That,
all of that.
no.
I heard
You heard.
No, she
Okay.
was, yeah.
Yeah, I was here.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, what I was saying was I didn't go into much detail with that. I went into the detail of saying financially he's not in that financial wealth where that is where like choosing the finances over the love in that sense, right? Just because he's not the wealthiest, he's the wealthiest in my eyes, and because I
What's
don't look at it in the money factor, right? Because money can come and go,
for sure.
come and go, and just because I was blessed enough to not have that worry because of my parents being responsible, creating that generational wealth for their children, they worked hard for their living. They wasn't given, they didn't come from that. They worked for that, And like I said, that's not my money, that's their money. It's my job to now make my money. You know what I mean? And make my wealth and make mine come up. But at the end of the day, people who lead a lot with finances and all that, they really don't even have no money like that.
There you
I mean,
go.
people
There
with
you
real
go.
money don't even really talk
They
about
don't
their
talk
money.
about it for sure.
Absolutely. Do you guys mind if I say something to the brother? And ladies,
Yeah,
please
could I
correct
address
me.
something really quickly if that's okay?
It'll be really quick, okay? Okay, little brother, respectfully, if you focus on your education and getting yourself together finance, those two have to be your major focus. And if you focus on those two things and build on those two things, a woman that's compatible with you will appear. She's gonna be there. But if you focus on, trying to have fun and being with the crew, it's not gonna be good. But you focus on your educational and financial wealth, that woman will show up and she gonna be in lockstep right with you. That's a promise. But if you out, looking in the clubs and all this and that, and respectfully I say, it's probably not gonna be good. But you focus on your education and getting your paper up, and she will appear.
Appreciate you, dog.
I think it was Asaya.
Yes, it's Azaya. Thank you guys for having me. I've been listening in on the conversation, and
You're kind of muffled.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me better?
Kind of like talk up into the phone a little bit
Yeah, it's
more.
like you're talking
Is
away
that
from it.
is it better? Can you hear me?
That's a little better.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm like super close to the phone, but I'll try to speak up. But basically, I was listening in on the conversation, and I wanted to comment on some of the things that I've heard. One of the things is it seems like for the ladies who stated that money matters more than love and etc. It seems like there's just this certain like unconscious perception that people who date for love and that automatically means poor. Um, Last time I checked, people can date for love and still make sustainable amount of money. It doesn't matter. The amount of money that you have obtained for yourself or even require in dating from the other person, that has nothing to do with love. When you are choosing to date for love, it comes from wanting caring more about that person's characteristics and how they mold with you than how much money they have. That's why I made the comment earlier. Some people rather cry at a Bentley because you're gonna cry regardless because there are gonna be bad times. That's just inevitable. But some people care about what type of car they cry in. And I think that you should care about whether that man's gonna wipe those tears or not, whether he's actually gonna care if you're crying at all or not. That's really what I think we should be worried about. And to land here, I think it's also funny how I'm hearing women say money is so important, money is important to raise a family XYZ, but yet most women encourage women divorcing if they're unhappy. That sounds like more along the lines of love, if you ask me, because if you're talking about money and X, Y, and Z, money goes along with duty and responsibility. So if that's why you're marrying, that doesn't show in the divorce rate. So I think it's just some ladies are having they're just not really connecting the dots as far as the full line of logic, and I'll land there.
Okay, I got one question. One question. I mean, and I want all of y'all on the panel to ask, even the gentleman too, Brian. What's a substantial amount of money that will make you happy? I'm talking about just to make it in life. What's a substantial amount of money that where you would be comfortable?
This is where I feel like we kind of get lost in the conversations, right? Money is a tool, okay? It's a tool that we need to pay bills, to feed our kids, to buy clothes, to get them through college,
Let's not
every
bypass his
once in a
let's not
while.
bypass his question though, because he's asking the ladies, and he he's asking the ladies how much money do we believe would be enough that a man makes to give us a lifestyle that's comfortable for us. I can
Thank
start.
you. Thank you.
But I
Thank you.
am getting there
I can
though.
start. I can start, and then we can go and I'll allow other ladies, and let's give our numbers. Or if you don't want to give a number, fine. But you can say that.
That's
But
fine too.
All
I
right, go ahead.
I would say about $60,000 after taxes. I will be
Okay.
okay with that,
Okay.
and that's just minimum.
Okay. Okay.
And for me, I currently make 100,000. So to maintain the lifestyle that I currently have, I would need to stay in that range.
Okay. I thank you. I appreciate that. Appreciate that.
Or Monica, or well,
Oh
maybe
yeah,
Monica, but
yeah.
Carly or just
I would say 50,000 at minimum. Like I would agree with that. Like I
Okay.
said, if
Okay.
a yeah, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Get
Okay.
this. So I cannot answer it where I am right now, right? I'm turning 40 this year.
Okay.
I'm financially okay. I'm not
Okay.
this everybody wealthy on TikTok kind, but I'm okay. If I was talking to my 23-year-old daughter, thinking about, getting married, and settling down, I'll say somewhere between 60,000 to 100K, depending on the area where you live. That money might not mean anything if you are in California or Los Angeles or stuff like that. So you have to kind of look at your cost of living where you live. Some areas 40K might be enough. Some
Okay.
areas you have to make over 100K to have a decent living. So it really, you have to kind of sit down and see where you're at and see if it makes sense. So for me right now, I don't need your money. Maybe
Okay.
your skill set. Maybe I need you to show me how to invest my money. Maybe I need you to show me how to use IT and AI stuff better. Maybe I need
Okay.
you to maintain my yard because I'm killing my grass right now. I
but
don't
wait,
know. I'm just
thriving.
saying.
Then
Okay.
thriving. Why did you say that? So thriving. Why was your answer that money matters more if you don't need that man's money? Why is that more important to marry for than love?
No, because when you're a young lady, right, and you're about to get married, right, and you're gonna have kids in the future, you need a provider and a protector. Am I crazy?
Miss Driving
Is
that
in
fast,
this?
can I ask you a question, Miss Driving?
Yeah,
How
please.
old would you want your 23-year-old husband, your 23-year-old self husband? How old would you want him to be?
I would want him to be older than me. Maybe 5 to 7 year gap will be okay.
So you want a
And
30
he's,
year guy to you want
yeah,
a 30,
30 to 35, give or take.
and you want him to be making 100,000.
Somewhere between 60 and 100K.
Okay.
You know what the percentages is for guys that age?
That make that kind of money?
Yeah,
No, I don't.
very
I
low.
mean,
Very
my
low.
23 self, that was what, 17 years ago. So the cost of living was also different back then.
Not by that much, but it wasn't that significant. It was a decent amount, but it was like probably 20-25%. 30
So
years old, right?
60K,
Go ahead.
60K back then would be what, 100K today? Would that be a
The
fair assessment?
No, the assessment I'm trying to get you to understand is a 30-year-old man 17 years ago, probably 2% of them men making that type of money.
If that.
Really?
Yeah,
If
That's
that.
crazy.
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I,
What can I get on what I'm about to say?
Yeah.
The reason I want to say that is because I'm pretty sure that all of y'all on social media. Okay. And I'm pretty sure that y'all see a bunch of guys, probably a few women, flashing money, this and that. I'm talking about, boy, they got stacks of money, this and that, acting a clown with it. I'm talking about just showing it, just showing money. Now, the reason I say that is because I learned, well, I actually seen this on TV. I'm going to say it was maybe about a good 15 years ago. Me and my wife was in Las Vegas, and I was watching TV. And Don King came on. He was on some type of panel. Somebody was interviewing him, and they were questioning him about all of the things that he have, his finances, and this and that. And something that he said stuck with me till this day, right now while I'm talking to you all. And you want to know what that man said? That man said on national TV, he said, if you can count your money, you ain't got no money. That man said, if you can count your money, you don't have no money.
I
And
can
that
respect
just,
that.
that,
I think I'm losing what the final landing point is. I'm gonna be honest. I'm sorry. Maybe you just
the reason I'm saying that is because it seems like that, like I said, the majority of women nowadays, the first thing that comes out of their mouth is how much is in your pockets or how much is in your bank account. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm getting at. It's money, 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 money. And like I say, I know we all need it to get by, to pay bills and do other things that we need to do. Yeah, money is a necessity. I'm not gonna say that it's not. Yeah, it's a necessity. We do need it. But when he said that, he said if you can count your money, you don't have no money. You don't have no money at all.
I can dig that.
I have to say this. I think permission to speak freely, please. Do I have permission to
Yes,
speak
ma'am.
freely?
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Because I can't fake this. Do you all realize that over 51% of Americans are literally one paycheck away? If they miss one paycheck, they will end up in poverty. You guys understand that, right? And for, I don't know the numbers for the YT community, but for BLK community, right? If you calculate their net worth, okay, net worth is if you sold everything you have and then you pay off all your debts, that's the money that's left, your net worth. For women is $1,000. For men is $10,000. That's there is no wealth that is being left for future generations. Okay, so we need to stop sitting here day in day out saying that money doesn't matter or is not that important. It's extremely important, especially if we want to break the cycles of poverty. for our future kids. Okay? And for a woman to put herself in a position where she's with this man, he's driving her car. Now it's a trend. He's driving her car, he's eating her food in the refrigerator, you know, he's like asking her money for gas. That is ridiculous. Can we please stop?
But that's we didn't
Who's
say money wasn't
encouraging it?
important. Not one of us said that. We just
And
said, does
Exactly.
money matter more than love? And we're talking about in a relationship. None of us said money wasn't important. The ones of us that said love, we were saying that the money would come because we'd work to make sure that we got the things that we needed, but we wanted to be loved. Not one of us said money wasn't important.
I want to say this
And that's why I made
respectfully.
that statement earlier, because that thriving, you just proved the point that there is for for some reason women have a subconscious connection with love equals poor. That love equals struggle. And no, that's not the case.
Love equals what?
And if you're
Love equals struggle.
yes, that is subconsciously a lot of women are starting to have that ingrained in their heads, because for some reason that those are the only two options. You either marry for money and live a comfortable life, or you marry for love and you're gonna struggle. No.
I want to
Love
say this
is love is
respectfully.
just a I
And I
just want to say it
understand what
really
you.
quickly, sir, please.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. I'll end quickly. Love is what is love is first of all, love is an action. Let's get that straight. And love is an action that you do to your partner every single day. That is what's gonna keep you guys together. And if you guys can't even stay together, then the whole wealth is off the table anyway. You can't have generational wealth without marriage, without lineage. It's just not possible. So we need to start reevaluating, because most people are trying to marry for money, and look how this is working out. I don't think it's working out.
I just want to say this respectfully. If you got a guy and he driving your car and eating your food, you don't have a man. You may have a man child, but you don't have a man. So we get it twisted just because they male and may have age, because a man is going to be able to deliver, sustain, and maintain. He not coming in weak, and he not gonna finish weak. He coming in strong. He gonna stay strong and get stronger, and y'all get stronger together. Because I do want to add the fact that I said me and my old lady been together well over 30 years, but this love thing, as we may understand it, just probably kicked in about 10 years ago. But until then, we was committed and dedicated to each other. One breath. One breathe in, the other breathe out. We was down and have been down for each other. This googly feeling, just feeling all unnecessary, that stuff just started happening, to be honest. And my old lady, to me, and I say respectfully, she mean as a rattlesnake, but she just as sexy and beautiful to me. I don't care what her, listen. I don't care. I don't care what her condition is. She is the most beautiful woman on the planet to me. She just is. But that built up. But meantime, on our way up, we was just dedicated, and I was carrying my part. And if you got a guy that's not carrying his part, you don't have a man. You have a man child, and that's okay if that's what you choose. And I say that respectfully, because some guys stay at home and take care of the family. He being a man about it. But I'll land with that respectfully.
But that's not the representation of of a lot of relationships in the BOK community. I don't want that to be put out there, that the man ain't doing nothing and riding around in our cars and eating our snacks. That's a small portion of a population.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
not even something that I would even throw out as representing us.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And that's why I said respectfully, because some women wouldn't have it.
Exactly.
Yeah. And see, that's the woman that
He's
I
talking
was
about
telling
what
little.
Thriving was saying,
Okay, I'm sorry.
Byron.
I know. That's what I'm
He's talking
mentioning
about
as
what
Messiah, because I'm like, that's not to me a good example, because it's not majority of us. That's not majority of BOK women and BOK men's relationships. Majority of BOK men and BOK relationships, the man is working. and the woman is working. They're both working. But it's not that he's just sitting around riding in her car. That's TV. Now, does that happen? Yes. But does it happen a lot? No, I can't say that's majority of our relationships. No. I can't say that about the BOK man at all.
I, I don't think it's a way to quantify the nature of most relationships without marriage. But I will say there are definitely a lot of women who do marry men who ain't ish. And I think that maybe that's why women have this mindset of, well, if you marry for love, then you're going to struggle. But that's because there is a proper way to date for love. And that is just not being taught to the young ladies who do get caught up in those men who have this certain look. And sometimes those be the women that be dating for money. Why? Because they feel like this man's gonna blow up and be the next teacher or whoever, and he looks like he has money, even though in real life he's just
He
flexing for
got
the gram, but
nothing.
he looks like he has money. So she is interested and wants to try to get with him so she could be the next Ari Fletcher. It's just a whole. Sometimes women deal with those types of guys that are really trying to borrow the car because they are trying to quote unquote date for money, just for image. It just all goes into not knowing how to date and vet properly. Because if you know how to date and vet properly, you will focus on marriage for love, and you will take the necessary steps to make sure that they're also a stable person and have the appropriate characteristics as well. There are different things that go into it. But money should not be number one.
Can I just interject?
I respect that. I respect that.
I just want to say I think it's unfortunate that we have to separate the two, as if we can't have both, or as if both love and money are not important, right? And I think that when we talk about love versus money, we really go to the extremes, as if driving a Pontiac is not sufficient. And I like what they call me pick me said. At the end of the day, I can't judge anybody's relationship. What works for you in your household is what works for you in your household. I got married when I was 21. I've been married for 24 years. My husband was so broke when we got married, he couldn't even afford a ring. I think the day before we got married, we went to Walmart or Kohl's and got some gold bands. And when he was able to afford a ring, I didn't want one. You know what I asked him for? A building. And that man built a financially stable life for us and our children. Did he have that when we got married? Absolutely not. When the recession hit years ago, and he was making well over 200,000, he ended up going back to school and did not have a job. And I ended up working 2 or 3 jobs. I did that because I loved him. I did that because I respected him. So, and because he loved and respected me, he was able to do what needed to be done as a man. Men fall on hard times too. So it's unfortunate that, God forbid, we teach our daughters, you know what, stay in that unloving relationship or that unloving marriage. It doesn't matter if he cheats on you or treats you like trash. Your bills are paid. You riding around in a nice car, since money matters so much. Like, teach your daughters that, right? Because money is so important. But it's just like, if we are there for love, there's certain things that come with that. There's a level of respect. There's a level of resilience. So whatever it is that you may go through, financial hardships as well, you'll get through that. The money will come. If you like Asaya said, if you're vetting and you're getting the right person, it will come. But if all you're doing is marrying for money, you will stay in a relationship that will break you, or you don't even care enough about yourself as long as your bills are paid. As long as you got your Louis bag and you're not riding around in a Pontiac.
There you go. There you
That's
go.
the absolute truth, sister. Y'all committed.
Boss man, how you doing, brother?
Yeah, host, how do you feel about it?
Yeah, man. Can I respond, brother?
Go ahead, Skrilla.
Um, I've been listening to you months ago, before you even cranked up or whatnot, brother. I love these type of conversations. I would say this. Why the women don't teach their son to be the man that they be want? Why they don't teach their sons that? but they would want a man to do so much. I hear, and when they say they want stuff from men, why they don't teach their sons that? They don't teach their sons to be simple. So why would they want that and wouldn't even teach their own sons? I just be.
I would argue that they do. If you ask me, I would argue that they do.
Oh, you think they teach their sons to be simps?
Yes, they
Oh
literally.
my
First of all,
God. Hey,
first of
well,
all,
baby,
hold on,
okay, even.
hold on. Can I tell you? Can I tell you how? Can I
All
tell
right, I'm
you?
listening.
Okay, I don't think that they necessarily straight out verbally exactly tell them how to, but they definitely do in the way that they treat them. They coddle their sons. They do
Okay,
everything
since you
for
put it
their
like that,
sons.
yeah, I got it.
Hold on, Phyllis. They coddle their sons. They do everything for their sons. They don't make their sons get up and go do nothing for themselves. They tell them that they show them and move in a way that women are right. That they tell them you respect women. If you do this for women, you do that for women. And then they also see women. We don't know what it's like exactly to be in a man's shoes. We don't understand a man's world and how it works exactly. Not without listening to other men. And most women don't care to understand men. They don't understand. They don't want to understand. So if this same woman is raising young boys, she's teaching him how to think like a woman. She's
Talking
teaching
about a
him how
single
to
mom?
move and be emotional and X, Y, and Z like a
Hey,
woman.
ma'am, you cooking. You cooking.
Are you
No,
talking about a single mom,
so
Messiah? Or just, are you talking about single
well,
mom? Or are you talking about,
well,
like,
sometimes they be married. I mean,
Some,
if the
women
man
in
doesn't have
general.
any,
Women in general. That what you
if the
saying, man?
man doesn't, if the man doesn't have any control in the home, then the
Okay,
woman, what she
okay.
wants, will eventually take over. So it really
Well, I
just depends
sure
on the
appreciate that
dynamic.
helpful information now.
Yeah, I'm so weak, but basically, I'm just saying that they do teach their sons how to be the men that they think they want. But see, the problem is they don't realize how the man that they think they want. They don't put the connection that that's not really a real man.
Mm,
It's not a real man. And the
okay.
real man out here is the one that they don't be like that.
Oh, okay. They don't want to be held accountable. Okay, then I understand. I understand.
but I do think it's a difference when the father is in the life, though. I think that it's a big difference. I think because a single mom doesn't know how to teach her son how to be a man. She doesn't. She's never been a man. She can't tell him the different things that he's gonna go through. She can talk to him about life, but she can't tell him how to be a man because she's never been one. So I do think it's a difference with the single moms as opposed to when the fathers are in their lives, because the boys hopefully are getting that direction from their father as to what a man is, not from their mom. So I do think it's a difference when you're raised just by a single mom and you don't have any role models, other male role models other than her. And I agree with you, Asaya. I think they teach them not to be responsible, and I think that they're a little emotional, and they act like, I don't want to say they act like women. I shouldn't say that, but
Oh,
they're. I don't mean that. I don't mean that, Skrilla. Take that back. Take that off the tape. Erase what I just said. I'm just,
woo.
I'm just saying. I do think it's because a woman doesn't know how to be a man, so he has a struggle. I think,
So basically,
when it's
man,
a
you
single
saying the
mom.
women acting too handsome, then, right?
The women what?
They're acting too handsome.
They're
Basically, that's
acting
what you're
too
saying.
handsome.
Yes,
What you mean by that?
they're acting too masculine. That's
Oh,
what I'm
for
saying.
sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they need to turn it down a notch or two. Bring the feminine
I
in.
just want to say this.
I
Let
don't
me
think.
just say
Oh, go
this.
ahead.
I think you guys have to, gentlemen and ladies, gotta realize that single moms are made in a different way. Single moms are made when the couples are
Oh
separated,
man, how they made?
when they're divorced, when she's a widow, when the children have been born out of the wedlock. That is the official definition of a single mother. So to sit here and group all the divorcee moms, all the widow moms,
Oh
everybody in
man,
that category where they're raising their sons wrong, I think maybe we need to take another look
oh
because
man.
hang on, because
No, I
just one
don't.
second,
Now
hang
that
on,
you
just
got
let
to
me
be
let me
judged,
finish
man.
my
We got to
point. Let me
judge
finish
something,
my
man.
let me finish my point because most of these women, right? uh, some of them have either a father, an uncle, a male figure in the family that can take that boy under their wing.
But then
or
you
a
aren't listening
neighbor
because that's what I said.
or in the military, or or someone that they
Or they
can
could
go
have,
to.
or they could have picked the
It's
right man.
okay. I can't talk over y'all. You got it.
Let her
Yeah, no,
finish.
but you made a good point. You
Let
made
her
a good point. Like I,
go ahead. Let her finish, and then we'll let Alpha Mystic and Gwenda, and then Skrilla, you speak. Let Miss driving that last land up plane.
Yeah, I will be quick. All I'm saying is we need to start using, I will speak for myself. I have to start using critical thinking skills and separate the narratives we hear on social media and what's going on in the real world. And not all single moms are raising their sons to be like women or to be simps. Okay? Some of these single moms out here are single moms out of circumstance, right? And they know they have the capability to think and realize that there's a stage a young boy gets to where she cannot even tell him nothing. His hormones are raging. He's exercising that authority in the home. So she realizes, she has the understanding, you know what, I need a man to check him and to show him how to be a man. There's women who think like that. So please don't group everybody in the same category. That's all.
So please, you got to listen, Thriving, because that's not what was said. I specifically said if they do not have a male model in their life. I specifically said that. That's the key. That's the key. It's the male.
You did say that, but the
Yeah.
others didn't. You did say that. I
Oh,
heard
okay.
you. I heard
And
you. Yeah.
also,
yeah, I don't think they're grouping everybody in the same category. I do think that you said it yourself that once they reach a certain age, probably after the age of, let's say, 8 to 10 years old, they need to go with their fathers. A woman will not be able to ever teach him how to be a man because the other lady said it best that she was never a man. So she's not able to give him that direction that he needs. A man actually needs both, right? We need that divine feminine and that divine masculine energy to be like well-rounded individuals. In order for that to happen, if you have this super masculine dude, he ain't gonna do nothing but go around and beat up on the woman. He don't understand that. Or if she comes to him with some sort of emotion, he won't know how to handle that. He's gonna handle that aggressively. But if he has both sides, the teaching from his mother, whether she a single parent or not, or the teaching from his father, he can handle that respectfully. There are some single mothers out of circumstance, and there are married single mothers. There are some men that do nothing for kids, and they're inside of a marriage as well. So it's like accountability on both parts. But yeah, that's it.
It's on me, boss man.
Yep.
Oh nah, just by listening to y'all and stuff like that though, the ways that how I ain't gonna say everybody, I say me. I be changing the way I be thinking. It's not always like that. I just like to ask questions and get other people input though. You know what I'm saying? Though I do a lot of listening though. I might kiki or whatever, but y'all make strong valid points. Women got a certain way of feeling with the money issue. They want to be taken care of. Woo, woo. The only thing I have a problem is when they say we don't need each other. I ain't on that. Men need women, women need men. I don't believe in that separating. And we can make it together but by ourselves, I don't believe in that. I believe we supposed to be together and link up. I believe if I am going through something or a woman need to heal, who's gonna help her heal? A brother gonna walk that walk with her, hold her hand, and accommodate each other. That's what we here for. I don't like the being by ourselves and stuff. I don't think that's never the answer. I know we need help. I know we need answers, but being by ourselves, being independent, that ain't the answer. And I hear that from a lot of my people, and I always tell them, stop with all this by ourselves type stuff, bro. We're not gonna win. They separating us. Stop being slow. We is a force together. That's all I'm saying. Let's link back up and be what we supposed to be at. Though I understand we might have differences, but not being with each other or not, seeing somewhere eye to eye, that's the bad thing about it. That's all I'm saying.
That's all. Yeah, I think that's like, I think that's a big fact. Like I've been a marriage therapist for like almost 10 years now. And like one of the biggest things when it comes to marriage is they separate over money an awful lot, but they forget the purpose of the marriage. The purpose of the marriage is to build. I myself have been through 2 separate marriages. I've married twice. Rather, the first one when I was young, I didn't understand the purpose of a marriage. I didn't understand my purpose as a man and my role in the marriage. The second one, I still didn't understand it just quite yet. Like I just didn't get what's the purpose. If you're together for 10 plus years and you have nothing to show for it and you're still in the same predicament and you both are still living paycheck to paycheck, there's something missing. And then when you step into a therapist's office and they're saying, well, I'm putting my money in the bank account and you're putting your money in the bank account, but you're spending this and you're spending that. There's no communication. There's a slew of other issues outside of the money, but that's what they harp on because it's a singular event that they can just pick and choose to blame as the cause. Like, so I just think that when it comes to money, you can't separate the two. When it comes to love and money, you really can't separate the two. If you love that person, you guys are going to sit down and have an open dialogue about what your goals are, what you expect out of each other. What can we do to build each other up? If he's low, you're going to build him up. If she's low, you're going to build her up. Because at some point, somebody's going to fall off. You're not going to always be 100%. It's going to be 50, 100. It's going to be 90, 50. It's going to be 80, 90. It's going to be something of the difference. But one person will not always be 100%. And so I think that once we come together and just realize that once you get with your person, and a lot of the older gentlemen, like I forgot his name, Byron, the one you've been with your wife for 30 years, that's commendable and respectable. Not everybody has found their person that they could be with for 30 years. And to be able to do that, that's great because you're speaking on behalf of your wife. Your wife has characteristics that a lot of other women don't have. So you respect that and you're just like, I'm with her and she has these characteristics. You can't say all women have it because they're not her. They're all individual people. So if you two decided to make it, that gives us hope in this other generation that we're in now and in our generation that we can kind of make it and get together. But I just don't think we should be separating the two. Like, I think they both matter because love is just an emotion and that shit's going to fade in 5 or 10 years. And then you're going to get into the commitment stage of the marriage. You're going to say, hey, once she reaches menopause and decides to hate men, and once you reach your old age, 60 or 70, and your ED start kicking in, she's not going to like that either. So at some point, all that stuff is that rose colored glasses is going to go out the window and you got to sit down and be with the person. And if you're financially stable, she won't feel like she's in survival mode. She won't feel like my bills can't get paid. I can't eat. I can't do anything else. You got to take her out that survival mode. So it's about roles, accountability, and we can't separate the two. All right. But thanks, guys. Thanks for having me anyway.
I think that the two can be separated, and I'm gonna be real, Alpha. I don't think that you really understand like what love
Your
is.
phone kind of low, Asaya. Like you kind of going in and out.
Can you hear me?
That's much better, I think.
Okay, I think maybe it's because my Bluetooth is on. I
Yeah,
just turned
it's
it
much
on.
better.
But I think that Alpha doesn't. Well, I won't pinpoint him out, but I think that people don't understand what love really means and is because you absolutely can separate the two. Love is an action. Love is patient. Love is kind. Love is literally how you treat someone every day. And if you don't have an understanding of that, you will never make it to the point of where you can't even, where you may be upset with this person, but but love is what keeps you there. Love is what keeps you treating them a certain way, even though you're upset. Love is a way that you move toward this person, and that if you don't have that basic um action down first, if you don't have that basic concept down first, I would argue that you're not going to succeed in a marriage because money or not, rich people get divorced every day. I see it all the time in the news where the next celebrity couple getting divorced because why? They were unhappy or whatever the case may be. So I think it comes down to how committed are you to this person? How committed are you to making this work? And also how much do you honor your vows in the first place? Because honestly, once you take them vows, it don't even really matter. You said till unalive do us part. But before you take that choice, and I'm gonna land here, before you take that choice of going down the aisle. Do you love this person enough to even do that for the rest of your life? Do you love this person enough to choose them every day, to do right by them regardless of how you feel? That is love.
I agree with you.
But
I think
do people on the panel actually believe that love grows over time? That love can grow and can change form over time? Yes or no?
Yes, I believe the more time you invest, the deeper the love would be.
Changes. We change. People change. A lot of things change.
absolutely. Yep. You can grow in and out of love. But to say that, I just want to speak to her point because to say that we don't know what love is, like I think that the reason why I said what I said, because there was a misunderstanding. I think that love is the basic foundation. It is an action word, but what also keeps people there is respect and common courtesy and decency, the stuff that you're already supposed to have. Once you're done with that action word of, showing that you love this person, because people say they love a lot of things, right? You love your cars, you might love your jobs, you might love this specific beach, Jamaica, Cancun. I love this, I love that. We throw love around immediately, right? But love is supposed to be everlasting. It all depends on what context you're looking at it. So if somebody throws a bullet at you, they decide to shoot you, will you jump in front of that bullet? That's the ultimate love. The reason why I say you can't separate the two, because you have to have love in order to spend your money on this person, to invest your money, just like you invest your time and your energy. You have to have something there. It has to be love, have to be some sort of respect. So that's the foundation of it. Yes. So they kind of go hand in hand.
I disagree because a man don't gotta love you to spend his money on you. Men will literally fuck off on women with no problem, especially if they
But no,
got
but
it. They don't.
the type of man that you're talking about is a little bit different. You're talking about a trick.
No.
You're
But
talking
Thank
about
you
a
you.
just
trick.
hold on, Alpha. But you just said that you gotta have love in order to invest. Be willing to invest
Yeah.
money in a person.
Think about the
Maybe.
context though.
Hold
I'm
on,
talking about in context.
hold on, Alpha.
Okay. Go ahead.
Let me say what I gotta say. Because you made that statement that that in order that you gotta have love first in order to invest money. That was a statement that you made. Maybe for women, that may be the case. Maybe I can maybe concede to that. We definitely gotta like you, or maybe even love you to spend some money on you. Most women, I would say, move that way. But men, they do not move that way. Men have no connection from their love and their money. There is. We have plenty of men here that can. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. But to what I understand, men's pockets don't are not attached to their heart. They're completely two different on two
I
different
ain't, I
levels.
ain't agreeing with that one, but I hear you.
Okay. So, okay. I'll let you speak, but I'm talking about in context. Like in context, we were talking about love, marriage. We're not talking about tricks, right? So if we were to talk about tricks, I would easily say that same thing. A man can throw a bag at a woman and fly her out to get her to come out to do that. Fine. That's a different context than what I was speaking of. I'm speaking of a man who actually loves his wife and a man who is into marriage. If you are with a woman for marriage, that foundation have to be there for that man to start spending money. If he's leading with the money, he is not in the marriage for love. He's not in the dating you for love. It's just not it if he's leading with money. So I'm just speaking of that in context. There is a relationship in between it. Just because you probably don't see it, but there is a relationship in between there. If I'm coming straight at you with a bag, I like, hey, look, whatever my little therapist money is, I am going to bring you out. I'm gonna bring you a part of it. I'm gonna start leading with that every day. Oh, you're gonna think I'm just spending on you because I care about you. That's not the fact. I'm spending on you just to get what I want, and then I'm gonna stop spending on you. But
You're wrong
Fact.
because
Good point. Great point.
your initial statement was your money the love in order to invest money.
yes, in
What
context.
you
My
okay?
statement still
Okay.
stands in context. The context,
No, you're
like,
moving
do
the
you understand what the
goalpost.
context is though? Like,
I heard the conversation. You're saying context, but you still said
yes.
what you said. The stream of logic still remains. You said that there has to be starting point of love in order for a person to invest their money. So I'm assuming you're talking
Okay.
about men and women because you didn't specify either or.
Okay. So I
So if
think we'll
that's
just
the
ignore
case,
the context and just focus on that statement.
there
That's what you're doing.
the context of what the whole conversation is what matters more, money or love. So I'm confused. That's what other context do I need?
Okay, well then just say you're confused. Like we're speaking
No,
on content. If you're confused, you're
you're
confused.
confusing me as you're
I'm not
trying to move the
confused.
goalpost. You're confusing me
Okay.
as you're trying to move the goalpost because you're saying I need
Okay.
context, but the context is I got the context. It still doesn't.
Okay.
You still contradicted yourself. I'm sorry.
Can
Okay.
I
I'm
say
gonna,
You're right.
this
I'm,
real
I'm
quick?
gonna break
Is,
this up and
is,
say,
Yeah.
ask you all something. I need to ask you all something, okay? And I'm probably might have to get going. My question to you all: has any of you been hungry, no food, no water for a few days? Let's say 3 to 4 days a week without fasting. Just you don't, Has any of you experienced hunger for at least a week? Any of you?
No, I wish I had, then maybe I
Can
wouldn't
you
be a
explain?
victim.
Okay, so let me just tell you something. When you look at your baby's face and they're hungry and you have nothing to feed them, love is not going to feed them. Okay? When we're talking about marriage and producing children, leaving future legacy, future generations, you are going to need money. You're going to need money.
Nobody
Who
said
said you didn't?
The way you guys are talking are really kind of putting the value of money down as if it's not necessary. That at least that's how I'm understanding it. Am I the
I
only
keep
one?
telling
Can
you, no
somebody
one
help
said
me?
it's not necessary. We're saying that we want to be loved, and that's primary for us, and the money will come. That's what we're saying. We're
It's
going to
not
can I
work
say
for the
necessary.
something
money
to you
together.
guys?
We're going to
Can
be
I say
working
something?
together as a couple to ensure that we are on point to be where we need to be as far as the money is concerned. That is what we're saying. We're not saying that you can live without money. None of us are saying that. We're just not going around looking for a man who has money. It has to be more to him than just money.
Can I say something, guys?
Can I
Go ahead,
just say
Brian.
this?
And then let
Okay.
me go ahead, Miss. Let me
All right.
finish. We let
Well,
Miss
well, look.
Linda, then we let Brian.
What I was gonna say is that if you would re-listen or replay what Miss Galinda said, that's what it's about. They got together and they was committed. She said he didn't have the money like he could or should, but they was committed and they stayed together. He came up, he fell down, he
He
got
was
back on the
there.
horse, and they're doing good. Because if a man love you, he's going to do whatever he needs to do. It ain't gonna be no hungry babies and no food in the house. But I just think I'm really impressed with Miss Galinda thing because respectfully, she's younger and she done been married 20 plus years with her dude. And she explained that he didn't have it, but they was committed. He came up, they was committed. The thing got funky, they stayed committed. And he got back up. Now see, that's love.
That's
That's
right.
love.
So here's the thing. I'm gonna share a little story about myself. When I met my husband, right, he was the main provider. I worked too, but he was the main provider. Downward in our marriage, we found out he had cancer, and he couldn't work for 2.5 years. So then I had to figure. We had big bills, and I had to figure out how to come up with the shortfall. I did not leave him. I did not abandon him. I figured it out up until the time he went to heaven. Okay. So to say that we want that stability of money does not necessarily mean that we are going to abandon the man when he's down. It simply means that I knew my husband when I met him that he was already a provider and a protector. He had the skill sets needed, the mindset needed to provide for a wife and children. When he couldn't, I wasn't going to fault him for that because of an illness. So these are two separate things. In the beginning, we have to be sure, especially if we're going to have children, that the man is able to provide for us and to protect us. Now, the situations where the woman is a provider, right, and the man stays at home, those are very rare, but they do happen. Nevertheless, that provision is crucial for future children. What is it that I'm saying is not clicking?
Thriving, what don't you understand? Why can't you understand
Crazy
that
work.
money is not the number one priority? We're just saying love should be the number one priority, not
I know.
money. We're not saying it doesn't matter. It does matter. You don't got to be rich, but it does matter. Why don't you understand that love is more important than money? And I'm really asking.
And yet love grows over time. Okay, that's why I gave you guys, hang on, scroller, hang on. That's why I gave you guys the stats between marriages that fail. The arranged marriages fail at 4%. Most of the time the couples don't know each other. The parents do the arranging. The love-based marriages fail first time at 40%, second marriages at 60%. Explain that to me then. If love is really working, why are these marriages failing?
Thriving, I think you have to
Arrange,
do what's best for
but
you
what
at
does
the end of the day.
arrange?
If it works
Okay.
for you to be in a situation where money is more important, I don't think anyone on the panel was telling you not to do that. I think for us on the panel, the women who've spoken, we just prefer the love. That doesn't mean you wanting money is wrong. It just means that's what we prefer. And I think you're trying to understand our preference. We all have different preferences. You're not going to necessarily understand them, and you're not going to necessarily agree with them. And that's okay. We're okay with you choosing money. That's your
No,
choice.
let
If
me
that
let me
makes
ask
you
a question then. What is love? Any of you give me a definition of love? What is love?
Selflessness.
Linda done
In
gave it.
one
Love
word,
is
selflessness.
Selflessness.
attachment.
Oh, I love that, Linda.
One
And,
word,
and also
selflessness.
thriving. I actually have a quick question for you, if that's okay. What does arranged marriages have to do with money? Could you elaborate?
So, yeah, I explain it to you. So, arranged marriages, usually what happens is the families get together and they determine if these two should get married. And part of the vetting process is the financial stability for the husband to be able to take care of a children and the wife. That's the biggest part of it. And usually this is measured by some cultures, how much dowry, he does give to the family as a gift for their daughter. So finances, even if you go historically speaking, families would not let you marry somebody who was broke. People who were broke, men who were broke, couldn't really get married and have kids. So finances have a big part to play because, again, you are taking care of the needs of people who are dependent to you, aka your wife and your children. So I don't understand how is love going to pay your bills, and some of you say, oh, the money will come. How? If a man does not have a track record showing that he can consistently hold a job, for example, he can consistently pay bills, he can consistently invest, he doesn't have the aptitude to go through struggle and use critical thinking skills, problem solving skills, how are you going to believe that somehow in the future magically he's going to provide for you?
I think it's
How
a
does that
cultural
work?
The
difference. I
same way
think
you have to
it's a
build your
cultural
track
difference.
record.
It is. It
It's a
is.
cultural
Yeah, yeah,
You're
yeah.
not understanding us because it's a cultural difference.
Yeah.
Well, and also I want to understand why does marrying for love what insinuates that the requirement that he's not required to be stable? Like what insinuates that there's no requirement for him to be financially stable and take care of a home because she's marrying for love? Where's that insinuation at?
Have not talked about it, right? We have not talked about.
Well,
We're
I'm
just
asking
kind
you
of
because you're
what
the
the
one making
hang
that
on, Isaiah.
decision.
The prompt is making it so we kind of have to lean towards one over the other, right? That's kind of what the prompt is insinuating. So if we're talking that, hey, love is important to me, but I'm still gonna vet this man to make sure he has the character to be a provider and a protector, I have no problem with that, right? But my issue, what I'm feeling like, I feel like these conversations are kind of leading us to where we have to pick one. And usually that's how these topics go. And if that's the case, my points stand.
Galinda, would you
I
speak
want to
on it,
speak
please?
on the
Galinda.
arranged
We
marriage.
chose love.
And I do want to speak on the arranged marriage because my in-laws they were an arranged marriage, and I'm very familiar with other cultures because my husband is not an American. So I will say this, a lot of people will stay married in other cultures because they don't want to bring shame to their family. They will stay in abusive relationships because sometimes they can't pay the dowry back. So just for the sake of saying that they stay married does not mean that it is a better marriage. Some people have the ability to exit a marriage that they are not happy in, so they choose to do so. But again, if money is that important, people will stay in unsafe situations. They will allow abuse and everything else towards themselves, towards their children, because bills are being paid. So there are some women that will walk away from a marriage and will risk starving them and their children for the sake of safety. Since you use that as an example. And then there are some women that will stay and will allow things to happen
Okay,
because
again,
because
we
money is
we
that important to them.
we're missing a point here. My
No,
my
I,
compare.
I, I am rebuttaling the point that you
Okay,
made.
let me rebuttal back. If since you used the word rebuttal, I will rebuttal back. What I'm trying to point out is the correlation between money and love, and try to show what would be the most important in the scenario. When I'm using the arranged marriages, I'm talking about the vetting process that takes place. As if we're talking about that the end goal is marriage. Again, maybe people don't believe in marriage. Maybe people just want to be a couple. That's another. It would take us a different path. But if the premise is that we're leading to marriage, right? The pre-arranged marriages do the vetting based on finances and the ability for the husband to be able to take care of a wife and kids. The Western way, based on love, sometimes people will just even get engaged without parents knowing about it. The parents are barely ever involved. The vetting barely ever happens. Oh, I'm in love. Oh, I love you. Okay, will you marry me? Yes. And then, the family's like, oh, you have a fiance. You know what I'm saying? So the vetting for the financial piece is not there. And it's proven that those who do the vetting for the financial piece are lasting longer than those who don't. That's the correlation I'm trying to make.
Yeah, but they're right though. I think that that's a big cultural difference because like over here you'll find I sometimes I use the word crackheads, so don't tear me up for that, but you'll find two crackheads madly in love and they've been in love for 30, 40 years. They've been together, no money, only enough money to shoot up their drugs. But you're
Smugs,
saying,
you gotta use
huh?
TikTok language. You can't say
Oh,
the
sorry
D
about
word.
that. My bad. But because I'm not used to being on TikTok, but my bad. But you're saying with the arranged marriages, like I do get that, but in the Western culture, they do vet. There is a vetting process. I think Asia was right, even though she disagreed with. She said I contradicted myself. She's still right as well. As a man, you admit things like that. Like they're still the same thing. Love is a foundation. During the course of the courting process, you're going to ask, hey, is this guy financially stable? Is
Yep.
this girl financially stable? Is he or she a cheater? Is he or she an abuser? This, that, and the third. This is where the vetting process happened. It doesn't happen because somebody else said that. So essentially, that's why I said you can't separate it, because you're still choosing money. It's the same thing. Hey, do you have enough to support me and my kids if I have kids? If not, you don't have enough to support me and your household, or you can barely take care of yourself. Okay, me and you cannot date then. So it's kind of the same process. You want to choose money, you can, but you'll meet the type of people that will give you the money that you chose. I give you that money, but if I do anything, you have to think about their character. You're not even mentioning their character. You're saying they have money. All right, bet. I'm gonna toss you some money, but you're gonna leave me alone after that. That's it. I'm gonna
I
marry
don't
you. I'm
think.
gonna give you the money and protect you, but if
Yeah.
that's what you're going for, you're missing core values. Like men offer things other than just money. We offer stability, we offer foundation, we offer some sort of leadership, we offer structure and integrity. To other words, with stuff that there is no structure. A woman might be very good at the details. A man might be very good at making those details come to fruition. So it's not just that the money. And the other lady was right. Like love grows over time. So you're saying you get with him for the money. You don't love him initially. You don't even know this man to love him. You don't know his character. You don't know his thing because they put you together. Over time, you build it, and then it comes, and then you can say, okay, now I actually love him. It doesn't happen like that over here. We vet in the beginning, we vet fast, and we vet immediately. So it's like, hey, I'm with this person, I'm with them every day, I'm dating them, I see what I like, I see what I don't like, and I know this person ins and out. The reason why the
Yeah.
marriages fail is because you go too fast. It's you meet them, and then within, you don't really know a person until a few years. You have to see them in every part and every aspect of their life
No,
in
you
order to
can just
know
going off the
that you
real
need to be
facts.
married.
Alpha,
Yeah, I
no.
just a host. I wanted to point out there's new people on the panel. I don't want to have the live. So
Okay, let's let the young lady, Miss Glenda, speak, and then we'll let Angelita for you speak, and then everybody else can chime in after that.
I made my point.
Okay. You ready, Miss? And we appreciate you, Miss Glenda. We appreciate everybody in here giving insight. I learned that it's okay for people to disagree because if you're willing to have a listening ear, open your mind, you learn from that. So I like the conversation that you guys have. Miss Angelita, for you, you want to speak?
Yes, of course.
And then after Miss
Um,
Angelita, we'd like to hear Brian. Go ahead.
so I've been listening in for a minute before I decided to go ahead and join the panel. And I do agree with a lot of what Thriving That Last is saying. And for Alpha, who just mentioned that she didn't speak about character, she directly did speak about character, the character of a man, and what it means to financially provide. I know we're talking a lot about different cultures, but in the Western culture, they don't vet enough, which is a reason why the divorce rates are so high. And so when she was speaking about arranged marriage, in arranged marriages, there is a very extensive vetting process, which contributes to the very low divorce rates that she is speaking about. So I completely agree with you, Thriving at Last. I thank you for bringing some enlightenment to these conversations because we're talking about, does money matter more than love? And I know a lot of people on here are advocating for love, but don't nobody want no broke man. All women talk about all day long is they want financially stable. They want men that are alpha men. They want men who are providers. They want men who are protectors. So many men, so many women talk about the top 1% of men, or they don't want the men that make less money than them, or they need to be equally yoked as far as financial stability. I hear this a lot in the Western culture. So I'm not sure where, all I don't know. I don't understand why a lot of people on the panel is not able to discuss this in transparency. But that's all I hear in the Western culture about how much money matters. That's all a lot of people talk about.
How's
So
it working for those women though?
while I do think that love
If
matters,
they're
I
doing the
also
work.
think that financial stability is very important. But I do understand what you're saying, Thriving at Last.
So and
I
Janita,
was starting to think I'm losing my mind here because I just don't understand the vetting process. Sure, you can love someone and still vet them to make sure they're going to provide and protect you. There's nothing wrong with that. And by the way, just because somebody can provide and protect you doesn't mean they have to be a millionaire. That's another point I haven't made. Somebody can easily provide and protect you, with a hundred, less than 100,000, depending on where you live. I said that earlier. Check out your cost of living and where you want to live, where you're gonna put your family. So yeah, some people who make 50K can actually manage that money better and do investments and drive the same car for maybe 20 years, live in the same house for 20 years, build equity in that house, have their 401K in their job for that 20 years, and be financially stable and responsible. That's what I'm saying.
Glenda, you were trying to say something.
Oh, I was just saying that I don't think anyone on the panel ever said that money was not important. I don't think I heard that from one single person that was up here. But
Well, I want to bring up the fact that the divorce rates are continued to be used as evidence for the arranged marriages, and I think that the divorce rate has less to do with whether they're arranged or not, and more to do with
Saya,
the
it's hard
encouragement
to hear you.
of.
It is
Yeah,
hard.
Asaya, your phone kind of like you're underwater.
Yeah, is it still the same? Is it still sound the same?
It's a little better.
Okay. I keep laying. I keep. Well, never mind. But the divorce rate, I think that has less to do with whether the marriages are arranged or not, but more so to do with the feminism. And that's just the simplest word I can use to describe what I'm saying. And I say that because in the West, women are encouraged to leave their marriages if they're not happy and put themselves first. And if they feel like they don't want to stay married, that they don't have to. Women are encouraged to divorce here in the West. So I think that's why we have more divorce rates because there was a point in time where the divorce rates were not so high and people were still picking and choosing their own husbands and wives and they were doing it for love, especially black men and women back in the day. They were definitely doing it for love. It wasn't for money because none of them had money. Not to the degree that we may have now or whatever the case may be. I would argue they were definitely doing it for love. I think that the arranged marriage can be cool from what I'm hearing, but that's just not an option for Americans. It's just not. That's not our culture that we have. And even if Americans were to have arranged marriages, the women would still be divorcing just as much because they have that right and they are encouraged to over here in the West. So I think it's more so people need to understand and prioritize what gets results. And as far as here in the West, marrying for money is just not going to get you results, especially when you look around and see, like you just said, thriving. Most people are living paycheck to paycheck. How are we going to marry for money and most people don't have it? It doesn't make sense. All we got left is love.
And
I
I would
think.
think that if
Mhm.
if we were marrying strictly for money, like a lot of people would be getting divorced because you'll just jump to the next person that has more money than the person you're with. And then when you find somebody else that got more money than that one, you're gonna jump because it's all about money. Like there wouldn't be community of love.
And
I
I
don't
would
think
say
she ever
one more
said
time.
marry for money.
I've
I didn't
never
hear
said
that.
that. I
Oh,
don't know how you
I
guys get
didn't hear
that.
that part.
I heard the fact that money is
She
more
said that
important
that's
than
where
love.
Did you not
That
hear her explain arranged marriages? That was her point of explaining about arranged marriages that they marry for money. They
you
if he,
you
they
just
only
oh
allow
yeah.
they
Sorry.
only
They
allow
vet the
twice.
family to
So
make
that's
sure
what she
that they're
was saying.
financially stable. Arranged marriages is very similar to
It
vetting. So
oh
in the
it's okay.
arranged
It's for
marriage, in
money,
the
not for
arranged
love.
marriage process, they're looking at family history. They're looking at financial stability. They're looking at all of the things that will benefit each other, that spouse, so that they can try to ensure that that marriage will be sustainable.
It's
So when we
still
talk
marrying
about
for
the
money,
vetting
however you
process,
word
we
it.
don't have a good vetting process here. We don't look at family dynamics. We don't look at family history. We don't look at a lot of those things, which is why the marriage failed. What we believe in is we see something in that man or woman. We believe that they can do well, even though we don't see it with our natural eye. We marriage based upon what we think and based upon that love. But is love truly enough to sustain these marriages? It's not. I know plenty of people who is madly in love, still in love, and they're divorced. We can't say the same thing about the culture that she's speaking of.
So why is it that the YT culture, they don't do arranged marriages and they have a lot lower divorce rate than we do?
Do we know that they don't do
They got
arranged
married and that's
marriages? I
serious.
stay in a predominantly white community. My kids are the only black children in their class. All of them do a very strong vetting process that is very similar to arranged marriages. All of them do.
Never heard of it, and I grew up in an all YT community. Never heard of it. Never.
Yep.
And
Only
let's
thing
be
we got to
honest.
do is have a conversation.
If we were doing
Never heard of it.
if we were
YT people
doing
are not arranging marriages.
but if we were doing arranged marriages
What
in the
I
West,
said was that they are
most
doing a
women,
very strong
if
vetting
we were
process
doing,
that's similar to arranged
if
marriages. That's what I said.
okay, if we were doing arranged marriages in the West, most women would not be able to get a husband. It's just period point blank. So we better hope and
Why
pray
not?
men
Why you
still
think
want to
that?
marry us for
Can
love
can I just
because
say
most
this?
women wouldn't even get snatched up. Most women have nothing to offer to a man for his money and financial stability. They don't have the things to offer that he wants. They're not virgins. They
Like
they
what?
they're not childless. They're
What are
not
those
still youthful.
things?
So their arranged marriage wouldn't even be an option because women don't even have their end of the bargain to hold up in the first place. So if anything, we need to be focusing on marrying for love because that's the best shot that we got. But and women have this mindset that they want to marry for money. They don't want these 50K men either. They want six figures or less. When these women who are talking about marrying for money, they want six figures or less. You better be able to take them on a couple trips. You better be able to buy them a couple bags. You better be able to pay their bills. They're not going 50-50. There's bad deals. Period.
Well, most of the time, I'm gonna be done with this.
And I agree with her. I agree with her.
As far as comparing the culture of prearranged marriages to what we got in America, that's futile. But I learned to respect other people's opinions and not continuously debate them or try to batter my point in over their point. You know, the bottom line is, if you listen to Mrs. Galinda's story, that neutralizes everything. You know, you make a decision, y'all be committed to each other, y'all build together, and you got it. You could twist it any type of way you want. This America, our culture is not arranged marriages, period. It's not going to be. And I live in a predominantly white tea community. And trust me when I say, probably half the people in my community, that is them, they can't stand each other, but they stay together because they don't want to go through the complications of divorce and dividing assets. Now that's a reality.
Sounds arranged to me. That sounds very similar to arranged.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that no, it's not arranged. They got together, it didn't work, but they stay together because they don't want to go through the divorce stuff. Now that's what I see in this community. I ain't always lived in a community like this. You know, so I lived in a community where 30 to 40,000 will put you well. Now this community, God has tremendously blessed me. 80 to 100 may sustain me. But amongst these people, what I see, and you go around and you meet them on like the neighborhood cookouts and garage sales and stuff, no, they stay together because they don't want to go through divorce. You know, it's not that their rate is higher than their divorce rate is lower than ours. It's because they're not divorcing for financial and economic situations. You know, now
That
that's a
sounds very
reality.
similar to that arranged marriage process, though.
That's not arranged. Arranged marriage is when you sit down and the families get
I didn't say
together
it was
and
arranged. I said it sounds very similar. It sounds
okay.
very similar. Their vetting process sounds very similar to the
No, I didn't
arranged
say nothing
marriage
about that.
that she's
No,
talking
no,
about.
no. May I finish, please? And I'll be done. Okay. What I see out here is these folks get together, whether they in love or lust, they get together, they marry, and when things go south, they physically stay together because of
Financial
repercussions.
stability. Isn't that what you just said?
No, can I finish, please?
That's what you
Because
just
it's
said,
like
but you could go
no,
ahead and
no, but this is my
finish.
fourth time trying to say it, and I don't overtalk you, and I've not overtalked anyone. So let me say this, and I'll be done. Now, what I see in my experience out here with these people, they got together, they married, have kids, whether they love, lust, or whatever. They together, they married. They don't want each other no more, but they stay in the same house because they don't want to have to divide their finances. Ain't nobody saying nothing about no
Right.
family vetting and all that. Let's not confuse it or twist it. That's what I'm saying. And I've learned to respect what other people say and don't combat it. Don't try to break it down. Just accept it. I respect what you say. I'm not going to try to twist you up and make you and listen to every one of your words and try to make you sound contradictory. That's what I'm saying. That's that. I land my plane respectfully.
Couldn't have a conversation that way. And me personally, if I hear something that I feel like it's wrong,
That's
it's
almost
wrong
You
again.
sound like you underwater.
And somebody else could go ahead. Hold on.
Sounded better right there.
On better for sec. Come back.
Oh, okay, my bad. I was just saying that that's no fun in conversation if people don't bounce their ideas off of each other. And at the end of the day, somebody has to be wrong. I mean, if two people are saying two completely different things, both can't be true. I know people say they're saying two things can be true at a time, but for most things, no. Only one thing can be true. And I think at some point we have to be willing to challenge each other's logic to get down to what the truth is. That's just
Your
me.
truth and my truth may not be the same thing. That's what I'm saying. But I respect your truth. Like what you just said, I respect it. I'm not going to try to tear it down. I respect it. I understand it. I honor you. And I'm not going to try to make you into a liar or an idiot and keep pounding my point. That's what I'm saying. Does that make sense?
Well, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I feel like you're just gonna. I disagree because I think there's one truth, and I don't respect everybody's opinion. I'll let people have their opinion, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna admire it or hold it in high regard, especially if I feel like it's wrong. You
Okay, and
know,
we good now. We good. There it
so I mean,
is.
yeah.
We good.
I just don't think that there's a one size fit all for every situation. And again,
Thank you.
even dealing with cultural differences, um, we're different because there is a different mindset. There are different, things that are being taught. There are different things that are accepted. That works for that culture. There are some, at the end of the day, even arranged marriages are not foolproof. There are women in arranged marriages that are going through hell and hot water with that man. They would bring shame to their family if they were to go back to their mother and father's house. They're not welcome back in some cultures. And after that dowry is paid, God forbid that that family cannot pay the dowry back to get their child back. It happens. And again, I'm very familiar with it. So it's not a foolproof, system here in the Western culture or in any other culture. At the end of the day, every human is imperfect. And everybody is going to do what works for them. Who am I to say that what you're doing in your household and in your culture is wrong? It works for you. You've been a sustained society for God knows how long. That has been working for you guys in whatever facet that may look like. I don't have to agree with it to understand that it works for some people. Just like people don't have to understand that actually marrying for somebody for love makes sense to some of us. Our truth
I
is
think
our
that's
truth.
like some of the truest stuff that I've heard because especially when I forgot who it was that said it, but there was a couple of things when Byron said that. Well, I believe it's something that like when it comes to like the divorce rate, somebody said something about the divorce rate. That's what I did my master's thesis on, and I think a lot of it does have to. Oh, I think it was Aisha. I don't know how you say her name, but a lot of it does have to do with feminism. I'm sorry, my apologies. And a lot of it does have to do with feminism because there's money to be paid out with marriage and divorce. The government benefits from it all. All we get is benefits from that piece of paper that happens. But when we get divorced, in our society, the system is not really geared towards men benefiting from that whatsoever. During a divorce, if you have any sort of influence or financial income of substance, a woman will get half of that. She'll get half of your retirement, half of your pension. If you guys have kids, and the woman is a stable woman in life, the kids will automatically go to the woman for the first few years, and then you guys have to do something. So more than likely, the guy will be on child support. If she can't really afford to take care of herself, then you have alimony. So there's a very beneficial part to that. The feminism movement wasn't originally for African Americans. It was for the YT community. So when it came over here, we start breaking up households. Daddy start leaving, and when they just start leaving with the mom becomes bitter, thinking she can do everything else. Then it's a whole rabbit hole where we just went downhill. I think she's absolutely right when it comes to certain things. Love is very important when it comes to marriage, but also money. You can't choose one without the other. Miss Oreo said it best. Like they met, she built with that person. They succeeded in that. She loved him in the beginning. They finally got the finances together, and then they started to build. She didn't leave with money. Nobody left, and she realized if he didn't have it. But that was just my piece on that. But appreciate you, host, for having me on. I'm gonna stay in the comments for a minute, but I'm gonna go ahead and hop off.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you being here with your
No
insight.
problem. And all you guys are wisdom, man. Mr. Byron, I appreciate you and your wisdom. And you've been married for a long time. And Miss Oreo, I respect that. You have a lot of wisdom in that. And Miss Asia, even though she challenged me, I love that. That'll give me some more stuff to go research on. So I appreciate all y'all, man. Y'all have a good night.
Alpha, I just have to say this. Okay, you don't want to do arranged marriage, fine, but can you please date properly and make sure that man can support you and your kids? Please.
We don't support dating financially unstable people, period, man or woman. I think that we can all agree on that.
So Thriving, let me ask you this. I got married when I was 21. Again, I've been married for 24 years. If I was your daughter and I brought this man home and he does not have a track record because he's pretty much just as young as I am, so no, he's not making $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 or whatever 24 years ago. But I said he's a good man. He loves me. He respects me. We have no issues with him being faithful. He is not abusive in any other type of way. What would you tell me if I was your daughter?
I would want to know, how long you've known him to know all this about this young man. So I would ask you questions. How did you meet him? What do you know about him? Tell me about his family. I will have a conversation with you.
Okay.
Right? And from that conversation, I'll gauge to see if you really do know this man or not. How long have you been dating him?
3 months.
3 months is not enough.
But yet we've been married 24 years, and he gave me the option to be a stay-at-home mother to our 3 kids.
And you are a unicorn, ma'am. You are a unicorn. Your situation does not apply to a lot of people.
I was just gonna say
we have to be realistic.
But also in arranged marriages, do these people know each other for a very long time? Because I do know some people in arranged marriage that didn't know their spouse.
So what happens is, at least where I'm from, okay, a little background. I'm from Rwanda. I've lived in America close to 28 years. So I have both perspective, okay? So where I am from, usually we live in a town or a village, and people know each other very, very well, generations upon generations. And usually what happens is elders will be the ones negotiating on behalf for the family, right? So the oldest person you can see in that village who has that history, who has that knowledge, will conduct those mediations, right? So yeah, they do know each other for a long time. But I do understand in the West it's not realistic, right? Because, it's a busy lifestyle and it's different. But you can really still vet somebody very well. You can meet their family before you sleep with them, right? Before you get pair bonded with them. You can pull up the background checks. Everybody knows how to do background checks these days. You should be able to know their criminal history. You can, look at their resume, right? And see what they've worked and see their skill set. You can go to their house and see how they live in their house. Are they slab? Do they keep their things organized and clean? I mean, there's a lot of things you can do to really have an idea. Now, people change up later on, and those situations happen. But you can do your due diligence before you give this person children, right?
Mm-hmm. I completely agree. I completely agree. I think that you can find all of that out over a span of 5 years if you choose to, in a month if you choose to, a year. I mean, does it take that long to know if someone came from a 2-parent household, if they've worked before, if they have ambition, if they're educated, if they don't have children elsewhere? How long is the vetting process in Rwanda?
It doesn't take that long, but sometimes, like I live here in the States, so sometimes you just have to observe from what people say and what they do. For example, how do they treat their parents? The people that they grew up, who raised them or they grew up around, how did they treat them? I can tell you right now, half of the men on this app do not qualify to be husbands because they're talking about the sisters they grew up with, the cousins they grew up with, the friends they grew up with in the worst manner of ways. In my book, that's inappropriate. I cannot trust someone who slanders their own people that they grew up around and with to be a good husband to me. No way, no how.
So how long is the
Wow.
vetting process in Rwanda? When you go to the elders, and they're deciding if they're going to allow this marriage.
It could go as fast or as long if the families don't agree or if there's a discrepancy of sort. The children are not involved, so the fiancés are not involved at all. Sometimes even the parents have very little say. It's the elders who are involved in that negotiation. Why? Because the mediation has to be unbiased, right?
How
So
long is what I'm asking.
it can take 3 months, it can take a year, it can take 2 years until they decide not to go forward.
Right. So you see what I'm saying? So when we in the Western culture do the vetting process and we say that it took 3 months to vet, that's crazy. That's completely absurd. But then in other cultures, when it's normal for that to happen in a 3-month process or so, then that's okay. So that's what I'm saying. I think that there's no one size fit all for everybody. And we try to put people into a box. If that's what works in Rwanda and people are vetted in a week, who cares if they are happy over there and that works for them? Who am I to say that that's wrong? Just like over here, if somebody does a vetting process in 3 months or 2 weeks and it works for them and it's been proven that it works for them, who cares?
I think
Thriving at
you're
last, I have a
misunderstanding
question.
me. Yes,
I have a
ma'am.
question for you, Thriving at last. So in the case that it is a short amount of time that that vetting process happens,
hmm
are those families that may have known each other before? Is that typical with complete stranger families for it to happen in a
So
very short
no,
amount of time? Okay.
no. So there's the vetting process, and then there is the negotiations. This is what people have to really be listening. And I know that it's hard to understand it and kind of process it because it's not your culture. I cannot penalize you for that. The vetting happens from years ago. You are little girls, right? Little girl, little boy, and somehow your mother says, "Hey, let's go visit so and so." And then you are walking to another village. In your mind, as a little girl, you're thinking, "I'm just gonna go visit, somebody," right?
What's the age
No,
of the little girl?
hang on. No, don't try to twist it. I know where you're
I'm
going
not.
with this.
I
Okay,
literally
hang
want to
on.
know.
Hang on. So I'm just saying, you are going to go and visit this family. They're already starting the vetting process then. Okay. Me and this little boy were thinking we're just playing. I don't know it's my future husband.
As a
Does
little
that make
girl,
sense?
as a little girl, you
Don't
started.
don't twist it. I'm
I'm not
saying
twisting anything you
the
said as a
parent.
little
I
girl.
usually when I talk about this, people really want to switch it to be something it's not. What I'm
It's
saying
normal
is,
in other cultures. My
hang on.
mother-in-law was
No,
married at
no, no,
12.
no. Don't twist
He
what
was
I'm
married at
saying.
what?
At
Okay.
12.
Oh gosh.
That
No,
is not
no,
what I'm
no.
saying. Why are you guys twisting what I'm saying?
I
It's
didn't
not.
twist anything.
I
You
I
said
have not
a little
finished talking. You are
girl.
still
You said a
okay.
little girl, and we just asked what's the age.
I
And then you said,
said,
we're twisting what you're
hang
saying.
on, hang on. I said, okay, you guys need to mute right now, mute, please. I said, as a little girl, my mom will come to me, for example, and say, hey, we're going to go visit so and so. I'm not saying I'm going to get married as a little girl. I've never
Nobody
said
said
that.
that.
Okay? But you're insinuating it.
No, I
No.
didn't. I
So what I'm
understand
saying,
arranged marriage. I
so,
understand it. So I'm not
okay.
ignorant to it. I'm simply asking while you're explaining your culture, at what age as a little girl are you referring to? That's it. If it's 5, it's 5. If it's 7, it's 7. I'm simply asking. You're explaining my
Age.
culture.
I'm just giving you a scenario, a random scenario where you're a little girl, right? You haven't really connected marriage. You don't really understand what marriage is, or even thinking about marriage. And you go to visit a family. In your mind, as a little girl and this little boy, you are just playing, just like children. But that vetting start. Angelita asked me, when does that start? That vetting starts at a very young age. Now the negotiations I'm
What
referring to.
age? You won't tell us
Negotiate
the
what? What
age.
are you negotiating? Oh, guys, just let her finish because
No,
the
she won't
age
tell
is
us the
what are
age.
you
We just asked what
negotiating?
age. That's it.
I don't think there's a
What age
specific
does
What
it
are you
There's
matter?
They don't
not a
want to tell
Age
you
specific
the
doesn't
age. That's
age,
why.
matter.
guys.
She don't want to
There's
tell us,
no, not
Skrilla.
a,
She
What
I'm
are
don't
you
want
just
to tell us.
saying.
negotiating?
Nah,
Age
because
does
it's a
not
young
matter.
age. That's why.
Yeah.
What I'm talking about, the age doesn't matter. She's not
Girl, you
saying.
sound stupid.
I'm
You
just,
sound
What am
I'm
I
dumb.
talking
just,
about?
I'm just
And girl, I
explaining
beat
a
you the fuck up.
process, you
Oh, wait a
guys.
minute.
If
We
you
not
guys don't
doing
want
this
to hear
Whoa.
spectrum.
me, then I will
We
just,
not we
I
not
will
Cause
doing it
just
this
let it
it's
go.
spectrum.
you about to piss me off.
Not
And
doing
maybe I
it
need to get off this
respectful.
panel.
Y'all
But
are
Why?
being
girl,
weird.
not so much.
Y'all are being weird, and I'm sorry. I'm not gonna
And
let
you are
y'all
being weird.
come at Divinely. I wasn't talking to you. I'm talking about the continuously asking of what age. That doesn't matter. She's not saying to be married at a young age. She's just saying that the parents are already planning these kids' futures when they do become of age. That
She
is
said the vetting process, and for me, I'm
the
not vetting
same
for my
as.
5-year-old or
But
my
we're not talking
10-year-old to
about
get
you,
married,
though.
and I
Sweetie.
just
We're not
asked
talking
what
about
age. That's not
you.
weird. That's
It's a
not weird.
different culture.
And that's what we're trying to
What does
understand.
what does
That's
the
And
it.
I'm trying to tell you though,
what does the
if you
age
keep
have to
cutting
do
me
with
off, I
anything?
can't tell you. So if you want to hear what I have to say, then let me speak. If not, I don't have to say it. Honestly,
Now,
I
go ahead.
don't.
Just let's just try to let Thriving that land speak, and then if you guys want to interact and give some feedback on it, then you guys can. And we doing good, but sometimes it could get a little disrespectful. I'm allowing people to speak so people can see it's a certain level of ways you have to be when you're trying to communicate. And instead of somebody trying to be the bigger person, it get disrespectful. So it's okay. Go ahead, young lady, and then we'll let the other young lady speak. Because I appreciate
Right.
this conversation. It's a lot of
Right.
insight.
And
Go ahead.
yeah, and the reason I'm speaking to this again is because Anjanita asked me a question, right? So there's two processes that happens. The vetting and the negotiations are two different things. The vetting happens for probably 2 decades, 3 decades, give or take, right? The negotiations is what happens right before marriage, right? Again, verifying that these two families should be together, and the elders will mediate that to determine whether or not these two families should join in marriage. And that process can take 2 weeks, 3 months, 6 months. And if they can't reach an agreement, they will not get married, period. And that's it.
Have you landed?
And I have.
So what age can you get married?
Country's 18.
And when you said that as a little kid, you go and you're meeting this family because you're vetting them, right? You said the little girl thinks she's going to play with the little boy. What age do you start that? Oh, she muted it.
I know she did.
Yeah, sorry, I was talking. I
Oh,
didn't
I'm like, did
realize
you
I was
just
muted.
mute? What age do you start that?
There's no specific age in terms of, going to visit, this family, whatever. Again, as a little kid, you're not doing the negotiations or the vetting. Your parents are just meeting and talking and different things like that. But
Right,
you
but you
don't know
keep
anything
mentioning
about
little
it.
kid. You keep mentioning little kid. Is a
It
little
was a
kid a
It's not a
scenario.
5-year-old?
specific age. She doesn't
Hold
have a
on.
specific
Hold on.
age.
Exactly.
I'm
Like, what are
talking
we
to her.
doing here? That
Is
is
a little kid
irrelevant.
a 5-year-old? Is a little kid a 10-year-old or 13-year-old? When you
Thank you.
say little, that's what I'm just trying to understand.
Why
How
does it
early
matter?
does
Can
that
you explain
start?
why it matters? Can you explain to us
It seems like it
why that matters?
varies,
Because I'm
honestly.
asking a question. I could ask a question.
And it seems more like
Okay.
if the families
I'm
mesh
trying to
together.
understand the process. What does that?
It's up to the family as to when they decide to start talking about it, right? I could be 2, I could be 3, I could be 6, I could be 7, but I don't. Like I said, I don't know. The families are talking. The mothers and the fathers are talking about it. So
And
this whole vetting process starts at a very young age, but that's not when the little girls and boys get married.
They call me pick me. I'll say this from some of the arranged marriages that I'm aware of. The vetting process between families could start before children are even born. So they will have an agreement that if I have a daughter and you have a son, and we think that our families could be good together, we can grow together, then as soon as children are born, it's almost like play dates. And it has nothing to do like with, I guess, like the marriage per se at a young age. It's more so of the, I would say, how well the families just do together.
It's literally just pre-planning. That's it for the kids.
But like I said, my mother-in-law was married when she was 12.
Damn.
And it was an arranged marriage. But that's normal in their culture.
How old was her husband?
A
Is
grown
this?
man.
Which country is this?
Oh man.
Which country?
Nigeria.
Yeah, I don't think they do that today.
They don't. But again, we're talking about my in-laws that, if they were still alive today, would probably be 80 years old, 90 years old.
But before we even got sidetracked, my point wasn't to say that, people here have to do what is being done here. What I was trying to correlate again was that, that vetting process ensures the financial piece of it, aka money, right? It's a big piece of it. And then I correlated that, that leads to lower marriage rate. And I know, Glenda, you kind of came back and said that in those cultures, sometimes, women can live in different situations. And that may be true, but that's not always the majority, right? But what I'm trying to say is the financial piece is important, especially if you're going to produce children. And earlier too, I don't know if how many of you were here, I was just saying how in America, the BLK community don't have wealth. $1,000 in net worth for women and $10,000 for net worth for men, that is not enough. That means if somebody passes away, you have to do a GoFundMe. If your husband or my husband, whatever passes away, you have to do a GoFundMe to even get him or her cremated. That's sad. So money is very crucial. I'm sorry?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that, what you said?
Which one? Which part? I said a lot.
Right before you said something about like if your spouse passes away, you have to start a GoFundMe. Like I think
right, because most people don't have assets. They don't have money, right? We're in a dire situation, right? Where we actually need to fix this quickly to try and get the next generation to do it right.
So Thriving,
that's what I'm saying. Go ahead.
How would
you back underwater?
Oh, my bad. Oh, darn, that's crazy. I don't know what it is.
That's better now.
Okay, it might be my finger over the little mic thingy, but my question to you, Thriving, is how would Americans, if they started to marry for money, how would that increase the wealth if most of them are already living the paycheck to paycheck?
Okay, first of all, stop saying marrying for money because that never came out of my mouth, okay? But let me just say this. The first thing we need to do is learn about how money works, okay? Every family should have a budget. You should know how much money is coming in and how much money is going out. The second thing we need to do is not get these credit card debts. Okay, these things are really, really dangerous. And the reason we get those is because we don't have savings.
But sorry to cut you off, Robin, but no, my question is, because firstly, when we're speaking of arranged marriages, it is marrying for money. There's just
no, it's not. You're misunderstanding it again.
So what is it marrying for? It's not money.
It's making sure. It is making sure there's stability. There's that your children. Right, it's gonna take money, but back.
It's marrying to keep money. I mean, if that's what it is, then that's okay. But that's what it is. Arranged marriages, the requirements that you need to meet are monetary. There may be some other things in there, but that's the number one requirement is monetary. That's what we
no stability. Stability meaning. Do you have? Hang on, just a second. No, you guys. This is where. Hang on, just a second. Stability means a lot of things. Does the husband have a home to put his wife in? Does you know what I'm saying? You need a place to live, right?
At the end of the day, okay. Well, we don't have. Okay, arranged marriage is marrying for money. That's what is being explained. Period.
You know what? If that's how you want to interpret it, that's fine. I will give you that point. That's fine. I'm not gonna argue because I don't like arguing.
Okay, so
Thriving, can
my
I try?
question. One
Yeah,
second. Oh,
go
okay.
ahead. Asaya, you underwater again, but you can try to land and then let AP go ahead.
Nice one. What's good,
And I'll
people?
make it. And I'll make it quick. Oh, AP, he was gonna let me ask my question real quick because it was for
Sorry, go on.
driving. My question was, if arranged marriages are marrying for money, how would that fix the impoverished situation that most Americans are in? If they started to have arranged marriages and base it off of money, how would that fix that issue?
I don't think she's gonna be able to
Okay.
answer that question because she never said that it was based off money.
No,
She said
Right.
stability.
And Janita, I'm asking thriving, not you, sweetheart. So I would
Got
love
it.
for thriving to
But
respond to what I'm
it
asking.
seems as if you
I
aren't
would love for
understanding
thriving.
what she's
I,
saying.
I
So
would
that's why
love
I'm
for
responding.
thriving to answer that question and
She
not
never said
Anjanita.
that they were marrying based upon
Anjanita, I'm
money.
not
She
speaking
said
to you,
financial
sweetie. We're
stability.
talking, ma'am. I'm talking to thriving. I know what she said. I've been here in the conversation longer than you.
Got it.
I know
So,
what
but
she
you
had
still
said.
missing the point.
I would
How are
like
you still
thriving
missing the
to.
point?
Are you going to speak for her, or can she speak for herself? I'm pretty
I
sure
can
she's
speak for.
more than enough capable. I'm sure she's more than capable to speak for herself.
Okay,
I'm sure she
I'll
doesn't
let you
need me to
answer
jump
the
in.
question
Can I
again,
jump
Thriving.
in?
I'm not
I
sure
might be
how
able to
you.
answer your
Not
question.
Yeah, I'm gonna. So, Isaiah, you're gonna perceive whatever you want to perceive. I'm not going to change your mind. But my points this whole time has been, listen, we have to get to a place where we have genuine conversation. I mean, it has to be to a point where it's not just to debate or to get, extra brownie points. We just have to be real at some point, okay? Stability, when this vetting place things are happening, a lot of things are considered. The even illnesses, if the family had diseases, sicknesses that could affect her and future kids, even where they live, right? All these kind of things, even the religious belief. If you're living with someone who don't share the same belief as you, it's not going to work. Okay, so stability means a whole lot, and provision and protection comes into the picture. That was my initial point when I answered the prompt. Okay, so in America, as somebody who's also lived here for almost 28 years, I would just say take a step back, get yourself in a better financial situation where you're at least taking care of your own needs, where you're at least paying for your apartment or house, your car, you have a decent job, you're taking care of your health. Like, is that really too much to ask? Be stable in your own life before you combine with somebody else. Would that be too much to ask?
That's fair.
Can I jump in now?
Go ahead, AP.
Okay, cool. What's good, people? I think the first misconception is that marriage is between two people. Between two people. Marriage is actually between two families. It's a contract normally between the father of the groom and the father of the bride. What the father of the bride does is say that, okay,
Hey,
I'm
can
giving
you
you my
tell us where you're
daughter.
from? Can you tell us where you're from?
Okay, I'm from the UK,
Okay.
but I'm from African descent.
Okay.
Yeah, so the father of the bride gives the father of the groom the daughter to go into his family. So they create a contract between themselves saying that, okay, it's your son's responsibility to look after her now. The dating is actually quite a new thing. It's I think it's less than 200 years old. Dating, or the original way people got together is courting. They would court each other, so they would still create a contract between the two families, and by doing that, they have a lower divorce rate because they're not just in the marriage for themselves, they're in it for their family. They have values like honor, like responsibility. They have values like self-sacrifice. These are the things that a marriage is based on. It's not just love. It's not just the butterfly feelings that you get in your stomach when you see a person, or anything like that. There's actual values that these things are based on. So that creates a stronger bond, which people used to go by, but we don't do that in these modern days. Also, normally what would happen is the father of the groom would give him the resources to be able to look after a family. So, for example, he would either create a room for his son and his wife in his house, or he would create a house for his son for when he gets married. Do you get it? That's why biblically, I'm going to say biblically, because a lot of us are raised on Judeo-Christian values. Biblically, the father of the groom is the one that decides when he's going to get married. He's the one that decides, okay, everything is ready now. You can go bring your wife, and then she can enter this household. And then the son will go get his wife. It's not until he's ready to be a husband that they will be able to get married. Do you get it? But nowadays, we expect two young people to be able to go and find themselves a suitable partner. It doesn't make any sense because, like Thriving was said, you don't know the medical history of the person you're getting with. You don't know their financial history. You don't know the criminal history. You don't know the values of their family or how they get on with people. So you're actually going in blind, which is the worst way to pick a partner. The best way to pick a partner is for you to say, okay, dad, uncle, granddad, family, elder, I'm ready to get married. Can you help me find a suitable partner? And what they will do is they will go within their community, because they should have a community, either religious or maybe just the village they live in, and they will say, okay, I've been looking at this person. This person is a good suitable partner for you because they have good finances. Their family is very respectable. I can see the marriages, and all the marriages are successful. Dot dot dot. This will be a good partner for you, and that's why those arranged marriages are more successful nowadays. We young people, we just don't get it, and it's not the same. And it's a very Western ideal trying to find a partner for yourself. It's like asking an amateur to go find Thank you. It's like asking an amateur to go find something and expect it to be successful in the first go. It doesn't make any sense, because when we start dating people, we don't know how to treat a person, and we don't know how we should be treated by a person, because we don't speak to our elders about how it is to be in a relationship. So we go in blind. We hurt the first person that we get with. We get in another relationship, maybe get hurt by the next person, and it goes on like that. And that's what creates the culture that we're in today. I land my plane there.
I
In
just don't think
silence.
arranged. I
Wow.
just don't think that arranged marriages. I mean, I do think that parents should have an involvement in helping choose a partner, but I think that I just would. I don't know. From just, I don't think that arranged marriages are the 100% guarantee, and I don't think that that's what's gonna make things better.
I mean, it makes you think about. I'm sorry.
Americans. No, it's okay. There was a point in time where black women were literally the most married, more than white women, up until the 60s. After the 60s, that's when it did decline. But I think that show, and was even after we were going through some very brutal things. So I think that there is a way to, and we have done it, to have successful marriages, and most of us be a successful long-term marriages without them having to be arranged. And so I think that it just comes down to a person's understanding of what marriage is, the purpose, the dedication it takes, and the willingness to commit long term. I think that there are some key values that people from arranged marriages have that contribute to their long term marriages. But I don't think the arrangement in itself is what's best, because at the end of the day, that's just not. You can't deny that arranged marriages have payments that need to be made, such as dowry, which I don't think that most. If, if in the West women started requiring dowries for marriage, I highly doubt men would be signing up to pay that. I just don't think that it would happen. So I'm just thinking realistically, if it's being said that arranged marriages are what are is more successful, what would that look like if we start trying to incorporate that in the West? I don't think it would
Can I ask you a
go well.
question, AP? In our culture, in the BOK community here in the U.S., we don't have a lot of marriages in the BOK community, right? So you have a lot of single women. And you're not raising the kids in a village type of situation anymore because people are moving away. So you're not with all of your family, that you've grown up with, based on like a lot of what you were saying. You go in the village, because basically everybody knows everyone. How can that possibly be for us? I mean, I'm really interested in it because, hey, I wouldn't mind finding my daughter a husband, but I don't know if she'd like that because that's just not something we've been kind of raised to do. But how do you deal with that in our situation where there are a lot of single women? So there aren't men who would be taking that role on for all of these single women for their child. How does that work?
Can I say something too?
Go on.
Can he answer my
Oh,
question
you want
first?
to answer first?
Yes.
Oh, you can go really quick. I'm sorry.
BB, I didn't even know you was down there. She haven't had a chance to say anything. So if you
Go
want
for
to
it.
speak, she been waiting for
Oh
down
no,
there
no,
for a
no.
while.
I want AP to go ahead and answer her question as
Okay,
well.
that's fine. So she conceded there. After him, you can speak.
All right, thank you. I think personally, the first thing is the idea of independence that we're pushing on to our young people. Like, for example, as soon as you're 18, you're out of the house and you're going to be living by yourself. That's not the way to go because the way to build generational wealth is for them to stay within the family and work within the family to build something. The way to build the character of a good man is not to kick him into the wilderness so that he can go fend for himself, but for him to grow under an elder that will continue to correct him and show him the way to go. And same for the woman as well. She can continue to stay under her elder, and she can be taught how to be a wife and how to be a woman that's desirable for the mate that she's trying to find. Do you get it? Because I personally think that a good wife is a wife before she gets married because she shows the traits that are required for a good man to court her. Do you get it? So, for example, if I'm looking for a good woman, I would see how she behaves. I would see how her mother behaves. When we're at a family party, maybe I will see how she helps the elders and stuff like that. I would know that okay, this is a respectable woman and she's been trained very well, and I would like her to become part of my family. I think part of the issue for the BK community also is the breakdown of the nuclear family
Mm-hmm.
because obviously when the two people are getting together, if I'm gonna find a wife, okay, and her father comes to my father and asks if we can be married, I know that okay, I'm not just gonna marry her, but her father's gonna be watching me constantly. Do you get it? If I disrespect this woman, I'm gonna have issues with her father and her brothers and all the males that represent her. Do you get it? And that way, I would know that I'm gonna have to pattern myself and my behavior to make sure that I don't disrespect this woman. And unfortunately, like I said, due to the breakdown of the nuclear family, it's not like that anymore. Women are getting married to men, being by themselves virtually. There's no backing, there's no foundation for her to stand strong and to be able to behave or be respected the way that she should. Do you get it? So I feel like that's a big point in the BK community, and also the progression of social media is another big problem because normally a person would only be able to find a partner within their own community, within their village, which is a couple of miles at max. But now you have access to every single person in the world, so it's a lot harder to control the type of person that she could potentially get with. Do you get it? Where before I could be able to control it because I know that okay, there's only 15 potential suitors within my village for my daughter, but now she's got over 2 million potential suitors. It's a lot harder to control. Did you get it? Does that answer your question?
So basically, in our community, because of the breakdown of the family, it wouldn't really work because there aren't possibly men to vet like you're talking about.
It'll work. It'll just be much more challenging.
Okay.
Yeah, facts.
Be challenging.
I mean, I love this. I mean, I think we in the BLK, and I'm sorry, BB, I'm gonna land so you can speak. I think we in the BLK community need to be open to listening and possibly doing other things so that we become stronger. Because clearly we're struggling, and we have to not be so proud to not listen to other ways that we could possibly be a stronger unit. And I land. I'm sorry, BB, your turn.
Just enjoyed hearing you guys talk. That was nice and insightful. To go ahead and add on to the point of like arranged marriages in the West, I don't think it would work right now for the BLK community, just because, like AP said, we've seen the breakdown of the nuclear family, and we don't really have much to go off of. Like, a lot of people are in situations to where they haven't been loved properly, or they don't learn until a bit later in life. So how can we tell our kids, hey, this is who I want to suit for you, when they haven't made good choices dating or marriage wise themselves, you know? But to answer the prompt, does money, wait, are we back to the prompt, or are we on the arranged marriage topics?
It never went anywhere. All of it is an extension, so you good.
Okay, cool. I think money does matter a lot. A lot of relationships break down because of money, or like, I think the root to a lot of relationships breaking down is because of money, or because someone feels like they're doing more than their partner, or vice versa. Within a relationship, I think they're both pretty important. Like, if we're both working, we both need to be contributing one way or another. If there's a child involved, or you guys have a family and you have an arrangement to be the stay-at-home person, then that needs to be discussed. Or how you're paying the bills, where this money's going, or if you're blowing off money doing things that you guys both didn't agree to, that's also very important too. Yeah, money's a big thing right now. It's pretty expensive.
I think Kenny is next.
Go on.
Kenny, or
I'm gonna tag in a little bit about what y'all talking about right now. Actually, I think it could still work today, but we gotta reprogram our mind to get back to how our true values. So, for example, the arranged marriage in the West still ain't nothing new. We just didn't call it that, and it wasn't as strict. But think about two kids that grow up in the same neighborhood, go to the same high school, and sometimes those high school sweethearts really get married. And it's because they really know each other. They know each other's friends. They know each other's family. But we have been deceived. We've gotten away from really interacting like that. Whether you're single or married, we just not living. Our values are skewed. So that's our real problem. And we putting too much emphasis on material possessions. You need it all, but not just focus on like sex and money. That ain't gonna never work. It's not enough. I land.
You see, when it comes to money versus love, I think money is gonna trump love because when a relationship is based off money, you could still, for example, I'm going to use myself as an example. I could still almost buy my partner's respect because she respects me because she knows that I'm able to earn a certain amount and I'm able to give her a certain lifestyle that she's comfortable with, and that respect will cause her to behave in a certain way where she like as a man, I think I value respect more than love. I prefer for a woman to respect me rather than just get butterfly feelings in her stomach whenever she sees me. Like, do you get it? So, but when a relationship is only based on love, then our foundation is just based off of chemical reactions in our brain. It's not enough to carry the burdens of a relationship. It's not enough to carry the emotional fluctuations that she's going to go through, because one day she might wake up and she might feel like she doesn't love me anymore because those feelings for some reason have gone away. Do you get it? And then she'll feel like, oh, that she wants to leave or she wants to go find that love somewhere else because those butterflies are not they're not butterflying anymore. Do you get it? But when it's based off of respect, then it's a much stronger foundation because she knows that yes, this guy's a baller. Okay, he can get the money that I need to upkeep my lifestyle. He can look after me. He can protect me. He can provide for me. Like, do you get what I'm trying to say?
So, AP, can I ask you, when you were describing the woman that could just, possibly wake up one day and decide she doesn't love you anymore, would you consider that to be true love? Because I
Um,
would, and I would just say she could do the same thing with money. You could provide a certain lifestyle for her, and then she can find another guy that could provide an even better lifestyle and leave as well.
fair. That's a fair point.
But I was
For
saying
me
we need
personally,
about three. I'm sorry, brother.
go.
But that's why I was saying we need three, because if money can't buy respect, money can't even buy love. They like what you're
Wow.
doing for them, but they really don't love or respect you. We have to have all the components to increase your chances for success.
Glenda, you see with what you said, I do hear what you're saying, but me personally, I feel like love it's not something that people understand these days. We use that word too loosely because love is not just the feelings that we get. It's an action. You show it by doing certain actions. Like for example, a man will show his love by continuing to provide and protect a certain woman and his family. And a woman, she will show her love by giving a man exclusivity, and she will put herself in a position where it's almost, I'm not going to say servitude, but she puts herself in a position where she's able to serve that man. Do you get it? That's how she shows love. Um
Right, but we think that, in those Hallmark movies, right, where like this lady comes out of the building and she trips, and then this handsome man catches her, and then they look at each other, and they, this is ridiculous. Marriage wasn't
yeah.
created for all that. Marriage was created to reproduce generations, to leave a legacy.
Facts.
Marriage comes first over love. The reason, again, marriages are failing is because the foundation wasn't strong. Marriage is duty. Love is truly
Exactly.
shown when you can endure the hardest of times, when you can be, with that person even when they're not performing at their best, right? And they can do the same for you. That is love. And
I
those things are
Very
completely
true.
hard,
I
right?
completely agree. A whole 100%. Absolutely.
I
But
think I
again, I
think people
think,
can
as you
build
said,
love.
people loosely use the word love. Butterflies in your stomach, and oh, he just got a fresh line, and in his beard look nice and it's shining. Oh, I love him so much. Oh, he just bought me a Louis bag. I love him so much. That's not love.
Yeah, you know those Disney Channel fantasies that people get. Oh, I'm gonna find a bad boy to take me and to marry me. You know the Grease type of bad boy that I'm talking about. You know the one that wears a leather jacket, he smokes and stuff like that. He disrespects the father's rules and steals the daughter away, and they both get married and expect to live happily ever after. It actually doesn't work like that. I feel like people can build love, which is why arranged marriages work because you can build love within a relationship. When you go through things with someone, when you go through hardships, trying to get your finances together, you traverse your emotional fluctuations together, you can build love for a person. Me personally, I know that I could train myself to love someone. I could 100% do that because I've trained myself to be able to do other things. If I keep thinking to myself, "Oh, this woman's not good," she's a bit snarky. I don't like the way she dresses. Dot dot dot. I'm not gonna be able to love that woman. But if I think to myself, "Wow, this is a beautiful woman. She's a godsend, and I really really love and respect this woman." Eventually, I will start to feel what we can call love for her. Do you get it? Because I've trained myself to be able to do that. So people can definitely grow love and build love within a relationship. But I don't think people can just fall in love because falling in love is just a fleeting, um, temporary emotion that fades eventually.
Okay, I would love to speak because I've been in these comments,
Go
and I'm
ahead.
not going to be long. I promise.
You promise?
What's up, host? How we doing?
All right, how you
Hey,
doing?
panel.
What's up,
Okay,
Steph?
so what AP and thriving is describing is exactly how it was intended. I'm sorry. I am American. I grew up on the West Side like everybody else. Love is not enough, you guys. It's just not. And the thing about love, as AP just described, we can grow in and out of love. So when you get into a marriage and we understand that we can grow in and out of love and it's all just based on love, how sustainable is it? What AP and Thriving is describing is exactly how it was intended. God didn't say a man marries a woman because he loves her or she marries him because he loves her. How can he protect her? How can he provide for her? How can she be his helpmate? What values do she bring to his life? Love had nothing to do with it. It was all about arrangement and continuing the cycle of creating. Unfortunately, love does not have a whole lot to do with that. It's about structure. But that's just it. My girl thriving, y'all been jumping on her head all day, but my girl was on. She was on it.
She was on it,
Yeah, she
Sierra.
was
She
speaking
was on
facts.
She
it.
was on it.
She was on
Thank
it.
you. You are
I
so
would
sweet.
just
Thanks.
agree to disagree. I think what makes you a great partner or helpmeet or husband, wife is because your service is done out of love. You love that person so much that you want to cater to that person.
I'll
You
let you
love
have
that
that,
woman
Glenda.
so much that you want to protect her. You want to provide for her because you love her. You, I
What is
would,
love
yeah.
exactly? Can we take a second to define the term love? Let's do that.
I love Sierra already.
Most
That's
people
a
ain't
that's a
got
tough
it.
question.
I
Earlier, but they did not answer me.
She did no. Glenda
It's a
did
tough
answer.
question.
She did answer.
I don't think she was even in the chat
Yeah, I
yet.
probably wasn't. I probably wasn't.
Selflessness.
No,
That's how
Thriving
I
said she
describe
asked
love.
earlier
Selflessness.
and nobody ever answered. And I said, Glenda has answered this several times since she's been on here.
Well, I missed it. Can you guys answer again? I'm sorry.
Nobody answered that question.
I did.
Glenda did.
To be honest with you, I think that it's gonna what people gonna be compromised. That is gonna be what their interpretation of what love is. That's what it's gonna be. But if you really look at the definition of love, it's gonna be subjective based on what the person's interpretation of it is, and that's where we're gonna run into the problem at.
Yeah.
And
It's
my
not gonna be
definition is selflessness.
I ain't hear you.
I said my definition of love was selflessness.
Selflessness. Okay, let me ask you
Selflessness.
something. Would you allow your husband to cheat on you 20 times?
No.
Have
But
you
because
asked?
he loves me, he wouldn't
Hold
be
on, hold
selfish to
on,
do
hold on. See, I'm finna give you some pushback. You
it.
said you wouldn't allow that, right?
Correct.
Have you cheated on God 20 times?
Absolutely.
He forgave you and he still loves you.
Mhm.
So we're not able to practice that type of love. That's why we got to be careful with these words.
I am. I still love people that cheated on me in the past. That doesn't mean that I can't love them. That just means that we are no longer compatible for a relationship.
Right,
I
but
can love you.
God he never loses his compatibility
I'm
with
not
people.
God. I did not part the Red Sea and walk on water. Thank God, because all of us will be gone.
I know, but I'm
I'm
saying,
striking everybody down.
I'm saying he show you a certain level of love that we don't show our fellow humans. He's
Yeah,
not
I can love
capable to
you. I
show.
can love you and still have boundaries. Just like God
Okay,
loves
let me
us,
ask you this,
and there's
Glenda.
real consequences
With
to
the
actions.
relationship that you've built with your husband, you love him to the end of you. But if he was to cheat, out of the love that you have for him, would you stay?
Um,
Probably so.
I probably would. Depending on what the situation is, I
Hmm.
probably would. If that's something that I feel like we can get over and
Yep.
we can go to counseling and we can figure some things out of why it happened, Absolutely. I do think that people could recover from something like that.
Yeah, I think so too. I'll take that.
A simple question we could ask
That'll be
ourselves that
tough for
really
me, I
gives
can't
us
lie.
the answer about love. The main thing we need to do is look at how we love ourselves and honestly answer that question. Do you really love yourself? Because you got a Christ within, and you can just look at your relationship with yourself. Do you lie to yourself? Do you tell yourself you're gonna do stuff, good stuff, and then you don't do it? Like that's really where it began right there.
And
Never.
Kenny, I totally agree with you. This goes back to the original question: does money matter over love or more than love? And I've been in the comments for a while, and a lot of people are talking about, oh, well, if you marry for money, it's transactional. It's not necessarily marrying for money, but every relationship is transactional. You have to do, I get into this relationship with you with the expectations that you are going to offer me something. In return, I am going to offer you. So I think that we need to really reevaluate, I guess, the terms that we are using, because nobody is going to do anything without the expectations of receiving in return.
That's
And
not a godly person. A godly person gives without expectation because it is true love, and they're doing it to honor God and the Christ within them.
right,
The
but
problem
even a
is
godly
everybody don't
person
have the same.
understands that what you reap, you will sow. It's the same concept.
But when you're in a marriage, you're not doing because I'm expecting him to do.
I am though. I'm being a
Now,
good wife to you because I expect you to be a good husband to me.
hold on, let me finish.
Okay.
I'm saying you were talking about it's transactional. So if I'm up every day cooking his dinner, fixing breakfast, lunch, whatever I'm doing for him, I'm not in return saying, okay, what you doing for me? It's I'm doing it out of love and just doing it. Now he's gonna do things
Well,
that's
then I
out
kind
of
of feel a little
hold
sorry for
on, let
you.
me
I'm
finish.
okay.
I
He's
say
going
something.
he's going to do something that's just out of love. It's not that he's expecting. He's just going to want to make sure I'm good, right? So he does those things
That's the
just
transactional part
just
though.
no, he's not doing it because he's expecting something. He's doing it just because he loves me. Because
You
he's
think
going to
he
do
would
it
marry
and
you if he didn't
I
expect you
may
to
not.
be a good wife to him though?
Pierre, you got to let me finish the sentence,
Okay,
baby.
my love, I am so sorry.
I was just
I'm
going
a
to
mute.
say
I'm a mute.
okay, huh? I was gonna say that they're every day that I'm giving doesn't mean that he's giving, right? That's not how marriage works. It's not. It's not. You know, there are days that he ain't gonna give because he may not have it to give. Mentally, he may be exhausted or whatever, but that don't mean I'm not gonna give. I'm still gonna be there. I'm still gonna do what I need to do. That's what I mean. It's not based on that. What I do is what I do because I love him and I'm going to make sure he's good. He loves me and he's going to make sure I'm good. But it's not always, well, I know he's going to do this because I did this. It's not like that. It's just you're doing for each other. You don't even think about it. You're not even thinking about what you're getting in return, right? It's just this is who you love.
At the end of the day, yeah. Sorry. Can I interrupt, please? Sorry. Good morning, everyone. Grand rising. Yeah. Like at the end of the day, a man's love is transactional, not from a man's perspective, but a woman will only love a man for what he can do for her. She ain't gonna marry a bum, and she's not gonna marry a vagrant. So let's just be real about it. Yeah, a woman. Yeah, and this is all women. Yeah, I'm not even generalizing. I'm not even saying most or some. All women love a man for what he can do for her. The only time it's never transactional for a man is through his kids. That's the only time a love from a man's children is pure and untransactional. That's the only time a man will ever be loved truly, in my
That's not
opinion.
true. That
Oh,
depends. If the
wow.
two people are transactional people like that, if that's the kind of relationship they built, then yeah. But that's totally not true for everybody.
Okay, well,
You
okay,
got
okay.
certain men and women out
I
here that
disagree,
operate
but
like that, but that's them.
And
I
that's true,
respect your
Kenny.
opinion. I
Some
respect
people
your
do.
opinion, but I do disagree with that because a woman is not going to love a guy that sleeps in the street. She wants security, so she's going to look at financial stuff, and she's going to look at, like, does he have a house, or can he provide for me? You know what I mean? And I respect everyone's opinion. You know, everyone's entitled to their opinion, but
Bro, you gotta
just from
expand
just
your vision. Look around. Look at all of these relationships that done got with people that totally was not in position to be in a relationship or have a family. People try love out all the time. But again, you
And
gotta
that
have
proves that love is not
everything.
enough.
Right. I was just
No,
about, why you
no,
take the
no,
words out my
no,
mouth,
no,
Sierra?
no,
You
no,
ain't
no,
lying.
no. Let me
love
finish.
is not
That's
enough.
proof that
Love
you
is
got
not enough.
together
Maybe
without
when you
having all your priorities in order. See,
maybe
you
Why
can't
do
maybe
you
you
need
can't block the
priorities in
gate.
order if love is
We can't speak over each other. We gotta
okay?
talk
I'm
over
sorry,
each
I'm a
other.
mute.
Because we
sorry,
hear this
Kenny, sorry.
feedback with the mic.
Sierra muting again.
Come
We
on,
ain't talking.
Sierra. Come on, Sierra.
If you mute your mics and just let whoever speak and speak, we'll be able to hear each other clearer.
Sorry, host.
No, it's okay. We want to let each person speak because it's value in the conversation. Go ahead. Go ahead. That was Bobby. That was Bobby. And then,
Kenny,
Yeah,
actually.
go ahead, Kenny, and then we'll let Bobby, you gave a rebuttal, and then we'll let Sierra and Miss Glenda. We'll just go around in a circle. And host, I want to thank you for letting me on your panel too. It was my first man, time. I was trying to get you in. We've been having a full stage all night. So go ahead, man. We appreciate you being here, bro. Likewise. So yeah, all I'm saying is, like brother was saying earlier, when you fall in love, yeah, that's always gonna be risky. Falling into anything is risky because now you're just letting your emotions or your lust just drive the car. You can't do that if you're trying to really make a long lasting relationship. You're gonna have to slow it down a little bit and talk about things and the uncomfortable conversations to make sure we can get all our priorities in order, especially if we're gonna bring kids into this thing. But that's a conversation in preparation. But we don't be doing that. And we all can work on, I can work on making some things better in my own life too for when I get in that position. But we got to really focus on that. And it's obvious we not doing that.
Yeah, no.
Facts, bro. Facts. Because me personally, I'm getting into my 30s and I've seen from experience that jumping into a relationship is not the best idea. I'm not just going to find a woman and expect to marry her before I have certain things in place. Like, for example, my own place, my own finances, because it's not going to work. What was I going to say? I understand that my parents, unfortunately, they haven't been able to put me in a financial position where I can look after a family straight away. So what I'm going to have to do now, I'm going to have to build myself up to be able to have a foundation to be able to maintain a family for when I do find a partner. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So it takes work and it takes for a person to actually open their eyes. I'm not going to say spiritual awakening, but you have to be able to see that, okay, I've not got enough finances right now. I shouldn't be dating. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to focus and do my work. And then after, when I get to a certain position, then I'm going to try and build a family.
I think that's a great idea.
And
I think that's a great idea, and I think when I think it's when you're young, you can make some mistakes that will affect you later on in life. You know what I mean? And there was a lady in the comments saying that she feels like I'm coming from a hurt place. Not at all. I'm just very passionate about it, and I'm real. And I understand that it's transactional, and that's cool. I'm okay with it being transactional. It does not bother me because at the end of the day, I've got 3 daughters, so I want the love that I give their mother. I don't want her to settle for anything less in life. Period. So when she grows up, she sees, well, my dad acted a certain way, and I will not accept anything less than how my dad treated my mother. And that's my opinion. That's opinion, and I think there's too many young boys and men as well, older men, thinking they got options and whatever, yeah, man. But you got to realize when you have children, man, all that goes out the window, man. You got to teach the next how you should treat a woman, and same way your sons as well. Your sons, I got 2 sons. I got 5 kids in total. Yeah. So end of the day, I am their role model. Yeah. I don't want them to go outside and look for other people as role models. I want them to see me as a hardworking man, treats their mum good, looks after them, takes care of them, loves them emotionally, physically, everything. You know what I mean? I want so they don't settle for anything less. Because let's be real, there's some treacherous women out there, and there's some treacherous men as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He is.
Let's just be real. Let's just be real. And people might say that I'm coming from a bad place, but I'm not. I'm just being real. That's all it is.
It's
And I think
Glenda's
some
turn.
people just
Be
not being
facts,
honest
Bobby,
with
facts.
themselves.
It's
And
Glenda's
I just
turn.
want, yeah, just one point to Glenda as well. Sorry, one point to Glenda as well. Yeah, like unfortunately, if a woman cheats on me, no matter how much I love her, she's gone. Because love, I still would love
Big
her,
facts.
but trust is a very big thing for me. Trust and loyalty. Respectfully,
Facts.
now I've landed, and I appreciate everyone for listening to me and everything like that. But yeah, Glenda, your turn. Sorry.
I don't have much to say. I guess again, when it comes down to love, there are some people that I love that I don't talk to anymore because I've set healthy boundaries because that's what works for me. That does not mean I can't love you. I love people from a distance. I'm very good at it. But again, that's just me. I think at the end of the day, I don't judge people for what works for them. I if it if it works for you when you are truly happy and that whole dynamic works for you, regardless of the reasons why, I am happy for you. I just
Can I make an analogy? It's
yeah.
like Bobby. It's like if we go to the gym together, yeah, and you're able to carry 100 kg, and you want to transfer that weight to me, I have to be able to carry 100 kg or more. If I can't carry 100 kg and I can only carry, let's say, 70, then obviously it's not gonna stand. Do you get it? If I'm in a bench press position and you give me 100 kg and I can only carry 70, I'm gonna fail. Do you get it? So you as a man, you have to make sure that I am a man that's strong enough to carry 100 kg, and that way I can be successful with the lift. Do you get it? That's the
Yeah.
same way that when a man is going to transfer his daughter to another man, he has to make sure that this man is able to lift the weight that the father has been carrying, the financial burden that he's been carrying, the emotional burden that he's been carrying for the last 18 or so years. This new man has to be able to carry that successfully before he gives him his daughter. Do you get it?
Okay, and I totally agree with that, AP. And I want to go back to the whole transactional comment, so that I can speak a little bit to they. I can't see the rest of it, but Miss Young Lady at the top with the glasses on. Okay, so I wasn't necessarily saying that if I do all the cooking, then you have to do all the cleaning. What I am saying is exactly what AP is saying. I am not going, this is me personally, and I agree with Glenda when she said there is no cookie cutter programming for every situation. You have to do what works for you. But in my opinion, I think the reason so many BLK women are not married is because we don't have this mind. We have this mindset, oh, I'm just marrying for love. Love is great. Absolutely. I need you to love me, but I also need you to provide for me. I also need you to protect me. I also need you to make sure that this family is going to sustain hard time. And absolutely, I
Thank
am
you.
going to do everything necessary in my power as a woman that I can do to ensure the same thing. But if you are a man who is not sufficient to do the job, I can love you all day, but you're not husband, baby.
But BOK men aren't asking BOK women to marry them for reasons. You mentioned about the money. A lot of the BOK men are saying
I never
that
said
when
anything about money.
no. You were talking about taking care of transactional. And maybe you didn't mention money, but what you just said reminded me of the reason that BOK men are not marrying BOK women because they don't think that we're marriage material.
And honestly, they're not marriage material, because let that be the same reason they go off and marry someone else that's not BLK and give them all the same things that we were requiring. We're just not bold enough to stand up and actually require those things, because we're in this scarcity mindset that if I require you to be a man of God and provide and protect, then okay, you're going to look at me as argumentative or I'm doing too much. That is a simple requirement that comes straight from God.
That's not. I want to give you a little pushback. You said you want to require him to be a man of God. You said that's simple.
I did.
Are you coming to him as a virgin?
Uh-oh.
You're gonna have a problem.
Oh.
Okay. Okay. I'll take that.
That's a good point.
I'll take that. But what woman
I would
is
say
not
a
a
man
virgin?
of God has more values than a
There are
normal
women
man.
who are virgins.
Okay, there are, and this goes back to exactly what Thriving was saying. When, if we're speaking in biblical terms, right? They were sending their daughters off at 13, 14, 15 years old, when they were able to bear children, when they started having periods, when they became of age. That is when they sent them off to become wives. Okay, so we're not living in a time where, okay, yes, there are a lot of virgins. We're going to be completely honest about that. Even women in other cultures are not necessarily virgins, but we are talking about men standing up, being protectors and providers and husband-like, who are taking on the role of fending for families.
I don't remember Thriving saying that, but I just heard you speak on
Thriving
it.
absolutely said that.
Well, I remember
y'all gave her so much, but everybody kept talking about, well, what age? What age?
No, I understand that, but I'm saying you spoke on him being a man of God, so I just wanted to ask you that scenario, because a lot of people will say certain things, but they're not coming to him as they are. In order for you to request certain things, you have to be that. And when you're not, that's when you may run into certain type of issues and certain type of pushback.
I will take that 100%, host. I will take that 100%. I am just going to be realistic about the scenario that we are talking about. And most of us are not in our pure forms, but we are still talking about being husbands and wives.
Men in their pure forms.
You say that again?
Men in their pure form.
How are men in their pure form?
What you mean?
If they are miss
You don't have to,
at the
you
top,
don't have
at the top, they just said the reason that BLK men are not marrying BLK women is because they feel like that we are not wife material, because we have the mindset that we want a protector and a provider. So if that is the BLK man, that's what you just said.
No, I didn't mention anything about protection and providing. You added all of that in there.
Okay, well, what did you say? Because when I said what you said that's the exact same reason why BLK men is not asking BLK women to marry them.
Because they feel that BLK women are not wives and will not allow them to lead. As you're talking about biblically, a lot of BLK women are not allowing men to be the head of their houses, of their homes.
To the younger people, I think.
How are we not allowing that?
You gotta
when all we're asking them for is to just make sure they provide sufficiently.
Can I ask you a question, Sierra?
Sure, please.
Let's say I wanted to marry you. Would you? And I'm a godly man. Okay. Would you be willing to submit to my authority as your leader?
Absolutely. Women are naturally submissive. When we are entangled with a man who makes us feel safe, who makes us feel secure, who gives us the security of being in a soft era where we don't have to work so hard and fend for ourselves and do all of the godly work of going out and fending in the field and all of these things, we naturally submit. I hate this narrative that that BLK women are not submissive. I hate that narrative.
Unfortunately, Sierra, that's still the incorrect answer, because when a woman submits, she chooses to do so regardless of what the man is bringing already. She chooses to to put on the role of a wife. So, like for example,
Can you
if
give
I
me an
marry a
example of that?
yeah, if I marry a woman, she's not gonna wait for me to be masculine. She's not gonna wait for me to provide her money. She's not gonna wait for me to behave in a certain way before she chooses to submit to me. Submission is a choice that the woman makes. She says, "Okay, you are my husband now, regardless."
I'm listening. Keep on. AP.
Actually, can I jump in for a second, please?
AP, are you
Because
done?
I actually want to bring back something that AP said. You know what? Go ahead, whoever that was. Go ahead.
It's me, music. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I know you're in different time zones and different areas. Thank you, host, for allowing me up. I've been posing some questions down in the chat. And first of all, I want to answer the prompt. The short answer is no to the prompt. There's no explanation, there's no long, drawn out, whatever. The short answer is no. We were talking earlier, I heard something about arranged marriages and how they're more successful. Even arranged marriages are transactional. Most arranged marriages in other cultures have something to do with the family offering the other family something for the hand of the wife. Is usually it could be animals, land, money. Is transactional. And most of those arranged marriages stay in place because of that transaction. I've actually met people personally, and they will not get out of that marriage because it will dishonor the whole family because there was a transaction involved, and that marriage is still successful. Young lady Sierra, you make a lot of good points. Um, I do disagree with some of the things you say about what men want,
That's
and
okay.
when they go outside and they get it from somewhere else, and they don't want it from here and they don't want it from there. I disagree with that. But I do agree that there is the conversation needs to be had as to where the breakdown is. And I've listened to a lot of stuff you said. I would just pose this one statement in reference to what you said. If the woman can live within the man's means, she would probably be protected. See, men have different means. Some men, some families, some people, if you make this much, if you make that much, you make that much. Can she live within his means? Can she live within what he can provide? To say he's not a provider, to say he's not providing security, he's not providing stability and wealth, and she has nothing to look up to him and live within that. Can she live within that? If he's only making $30,000 a year, can she live within that budget? If her requirements is, if her lifestyle and her requirements is 80,000, no, she's not going to be with him. She can't. He's not making enough. But can she live within a budget of 30,000 when she has a lifestyle of 80? So is it her now? Does she have to make an adjustment? Now, there's a percentage, I'm not getting into this whole high value crap. I don't want to get into that conversation, but there is a percentage, and you can't force him to say, well, you only make 30,000, you need to go make 80. That's not always possible. That's not always doable. So if she loves him, but not enough to live within his means, so she's going to try to love someone else. Is she forcing herself to love someone else? Is it now not emotional because she needs to chase down the guy that makes $80,000? Does she still have the same emotional attachment to him? She's passed up the emotional attachment and the love for the guy making 30 because she does not want to live within that budget.
Is it okay for me to respond?
Sure.
Okay. So
Yara, when you respond to him too, after you, if that's okay.
Okay. So I totally agree. I never actually put a number on it. I never said he has to make $100,000. I never said he needed to make more than $50,000. The only thing I referenced is that men, if you are going to come to a woman and say, will you marry me? You need to be in a state, regardless of the state, because you are with a man knows if he is with a woman who is within his means, right? So as long as you are within your means and you decide to take on a partner who is within your means with the understanding that this wife is going to expect certain things from you the same way you are going to expect certain things from her, it's still a transactional situation. I'm not saying that it's based off you making $80,000. I'm not saying it's based off of her booty being out to the wazoo. I'm not saying it's based off of her skin color or any of that. What I am saying is if you are a man and you come to a woman and you say, I thee wed to you, then there is a responsibility that you hold to that woman the same way that she holds to you. And that, my love, is transactional.
But and you
Don't
mentioned
disagree with that.
partnership.
Okay.
You
Let
mentioned
me
partnership. Marriage is, if you're talking biblically, there is no partnership. The man is the head. You can't be the head and a partner. He is the leader.
Did the wife not have her own responsibilities though?
Yeah, well, we have wives have duties for sure, but the man is the head. Biblically, because we're talking biblically, the man is the head. The Bible doesn't mention about partnership.
Right. So I'm trying to understand what your point is because
You
you still
mentioned
have a role as a wife. I still have a role as a husband.
you mentioned a partnership in your statement when you were just talking, and I was just sharing with you that there is no partnership. The man is the head. There's no partnership.
Okay, well,
That's all.
arrangement or agreement, however you'd like to put it.
Sierra.
Yeah, can I answer music? Music. Can I answer you real quick? Actually, I want to ask you a question, if that's okay with you.
Absolutely, yes.
All right. So let's say you come to me. Let's role play this. You come to me and you say, Thriving, I would like to marry you, but I make $30,000 a year. And I say, okay. You say, I have a house, I have a car, I have the means that you need, and it's enough for the both of us. And I agree to it. And I live within those means. What's your plan for when we have a baby? Are we going to have kids? Are you going to continue to make $30,000 after we have kids? What's your vision?
Okay, first of all, I make more than $30,000 a year.
We're role playing. We're role playing based on your scenario. So come on, give it to me. What's your
Okay.
vision?
Now,
What's going to happen?
now, again, if you live within his means, that means this conversation was had just like you're doing right now, right? You're having this conversation going into it, right? So now the conversation is, where do you live? Not you. I'm not asking you. This is the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
What is the cost of living? What is the cost of a child? What is the cost of
Mm-hmm.
raising a child? What is the cost of education?
I
What is
was
the
just
cost of blah,
gonna
blah,
ask
blah, blah,
that.
blah, on down the line. So then you
Mm-hmm.
do have to lay that out. You have to say, 30,000 may not be enough in this area for this, for that, for this, for that, to bring a child into the situation, right? I can tell you
Mm-hmm.
right now, ain't nobody marrying nobody making $30,000 a year without assistance. You get an assistance somewhere, you qualify for something somewhere because that right now is probably considered poverty in a lot of areas. So you probably qualify for other benefits and you probably can bring other things in. So my plan would be, what are my means? Are we living within those means? If I bring a child into that, that child, that family, to live within those means, right? I may have a plan to try to make extra money, to try to bring in more, to try to do this, try to do that. I couldn't even answer that depending on the surroundings. What is the city? What is the state? What is the cost of living in that corner of the world,
Right.
right?
So who's responsible now? Whose burden is it to make sure that when we have a baby, there's enough financial backing for our family? Is it yours or mine?
It's absolutely the man's burden.
Thank you. You
Absolutely.
made my point.
Absolutely. Oh no, we don't disagree. I don't. I hope I didn't say anything different.
It's the
I said if
what?
she's living within his means. Let me ask the question now. Let me pose a question. Even Sierra, you can answer this, right? I've heard it said even on this panel, and I've heard it said before. Money can't buy you love, right? I disagree. What is the cost of dating in 2025? I actually put that down in the comments. I actually have a figure. I wanted to see if anybody else can, round about that figure. What is the cost of dating per year?
I want to answer the question. It says, does money matter more than love in 2025? I'm listening to y'all, and I'm not hearing no answers. No disrespect to anybody's opinion or thoughts or whatever. But to me, the question is revolving around someone who is already established in the relationship and they're at a choice of whether or not, you know, the person lost their job or is not making what they used to. And they're deciding, do I love this person enough to stay with them because they broke it? And to me, love replenishes the money that you're missing. To me, love reimburses you. A lot of people always try to put materialistic things in front of something that's spiritually led. Money is not spiritually led. Love is. Jesus Christ gave his life for everybody so that we can share the same love toward each other. And he didn't offer anybody $20, $100, $1,000, anything like that.
Well, why
It's
the pastor
all
want all our money then when we go to the church?
that's the pastor. You let God handle him.
It is
Because when
Well,
listen,
I
hold
mean,
on, hold on.
money
When it
though.
comes
I
when it
did
comes
answer
to
the
that,
question. You may
listen,
not have been in the room when I
listen.
answered the question. When I came
I
up, I
listen.
answered the
I
question.
understand. I understand. I understand. I'm just saying my piece, please, if you don't mind. All I'm saying is that when it comes to other people's action, you let God handle that. But when it comes to you and your significant other, or your partner, so to speak, you got to determine what had y'all together in the beginning. Love. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't a diamond ring dropped off on the first day. It wasn't a stack of money dropped off on the first day. It wasn't a check stub dropped off on the first day. It was that intimate connection, that guiding, that love guiding you, showing you, hey, this person has potential to fulfill the need that you have emotionally, physically, mentally. And everybody's always wrapping their fingers, and I don't know how old everybody is on this panel, but when it comes to stuff like that, that's that microwave love. You want someone to buy your love, to buy you gifts, to give you things, to prove the love. And it ain't necessary. Because if you see potential in that person, like well, for me, example, if I'm with a woman and I love her, I have no concern for money. You know what I'm saying? I take care of it. It ain't even about that. I don't care who sees me and say, oh, he a fool. No, we're in love. I give my woman whatever she needs, do whatever she wants me to do. But when it comes to you looking at another person on how he views your relationship or how that person views your relationship, that's when money becomes a statistic because the men want to hold on to it and the women want to snatch it from you. And nobody has a focus on each other. They only have a focus on what other people think, their opinion on the status of their relationship and how money is shared. It's nobody's business but your own. If you and your woman has established, hey, babe, I'm gonna go to work, you gonna chill at home. I need you to hold it down here, maintain the books, do this, do that. That's y'all establishment. That's what you guys agreed on. It does not matter to anybody else, and it shouldn't matter. But you do have people that want to, friends, family that want to peep their head into your relationship. Girl, I wouldn't let him do that. How he got money? He giving you all his money. Are you looking at this stuff? No. And your homegirl broke as a joke. Your homeboy, he's starving for love. He chasing. He looking at you trying to figure out if he can get one of your girls, homegirls. You know what I mean? He's sitting up here trying to see if your woman has somebody for him. And the same thing, vice versa. Money is pretty much the blind side of a relationship, the true love in a relationship. And if we keep focusing on that, we're gonna continue to be blind. It's gonna be like the blind leading the blind. Yeah,
So
money helps us.
how does stability look for you, Unique?
Stability to me is maintaining livelihood, peace. So if
What else
money,
did that was that
what,
what else does that consist of other than maintaining peace? What does it look like to be
what
stable?
that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, okay.
Stability, peace is all I really require, me personally. And I know that when I get that, everything else falls into place. Bills are paid, he's taken care of, she's happy, she has all the financial wants she has or she desires. If her
Okay,
friend
so that
comes
still
in,
consists of money.
yeah, but I'm trying to tell you that money only plays a small part. Love is the bigger portion of it. If I love her, I don't care about money. Money only has a value if you give it value. A dollar is only a dollar on the table until you pick. A dollar is not even a dollar until you pick it up. It's a piece of paper sitting on the table.
I
When you
missed that
Unique,
pick it
part.
up and give it value,
unique.
that's when it becomes something.
I started a question and then
I,
I'll
I was,
ask
I'm
you.
sorry. I just got so
Yeah,
I,
let me
I
ask
got
you the
so
question that I was starting to ask. And the question is, they say money
Okay.
can't buy you love. Do you agree that money can interfere with love
yeah.
or the lack
Money can interfere with love
and the lack
when
of money can interfere with love? Do you agree with that?
yes, because it can put
So
you in
can't
a.
money buy you love
Hold,
then?
you trying to answer my question for me?
No, no, no. I'm not trying to answer your question. You answered. I heard your answer. I'm trying to, I followed up. I heard your
hmm
answer, right? Now, doesn't that in reverse say money can buy you love? If money can interfere with love, then
Money can buy you love or destroy love if you're selfish with love.
you have to
If
be
you loving
selfish.
yourself, then money plays a big part. That's when money becomes a
Unique,
big
did you
part.
say money can buy you love?
I said money can buy you love or destroy love if you become selfish with love.
I wanted
How
to.
much is love worth these days financially? Cost. What's
Love
the
doesn't have
cost?
a value.
Sure it does.
Y'all keep mixing it. I
Um,
keep saying that love is stronger than anything. Money
Sure,
only plays a
sure
part.
it has a cost. Love does have a value, but it also has a cost. I'm talking financial. We're talking about dollars and cents.
And I'm
How
talking
much?
about love. Y'all talking
Okay.
about
mhm.
dollar and
How
cents,
much
and I'm
does
talking
love
about love.
cost? How much does love cost in 2025?
Love don't cost nothing in 2025 because I'm not charging for it.
Good luck.
Correct. Correct. I'm
Good
sorry.
luck.
I've been sitting listening for probably about over 30 minutes now. Baby, I got to say this before I even much start. Sierra girl, you was speaking facts, baby. You was speaking facts, honey. You weren't
I
coming
already
off
know.
of baby.
I already know. But I'm a go on the mute.
Yes, ma'am, honey. I'm like, she is hitting it on the head. She listen, baby, that's me all the way. You can't back us up into a corner, boo. But anyways, just to answer the prompt, um, I would say with most women, stability is very important. Let me first say that. I was really having this conversation with a guy friend last week, and he was talking about how everything is just about money these days. And, it's not really about love anymore. But I had to explain to him that we're in a time of survival right now. A lot of people can't even be comfortable enough right now just to solely focus on love. You know what I'm saying? Um, and honestly, I don't think that a woman should be with nor entertain a man that can't provide for her or add, or take stress off of her back, honestly. And I never did understood me being out there and seeing different women say things like, well, they don't care about money. They just want somebody to love them. They don't care about what a man have, and they just all on love, this, that, and the third. I've seen married women wind up with husbands who they have to take care of, where they paying majority of the bills in the household because you wanted to make it seem like a man being able to provide for you wasn't important, or that wasn't something that was needed. And those same married women, they don't respect their husbands. because you having to work just as hard as a married woman as you had to work as a single woman because you wanted to put stability in a man being able to provide for you on the back burner. And no, love doesn't cost anything. Real, true, genuine love don't cost anything. But I refuse to be with somebody who cannot provide for me. And I'm not going to build anybody up. That guy up here, I think his name was something bro. He had like a Scotland or England accent. I love the way that he just stated that he understands that it's transactional, you know, and a lot of men in the United States, especially black men, they don't really understand that. You know what I'm saying? They don't understand the need for stability or a woman wanting a man to provide for them. It's like they have this idea that we're just supposed to entertain them just because, and they're not adding anything into us or helping us. And I notice it's always with American men, especially black men, because a lot of our men were not raised up in households with fathers that taught them how to be providers. A lot of our men came up in single mother households where he was coddled by his mom, but the mom was tough on the daughters. That's why in our race, we're unbalanced. You have a lot of independent, strong black women, but dependable, feminine black men. Because they didn't have no strong male father figure in their life. And the women had a strong mother figure, you know. So I think if all men can get that in their head, it wouldn't really be no back and forth argument. You shouldn't be trying to go into a relationship with a woman nor a marriage that you can't provide for. A woman, you can't take stress off of her back and take weight off her back. You know what I'm saying? If you don't have your finances together as a man, you just need to stay single.
Sierra and Lady Thriving, Glenda, uh, and all the other women on the panel. If I spend less than $15,600 a year, would you marry me? If I spend less than that on you, dating you, I'm just dating you. This is just dating. $15,600 a year. If I spend less than that, would you marry me?
For me, it just depends on your attributes as a husband that is going to provide. It's what are you spending this $15,600 on? Are you
Dating
just
you.
talking
This is
about
just dating you.
dates,
I'm trying to get
or
your attention.
is
I'm
this
trying to win
fifteen
you
thousand
over.
dollars an investment that went into a foreclosure property that we getting ready to flip?
I just
Like
said,
it just
I just said
If
depends.
you
dating. This is just dating
if
you.
you spend less than that on dating me, I absolutely would marry you. Why
Okay.
wouldn't I?
Hold on.
Okay.
There's a reason. I posed the question, yes, no.
Okay. Yes.
Sierra, it was dating. It was not investing into property. And this is just getting to know you, dating you, trying to win you over to get you to marry me.
Would I marry you? Yes.
If I spend less than $15,600
But
a
that is,
year,
first of all, music, that is such a specific number.
it is, and there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that. It is a specific number.
Sierra, honey, you
But
got
if
feedback.
there's a
You got
specific
feedback.
number,
Let me
then what?
answer.
Then that means that you're just an option.
Let me just answer this. I'm not necessarily. I won't
Most
just
men are not
marry
even
you.
spending $2,000 a year to date you and get to know you.
I don't
And you
care.
gonna marry him?
Let me just say this. I don't care what you spent, because that could easily be one trip to Dubai. Okay, one trip to Dubai is not gonna tell me exactly what kind of man you are, whether you're a provider or not. So I'm gonna have to vet you a little bit more. That's not enough information.
Exactly. This is what I'm trying to get at. That's why I said, what is the cost of
There's
dating? This is just dating,
some
right?
scratching going on.
The
People might need to
specific
mute.
number adds up to this. That's $300 a week. There's 52 weeks in a year. I said I will spend that much on you in a year just to date you. That's $300 a week. That's dinner, movie, going to the play, walking in the park, $300. You can give or take. You're spending more or less here or there. That's flowers, that's gifts. That's just dating you, trying to win you over, trying to get your attention, trying to capture your attention enough for you to see me as a person, not even a provider. I haven't even shown you my bank account. I'm just spending $300 per week just to win you over.
No, that's not enough. I need to know more about you. You can spend whatever you want, but I need to know that you are a good man of character, you are a provider, you are a protector, you take care of your own family, you are good to your mother and father. I need to know a lot.
Correct, correct.
I think we're getting lost in the fact that there's a dollar sign as to what love is costing. And this goes back to Unique. I believe he said love actually does not cost anything, right? But I am speaking for me personally. This is just for me personally. If you are going to be my husband, yes, period, point blank. You can agree, you can disagree. That's okay. We're all humans. We don't all have the same perception. We view things differently. As Glenda said, there is no cookie cutter situation for everybody. For me personally, I am going to need to know that you are going to be able to provide within your means, whatever that looks like. I'm not saying we have to have a 2,500 square foot home. I'm not saying any of that. I am just saying, as your wife, I don't want to have to do my duties and stress about your duties, meaning paying the bills and all of these other things. I land there.
But if that's the case, then you're not looking for yourself to be the only person in that relationship. Because coming from a man's point of view, when a guy has the ability to buy options, he has more than one. He carries more than one.
Well, you
When a
take
man,
yourself on with those options
listen,
then.
listen. What I'm saying is that when a man goes out and he sees a car, he likes that car. He buys that car. And he sees another car he likes. He buys that car. He only has two legs and two arms. He can only drive one car. But because he can afford multiple cars, he buy multiple cars. All the cars look nice. All the cars are expensive. They're cared for, their maintenance, everything. So when you put yourself on a scale to be weighed, to be um I guess the word would be to be I can't think of it. But when you put yourself in a place to be labeled for a certain amount or something like that, you kind of taking away your own value because you're worth more than that.
Give me an example of what you're speaking of, because I didn't speak in terms of any amount.
Well, you said when he can take care of me.
I did not,
Right.
that never came out of my mouth.
But see,
You didn't say a man needs to take care of you.
I did
that's
not.
not a
I did
that's
not.
not an amount. Her saying that somebody needs to be able to take care of her is not her putting a dollar amount. When I was out there and I was dating, one of the main things that I wanted in a man is a man that I could depend on. Somebody that if things were just going hard for me, you as my man, I should be able to turn to you and you should be able to provide that help and that stability. I didn't ever put a dollar amount on men and say, well, hey, he got to make this amount. My requirement was that you have as much going on as I do or more. That was my requirement because that's how I was taught. My grandmama always told me you get a man that's either on the same level as you or a man that's on a higher level than you, but don't ever get one that's beneath the level that you on as a woman. And that's true game. But I didn't ever sit up and say, well, you got to make this much money a year. I need this much money. I wanted somebody that could provide stability that I can depend on. So taking it to a dollar amount or how much, to me, when men start doing that, they just trying to play trick games.
It's a deflect mechanism, because I never said anything about a dollar amount. I never said that. I said, when you step to me ready to be my husband, I just need you to make sure that you were able to fend for this household. That's what I said.
And you not wrong, Sierra.
So
No,
unique.
I'm not.
Can I ask you, brother, with the statement that she made, is she wrong in expecting a husband to do what he's supposed to do, protect and provide? Is she wrong for wanting that from her husband, sir? Oh, okay.
No, I didn't know I got muted. Sorry.
Are you?
No, she's not wrong. She's not wrong for wanting that. And a man is not wrong for wanting a woman to depend on him and believe in him either. So I guess what I'm just trying to say is that what she's describing to me is love. It's not money. Because if a man provides and wants to take care of you, he loves you, and he will work to his bones bleed, his skin bleed, his bones break, because he feels like he was raised and he's mentally in the place to where he knows that that woman is needed to be cared for. We are providers. We are protectors. That's a man makes a woman feel sheltered to where she can sleep at night. I will be up all night guarding the house like a pit bull for my woman until I can't sleep no more. You hear me?
Okay, Unique, you talking now, Unique. You talking now.
It's
Yeah.
I'm just speaking on most of the women in 2025 that are saying, "Oh, he got to make this figure, he got to make that figure." That's what I was speaking on. And when you put a label like that in front, you give men the option to disrespect the ones who want to disrespect. Like when you meet someone, I was told that you never tell him what you're looking for because he plays the part until he can get what he wants out of you. And then once he gets what he wants out of you, he's no longer playing that role.
That's
And now
right.
you're left looking like, what happened? Why did I do wrong? You did nothing wrong. The only thing you did wrong was open your heart up like a highway to the wrong person. So all I'm saying is that point blank, what I'm saying is that love conquers everything. Money only plays a small portion. Because if I am with my woman, I guarantee you, I work 8 jobs. You hear me? I find a way to fix them in that 24-hour period to make sure that she's cared for, my kids cared for, and everybody that I have responsibility that God has given me is cared for. I don't care about what my homeboys think, what her homegirls think. If we have time for each other in the midst of all that, we're good. It doesn't matter to me the opinion of others.
And a lot, I want to add something too. This is just for my men. A woman respects you more when she can depend on you, and when you come into her life and you provide that safe space where she know that you as her man, she can fall back on you or come to you for help. Um, as I stated earlier, I know married women and women that's in relationships that they've been putting out more financially during their entire marriage or entire relationship, and they don't respect their husband or their boyfriend. You can't be the king of a castle that you don't take care of. The best way to get submission out of a woman and respect out of a woman is to provide stability and provide for her. That's the best way you get respect and submission up out of a woman, is when you provide and she know that as her man that you taking care of things and that she can depend on you. Some men just won't accept that.
But see,
I
most
want to piggyback really quick, Lady London, off of what you just said, because AP was up here and he asked me the question about submission, and I said that exact same thing. Even if we are speaking biblically, right? No woman is submitting to a man that they don't feel safe submitting to. Y'all can twist it and flip it and flop it however it is that you want to. We as women are naturally submissive. It's in our nature. It's what we do. We're mothers. But when we don't have a man who makes us feel secure enough, now we are in independent mode. This is this independent woman everybody likes to talk about. Because when I cannot trust you to have my back and to support this household to move forward, now I have to work overtime, double time, and go into independent mode. And I have to put on that extra masculine energy that you were supposed to take away from me. That takes away from my softness.
Correct. Correct. And the only men that are gonna have a problem with that is men that cannot provide for their household. Only men that's gonna have a problem with a statement like that and put a woman down for feeling that way is men who cannot provide. That's why I tell men, if you can't play your part, just stay single and quit getting mad. You know what I'm saying? At women and their preferences and what they're saying.
Host got something to say. Come with it.
He's shaking his head, baby.
I got it. I just want to give a little pushback about this provider thing. Rich men didn't populate the world. Poor men did. Men don't go around saying, if my woman act masculine, I'm gonna act feminine. It's not selective. You are who you are.
Just do not agree with that. I think that every man has feminine and masculine. I think that every woman has feminine and masculine. You don't think men have feminine in them? Their ability to emotionally
No,
connect, their
men
ability to soothe their woman when she's having a bad day. You don't think that's feminine?
men have a relaxed state of mind, a comfort state of mind. We are always on guard, 24/7. You hear me? 24/7. Because when your back is hurting from giving birth to our child, we're on guard about how you're feeling. We're on guard about what you're going through. Because we come and rub your back doesn't mean we have that feminine side of us. It's because we're trying to nurture you, we're trying to care for you and push you to the point where telling you, hey, babe, I got you.
What is
Here you
nurturing?
um,
I didn't
No,
jump.
that's
listen,
not feminine.
Let me jump
nur-
in
You
real
have
quick.
nurturing
to.
is
And I just put my retainer on, so if you laugh at me, I'm coming to the screen and I will get you. Okay, so here's the thing. Have you ever seen how fathers, right, interact differently with their daughters and their sons when they're little? Have you guys seen that? He will take his little son and throw him on the couch, right, aggressive and hard. But then he'll pick up his little daughter and gently place her on the couch. That's nurturing. That's a feminine nature.
That's
And
not feminine.
with that, I'm going to bed, y'all. It's late over here. Thanks for having me.
I
That's
disagree.
not
That's not
feminine. A man being nurturing towards his daughter is not feminine. I'm not sure how the women on this panel are confusing that. That is a part of a man's duty is to be nurturing to his daughters. Also, what I came in and heard about the women talking about the financial or a man making sure that he can provide. You cannot confuse providing with only financial because that's not how it goes. My father and mother were working originally when they first got married. My mother allowed my father to go through school. So she was providing. At this point, my mother hasn't worked in 40 years. So there is not always about providing. When you get a man who can replace your father, there's times I would get mad at my mother because I'm like, you're treating my dad like your dad. Like, stop. That's my dad. Like, stop going and telling him stuff about me. Like, that's my dad. But once I got a man who treated me like his daughter, I understood how she felt with my father. It's a protection. That has nothing to do with femininity. The fact that you haven't seen that, and I don't want to assume, but it seems like you haven't seen that nurturing part of a man to where you think that it's feminine. That is not that's a form of masculinity. So we got to stop confusing men being nurturing, men being soft with women as gay, or I'm sorry, as in how
No one said that, the queen. No one said that at all. So I guess my question to you would be, or to everyone on this panel, what consists of feminine energy?
Can I read the definition?
Please.
All right. Feminine energy is often associated with qualities such as nurturing, intuition, and receptivity.
Oh, okay.
It embodies
That word nurturing.
It embodies creativity, spontaneity, and emotional awareness. Masculine energy, on the other hand, is characterized by structure, logic, and assertiveness. It is goal oriented and tends to be more predictable. Both energies are essential for a balanced life. Yada, yada, yada.
That part. I land there.
What's the yada yada yada?
No, not that, Sierra. I came back for
And
you.
Men be
successful
nurturing towards a
individuals
woman is
often
not for
integrate
men.
both to enhance their emotional intelligence and self-awareness. Understanding and balancing these energies can lead to personal growth and deeper connection with oneself and others.
Goes back to the terminology thing. When people say certain things like provider or nurturing or feminine, everybody's panties is in a wad. At the end of the day, I
I'm not
just
gonna wear
think
panties.
that he tells me I don't wear panties. Touche. You know what, Glenda? You said it best. There is no cookie cutter program for everyone situation. We will be going back and forth all night. With that being the case, I am out, you guys. Y'all have a blessed.
Don't leave yet. No, I
I
came back
am
for you.
tired. It's 2:30 where I
AP
am. Okay,
said he
go
wants
ahead,
some
AP. You
action.
got something to say. Go
Okay,
ahead.
yes, I came just for you. See, it's about submission again, because I find that a woman that waits for a man to provide, that waits for a man to exhibit a certain behavior before she submits, is a woman that's not naturally submissive.
But didn't you say, AP, not long ago that a wife has to display wifely duties before she gets married?
Yeah.
Right. So what's the difference in this scenario?
The difference
You're
is,
saying a woman who has to wait for a man to show them, all of these manly qualities for them submit is no different from a man seeing a woman being a wife before he ever asks her to marry him.
no, a woman that has to wait for a man to show certain behaviors before she becomes submissive is a woman that is not a wife before she gets married, because a woman has to be trained in being a wife by her mother or by her elders before she can say, okay, I'm a wife now, I'm ready to get married. These are the behaviors that are exemplary, which makes me a very good fit for you to become your wife. You get it?
Yeah.
Submission is a choice. It's not something that it's not like, how can I say, it's not based on what the man does. It's what the woman chooses to do. She chooses to be submissive. It's not that the man exhibits a certain behavior and then she becomes submissive. It doesn't work like that for a naturally submissive woman.
Well, we're going to agree to disagree with that one.
I agree with him 100%.
That's fine. I agree to disagree with you as well.
She has to trust her king and
Yeah,
believe
I'm
that
not going to
he's
submit to
gonna.
you to lead me
You
to
don't
doom.
change your
Well, I think
characteristics
you
because of
thinking
a
of
man.
submit
You
is like a
eliminate him
slavery
because
thing.
of his characteristics. You never change who you are for a man.
I
You
agree with
fit
that.
him,
I agree with that.
So if you feel like he's not the right man for you, then you need to eliminate it. There's no point to waste time. But you
I
never change
agree.
who you are.
I agree. I totally agree. Yeah, I agree with that, the queen. I totally agree with that. In the process of us courting, or you courting me, or us getting to know each other, or however this entire scenario is going, the same way that you were viewing and picking up my characteristics, I am picking up your characteristics as well. Me personally, I am a natural woman. So I am going to naturally nurture my man. But the moment I discover that you are not a man that's going to lead me properly, me personally, I am out. And that is what I am saying. I land there, you guys. Good night. Good night. Good night. Y'all have a wonderful night.
Good
Get some
night.
rest, Queen.
But you know what? I think that women lose in that point, and I'm sorry that she's leaving at this point, but I think that you should be asking a man what a leader is the very moment he speaks to you. Because if he cannot define what a leader is, there's your point at that very moment. We as women are not asking enough questions. We just kind of go with the flow, or just want the dinner, or just want the bag, or just want him to pay for our nails. That's cool and all. But that is how we're having so many unwed pregnancies, so many baby daddies, so many baby mamas, and we are losing as a people. So
We need to start asking. These are the first questions you should be asking a man. What does he define as a leader? What is masculinity to him? What does he do when he's in trouble, when his mind is like wondering, when he's stressed? What does he do? What How many married friends does he have? He can lie, but you can also ask him, what are some things in their relationships that you would not want in yours, or that you would take in yours? Like, these are questions that we have to be asking. Like, ask
But
him, what is the minimum age he'll date? Like, why are we not asking men these questions? And
but
then we say, oh, men ain't shit. Oh, I'm sorry,
a
men
lot
ain't
of those
nothing.
a lot of those questions you can't get the truth to. You
Yes,
just
you
get an
can.
answer
No man,
because
I'm telling you,
listen,
no
I'm
man
saying
can
if a
lie to
guy
you.
tells you if I court you and I tell you, oh, are you a God fearing man? Yeah. Do you
I
like
didn't
this?
ask you
Yeah.
that. I
I'm
never
just
asked.
saying.
I'm telling you, these are the
I'm not
questions.
talking about this question specifically. I'm telling you, I can tell you everything you want to hear, and when
No,
you
you
hear
can't.
it, yes, we
If
can.
I no, I'm sorry, you cannot.
It's been
I
done
am
over
sound
and
in
over
who
again.
I
That's
am.
why you
I
have a
know
high
what type
divorce
of
rate.
man I want leading me. I know I'm led by a man. My father leads me. So you can't tell me what, if you don't add up to him, you are not my leader.
But
So
see, that's
I
the
don't care
problem
what
too,
you say.
is
If
that
you tell me
you're
what a
trying
leader
to make
is and
him
it
your
doesn't
father.
define on what I think a leader is, it's done deal. Or else I'm gonna let you know, because I've done this so many times. I'm gonna let you know I don't think that you can lead me, but if you want to invest in me, in my business, and anything else, and you want to waste my time in any that way, yeah, I'll entertain you. But you need to invest in my business. I don't need a date. Invest in my
Okay, so
business.
then
Let's go.
let's root for the men right now then, because apparently it's been so much given to the women that nobody cares about what's being shared or given to the men. Because honestly, we hold the key. We have two chromosomes. We provide the X and the Y. We're the ones that actually women have two eggs. We have millions, millions. So that means that we can do whatever we can. We are the ones who actually help create more life in this world. We have that key. So
And you
if
also have the key to
but
destroy
listen,
the world.
listen. Yeah, true. Power is what can destroy or make the world.
Yes,
So
spreading
what
your
I'm
seed
saying
does
is
not
that
mean that that is
I'm
productive.
not saying that's not what I'm saying. Stop putting words in my mouth now. All I'm saying is that we have a respectable role in life, and we need to be honored by that. We need to be we need to be held up by that. Like acknowledge them. Just simply just start with the basic. Hey, this is a man. He's in a good place. I'm meeting him at the grocery store. He's buying groceries. Is it for him or is it for his family? You don't know that until you actually talk to that person. Say, hey, are you single or are you with someone? You with someone? I'm on my way to the next or on my way doing my groceries. I'm just saying that let's respect each other from the basic and then work on getting to know each other once we figured out the basic. You can't sit up here and just go by how somebody's dressed or what they step out of or how they make conversation because a lot of people are growing up in situations in certain areas where education is not that advanced or is not that available.
And
You
that's
have
someone that's not on your
you
level. At the
and
end
if
of the
you
day,
it doesn't matter about
there
level
has to
because
be
if
a
you're an educated
basis.
woman, then you can help that man reach that level of potential that
I
he's
a
been dreaming
thousand
about.
percent agree with you. But I also think that there are questions that women are not asking. And then women do the blame on men. And I'm not going to say necessarily me, we, but as a women, we are creating these men. These men are not as valuable as they used to be. And we have to just call a spade a spade. So what I'm
Don't
saying is,
if you go by the basic, men has the same value. It's what
that's not
it's
true.
our environment. It's our environment. If we can reproduce, we have the same value. If every man on this panel and in chat can reproduce, we have the same value. Starting off with the basic, we have the reproductive organs and we have the seeds, right? So that means that we have that title to be called a man because we can get with a woman to do what is basically created to do.
And
So
so can a
if
woman.
yeah, I understand that, but oh my gosh, you said so can a woman.
See, this is the
I'm
thing.
not even touching that.
You're
But
thinking
all I'm
of a
saying, no,
worldly
what
way.
I'm
There has to
thinking,
be a man and a woman and a unity.
no,
I'm
what
not
I'm
talking
thinking
about
is being
girlfriend,
open
boyfriend
minded,
spreading seed.
understanding.
If we're talking, we have to start talking about unity. We keep talking about baby mamas and going and men can spread. Okay, great. So can women. Like those are equal. That's an argument that's not
You
need to
missing the
present.
point. I'm saying that we all have we all have a basic root
Hmm.
that we can establish each other from. And
Okay.
until we start looking at that and recognizing each other from the basic, just like the host said, he said that poor men populated the earth because when we were slaves, we cooked, cleaned, became intimate, and did whatever master told us to do. But outside of what master told us to do, we sang, we encouraged each other, we motivate each other. We have a dime in our pocket. What was there? Love. Love kept all of that going.
You're absolutely right. And you're maybe have a perception of me. If a
I
man,
don't. I don't have a perception of you.
okay, just
I don't
listen.
even know you.
Okay.
I think you one of God's beautiful creatures, and I hope that He flourishes you to the point of, you know, to the highest of whatever you expect from Him.
Amen. I just think a man making money that it has nothing to do with it. If he was in a homeless shelter and he was a great man, and I was able to see who he was in the very beginning, because a man will show you who he is from jump. And if he shows you, it does not matter how much he makes, because that man can build you up. So money is not a factor to me. What I'm saying is that the character of a man, you have to be asking questions in order for you not to get played, because that's just what it is. Black women are like substantially single. So if you're not asking these questions, then maybe it's us. And we have to take accountability. We are not asking the proper questions, and we're allowing things to flow, and we're allowing it to be like, oh, if he's not taking care of me, then that's what it is, and he needs to provide my no. Number one, I got my daddy for that. Really, in all reality, if I needed my refrigerator filled, my father would do it. But if I needed something from a man, yes, I would want him to do that. But I also know there's so many ways a man can help you than just financial. And a man, even if he is in a homeless shelter, he will do whatever it takes to support you. That's financial. And I'm only saying this because I've been through it. And he would give me things. So that has nothing to do with anything. A man will always take care of you. He'll find a way. It doesn't matter if he has nothing to his name. He will find a way. So you have to not find, but you have to like begin to ask the right questions. And if you're not doing that, then you're playing yourself. And no man can lie to you. He can't. Because if you know your standards and you know what you're looking for, then you know how to cut off. I am the cut off queen, honey.
People lie to
So,
each other every day. Your job lie to you. Your
but you
boss
can't
lie to
lie to
you.
yourself.
Your coworkers lie to you. Uh, you can't avoid being lied to. I
You
mean,
can lie, you can see
you can't
through it.
avoid being hurt. You can't avoid being hurt. I,
That's true.
so, as an example, myself, I have been hurt many times, but that has not stopped me from striving to have a relationship and to be with a woman that would let me show her and let me be to her the man that I want to be for the woman that I'm with. Now, whether or not I'm someone's required taste, that's up to them based on how we click or how we connect and things of that nature. I'm not going to sit up here and forge an image that I have to maintain to be with a woman that I think is suitable for me. That's not how I roll. Because when you do that, then you lose yourself because you're so caught up in maintaining that image that you don't forgot who you want to be to the woman that showed her love to you. And me personally, I think that it's just the matter of being open and being able to receive love, to be able to give love. You have to trust somebody. And in order to trust somebody, you have to put yourself in a position to be hurt. You have to put yourself in a place of vulnerability. If you do not put yourself in a place of vulnerability and try to protect yourself 24/7, you are never going to experience true life, true love, and and understand what true love is because we learn from our mistakes. And only thing I pray for any and everybody is that your mistake is not costly to where you don't get a second chance to be able to see what love can be or to find true love. Because a lot of people end up in mentally unhealthy relationships. And we see those signs, but we get so caught up in, the body language, the body design, and things of that nature that we omit it. We like, oh, man, she fine, but dang, bro, she flipped out on me when I didn't return her call, or oh, girl, he good in bed, but dang, he's so possessive, and he always want me to be right by his side, and he pulling on me, and he almost snatched my wig. Girl, just because he putting it down, don't mean you got to accept that other stuff that comes with it, and that's the part of learning. But we get so caught up in the fleshly desires, which is partially money, that we look over that and we like he make 200 grand a month. I gotta stay with that because that's stability. But that stability, does it come with a black eye?
Well, that
Does it
comes with
come with you
self-esteem too.
not having friends, a social life, ability to have a good relationship with your parents again? Because you said you value your father. What if that man showed himself to be the man you want, but then all of a sudden told you, hey, you got to choose between me and your daddy?
You talking to me?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Oh no.
If the man of your life showed up and told you you have to
The
choose
man of my
between him
life
and his daddy,
wouldn't ever tell me to do that.
when
That would
you
never
get
happen.
married, you are no
That
longer
would never
in the
happen.
realm of your father.
That would never happen.
Yeah, you're right. That would
My
never
father
happen.
has to give me away.
That would
He,
never happen.
do you have a father in your life?
Yeah,
Are
I
you
have a father in my life, but was he good in my life? No.
okay? So that's the difference between a good father
No,
and
that is not good. That is not the difference because
that is the difference.
my
I
father
would
who art in
never
heaven
allow any
took
man to
took
come
up the
between
slack that
me and
he
my
left.
father. I would never. I
My
respect
father
my
who art in
father.
heaven took up the slack that my worldly father left.
Unique, can I ask you a question? What would be the reason that a good man would ask his wife to basically no longer have a relationship with her father?
Well, when I say that, I'm speaking in biblical as far as like making decisions in your relationship.
I think you're arguing for the
Telling
sake of
telling
arguing because you
No,
can't
I'm not
argue my
arguing for the
point.
sake of arguing. Let me answer a
You
question.
are. You didn't address
No,
anything
you're
that I
getting
said.
defensive about daddy right now. I'm
I'm
just
not
trying to answer her
defensive.
question. I'm just trying to answer her
You're
question.
asking me would I cut my father off, and your answer is never.
I'm
That is
telling
my
Glenda
father.
what I
That is the
meant by that
craziest thing to
statement.
even ask
All right,
somebody.
y'all. Let's get back to the topic. I
Yeah,
think
we ain't
Lawrence
going to
wants to
center
speak.
nobody. Let's let
'Cause-
Lawrence. Hey, Christina, how you
Hey,
doing?
hey, let Lawrence speak, y'all.
Go ahead, Lawrence. You got to unmute your mic. Lawrence might be going to sleep. Lawrence,
Hold
you there?
sorry to interrupt. I'm gonna drop. Thank you for having me on the conversation. I'll catch you on the next one.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah, thank you for having me as well. I'm gonna drop also.
Yeah, yeah. I want to say
Appreciate
something.
y'all. Be blessed.
Night, Unique.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Oh no, Lawrence left.
Back on there. Yeah, what I was saying when y'all was saying about the money situation and this and that or something, like I said, before me and my wife got married or something, before we got married, we were talking for a while before my wife got married. I didn't have a dime to my name. See what I'm saying? Me and her got together. She was working. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't working. You know what I'm saying? So after a while, when she got sick and she going to the hospital and surgeries and all this stuff, I provided for her. I worked hours and hours and hours of work. The money didn't matter to me. Whatever type of bill came up, hey, here you go. What's on, this on the bills? This on the bills. Like right now, I'm doing it right now. See what I'm saying? But it don't matter to me. Money is not a thing to me. See what I'm saying? So I don't trip out because she make more money than me. I make more. It's more than just that. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people they put that. Well, I'm making more money. I should do this and I should do that. It shouldn't be like that. I don't care if the woman make a less or the man make a less. It doesn't matter. As long as they work together, that's all we count. And see, a lot of people be thinking like, because I make more money than this person, I supposed to rule this and rule that. It don't work like that. See what I'm saying? And then and I've been listening every conversation I've been listening to is always bashing the man. I mean, I don't understand that. I don't understand that. It go both ways. It ain't just the man. It was women's too. You can't just say it's all man's fault or what man doing this man doing because it said in the Bible, a man supposed to work while a woman at home providing for the kids. See what I'm saying? Before y'all start working, we was already working years ago. See what I'm saying? The skill that y'all learned, the majority of the skills y'all learned from a man. Y'all didn't learn from yourself because y'all job was at home watching the kids while we work. See what I'm saying now? So when it comes to that, it go both ways. I ain't gonna blame the women, I ain't gonna blame the man, but it go both ways. You know what I'm saying? So it shouldn't matter, you know what I'm saying, about no money situation and all that stuff. You love her like you supposed to and whatever this and that, you know what I'm saying? You do whatever you can to make it happen. I don't care if she making more money than him or whatever, y'all work together. Ain't no such thing as talking about, well, he don't make that much. I don't want to make a lot of women like that. They say, well, he don't make that much money. I don't want to be with him. I done had a lot of women like before I got married. Oh, I don't want to talk to him. He ain't got no car. He's staying with his mama and this and that. I can't talk to him. I don't talk to a man that stay with their parents or whatever this and that. My mama was handicapped at the time before she died. I'm gonna be there for her like she be there for me. If you can't accept me being there, you know what I'm saying, for my mama, whatever this and that, hey, that's on you. But other than that, man, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. We got to get off that. We got to get off that situation like that. That ain't cool. Sure not. If you're gonna do it right. You know what I'm saying. If you're married or whatever, she make more money, whatever. Work together.
That's easier said than done. I can see
Yeah,
what you're
yeah.
saying, but I also understand why women have that fear. I understand these women's side is because a lot of times men take advantage of that. So there has to be some sort of boundaries to where they're set before that if I'm going to take care of this, then this is what it needs to be because you can't just be like, oh, well, it's just like that. No, maybe I can say that, but not a man because y'all just don't understand it from a certain point of view, which is the woman's point of view, is that too many times men have taken advantage of that. And that's just a
It
point
go
blank period.
it
They
go
And
both
so,
have.
ways. It go both ways. Why I say it go both ways? Because I've been getting taken advantage all my life. I'll be 58 years old. I've been going through all my life with women.
well, that's something
So,
you
but
have to like
I don't make
internally
myself,
deal
I don't
with.
make myself saying this woman gonna be like that or that woman gonna be like that. I can't say that. I can't say that no matter what I've been through. I've been through I've been through some hell of a situation, but I'm not gonna blame every woman for the situation I went through. I'm not gonna
I'm
do
not
that.
saying I'm blaming every man.
You
All I'm
know,
saying is,
I
is
mean,
that as a man, you can't really preface it in that way. Oh, it should just be done. Because as a man, you know what men do. And men take advantage of women who take that's why you have
women do
the
the same
bros who
thing.
just
Women do
Lawrence,
the
can
same
can
thing.
I ask Lawrence a question?
Yeah,
Do
yeah.
you have a daughter?
Do I have a daughter?
Yeah.
No, no. I have a
Okay.
son.
Okay. Let if you had a daughter and
Yeah.
she had two potential suitors, both men loved her unconditionally, like they loved your daughter and they wanted to marry your daughter. One did not have a job, one does have a job and was readily available to start supporting her, to take her from under your wing. You no longer have to provide for her financially. He will do that. And she asks you, Dad, which man should I choose? The one without the job that is not working. Hopefully in the future he will, but right now he's not working. The other man is working and is ready to provide me with the necessities. What would you tell her?
In that situation right there, even though that person got that job might don't last long. You know what I'm saying? But they got not have no job. You got to give him a chance too. He might be trying to find a job or something. You never know.
And he probably is. But if she has to make a choice between the man without the job and hopes that he will get the job, or choosing the man with the job and hoping he doesn't lose the job, which one would you choose as far as marriage is concerned? She's ready to say, I do.
I might have to choose one without a job. You never know.
Without the job. So you will want your daughter to be with a man without a job versus one with. So,
because like I say, some people are different. That because that man ain't got no job don't mean he can go out there and get a job.
I didn't say that. But I'm just curious to know why you would want your daughter to leave your house and now marry a man that cannot take care of her.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just wondering why that would be.
Miss Glenda, can I?
Maybe it could be just because that was your situation.
Yeah.
So you after you got married, you got a job. That's great. But I would always want.
Excuse me, cutting you out. Go ahead.
No, I would just hope that a man will want the absolute best for his daughter, and that means choosing someone that loves her and can provide for her and will provide for her.
Yeah, I understand it, but why say about that? Because like I say, when I met my wife, I didn't have no job. I came from Mississippi to Texas. I didn't have no job. Her father, deal with me and her for me and her getting married. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I didn't have no job. When I came to Texas, I started working through the temperature and I started working or something. As I started working, when she started having her surgery, she was for a while and I started picking up the slack. And I've been picking up ever since.
Okay. So you only started
say something
because of her surgeries.
Yeah. Hey, y'all. Let someone up top.
I want to say something real quick.
V-Ray can speak. We didn't hear from Cash Eyes, Danielle, or V-Ray.
Hey, good morning, you guys. So, does money matter more than love in 2025? No, money doesn't matter more than love. Love is something genuine, authentic love is something that you can't buy, but that doesn't negate the fact that in this Western culture that we need resources to survive. So even after love, we have to go get the resources to survive. So it's not this or that. In my opinion, it's this and that. But yeah, money never trumps love. Love always trumps money, but we need both. We need both. And I'll always subscribe to we have to survive, so we do need resources. But yeah, love is supreme. Love is something that you can't buy. Genuine love, you can't buy that. So that's my answer. And also, just to comment on what Lawrence said, that was an anecdotal experience that you had with before you got married and you didn't have a job. But we want to push the best possible option to our daughters. Like, just because, and I understand you didn't have a job starting out in your marriage, but that is something that we shouldn't push onto our daughters. We want to set them up in the best possible case scenario. And what Glenda said, she used a great analogy with that, having two men that that love your daughter unconditionally. So that part is already established, and one has resources and the other one does not have resources. And you said that you would prefer your daughter go with the one without the resources just because of how you started out. And that's just not the best case scenario, in my opinion. So yeah, I just wanted to mention that. And back in ancient culture, or back in the times where the father would vet the man and to decide on whether that man was equipped to take on his daughter hand in marriage, we can't be naive to think that these things weren't considered about whether his ability to be able to provide. Because when a daughter leave her dad, she, in my opinion, she's gonna always have that love, that mother, I'm sorry, not mother, that father and daughter relationship. But in marriage, she should leave her family and cleave. They should cleave to one another and become one, in my opinion. So it's not a great thing if a woman that have left her father have to depend on her father still for everything. Because if so, then what is the purpose of her husband? And I'll just land there. I'll land there for now.
Let's hear from Danielle.
Danielle got a teacup on. Look like she not on the live.
Cash eyes.
I'm here. Can y'all
Oh,
hear
she's
me?
there. She's there. Never mind.
Can y'all hear me?
Go ahead, Danielle.
So, just in my opinion, I think in 2025, people are dating wrong, first of all, when it come down to money versus love. People not dating from wholeness, they dating from pain. You know what I'm saying? And it's like a lot of people don't understand
She keep cutting out. I wonder
the
why.
fear, like it's a fear of not wanting to be alone, the loneliness. And that's what I think people get misconstrued in 2025, because we are not living in the old days. And a lot of people always say, you know, I want the household that grandma had, or I want the household that my mom had. But in all actuality, they don't realize the things that grandma took to have that lifestyle. So a lot of the times, even when we compare, like I tell people all the time, 90% of the black population grew up in uh narcissistic homes, and they don't even realize what narcissism is, because we young and you don't know, you know, the effect that narcissism have on you. So when the picture is being painted of I want the kind of love that grandma and granddad had, they leaving out all of the things that it took to just make the image look good. You know what I'm saying? And regardless of how you see it, people date in today's world based on what can you do for me, or how good you look on my arm. And a lot of people dating in today's world and they don't fully heal. You got to realize at some point everybody grow up with some type of trauma. I don't care who you are. You done had some type of trauma that happened to you, and until you actually heal yourself, a lot of failed relationships happen, and people go off of the money because a lot of people are still stuck in survival mode. A lot of people never come out of survival. They still stay stuck in that because that's all they know. So if a woman meets a good man and that man is worthy of something, if that woman mentality is still in survival mode, that's where she's going to be stuck, because she have not released herself from that. And that goes for men too. Like, men have trauma just like women carry trauma. So it works both ways. And a lot of people are in denial about it. A lot of people will say, oh, well, I'm healed, I don't have no trauma. But if you sit down and you dig deep, it'll show you what's beneath the surface.
Yeah, I just want to say I agree with you to a certain extent. The only thing I will respectfully disagree on is people wanting the same type of marriage that their grandparents or great grandparents have. I think if that's what they really wanted, our divorce rate wouldn't be so high. I think nowadays people are definitely willing to walk away and not deal with some of the foolishness that their grandparents, probably their grandmother, had to deal with. So they leave and they divorce. I don't
Yeah,
think
and I'm not saying a woman should stay in a relationship that failed based upon what grandma and granddaddy had, but let's be realistic. That's just like even when we come into the dating scene and a woman asks a man, you know, would you prefer a man, would you rather go 50-50 with a man, or whether you rather a man take care of the household? But what the average woman don't realize is that when it come down to men hold stuff in. They go conversate with friends because a lot of women in the household don't make them comfortable enough to be able to speak their opinion. So when a man is having a problem, they voice that elsewhere versus being able to bring it home. Because if he have an issue with a woman in the household, let's be realistic, and that's not to target women, but if men have an issue in the household that with a woman that he's dating, and he go to her and he say, well, I don't like when you did this, or I don't like this, can we work on it? The average woman gonna say, well, what the fuck you mean? It's always the fits mode. So instead of a man being comfortable within his relationship, that's not an option for him, because the average woman automatically takes it personal. And now I got to go diverse elsewhere because I can't even be a man in my own household. So I gotta pay these bills, and I gotta be the man that she expects for me to be, while the woman don't take accountability. You gotta understand, as a woman, I had so many trials and error, but the picture that I always overlooked was at the end of every situation that I have had, you know what the man always said to me? You never even asked me how my day was. Because I didn't realize that as a woman, I never gave a damn. It was more so of what I wanted. And what a lot of women don't realize is that if you actually submit to a man, he'll come to you for everything. And that's what the average woman don't won't admit. And us as women, we won't take accountability for that because we always right. Everybody side with the woman, but y'all don't realize the pain that men carry. So first of all, when you go into a relationship with a man, let's make sure that we both understand each other. A marriage cannot work if it's one-sided. A marriage cannot work when there is no security in the household for a man. Let's speak about it, because the average woman don't give a damn how he felt, honestly. Long as he did what he had to do as a man, pay them bills, take care of them kids, and pour it into her, the average man leave a relationship with less than what he went in with. You know why? Because that whole time, no matter how many years he invested into that relationship, he lost his self. He forgot about putting self first because his house was no longer peace. And they can jump on me about the conversation, but let's talk about it, because that's the problem in the world. Women always feel like we come first. And as a woman, yes, I truly believe that that's valid. But a man also has the same qualities that we expect. So if I'm dating a man and we go on a date, or if a man decide to say, hey, I want to take you on a date, the average woman gonna say, okay, cool. But if the tables was reversed, a woman find a problem in taking a man on a date. Oh, well, you asked me to go on a date, I ain't got to pay for it. What's wrong with the man getting the same qualities as a woman? I'm confused. Like, I be so confused when it come down to the dating world, because the stigma that people have, they be so loud but wrong. Why do men have to lack in a relationship while giving the woman everything, and when he leave, now he going on to somebody else damaged because she took him for everything he had. She never validated his feelings. So when we come on here and we talk about relationships and all of that, let's make sure that as women, we take accountability too. So yes, the same way we get tired, men get tired.
Can I say something to that, Miss Danielle? That is
Yes, ma'am.
the same way that they get tired, we get tired. But to ask the question is, why can't a man get the same treatment as a woman, as far as why can't I take you out on a date? Why is it you having to take me out on a date? You were made a man and I was made a woman. You're different from me.
Right.
Just like my role is to be the nurturer, the mother, the one that's submissive, and you're supposed to be the provider and the leader. You can't be like me. I can't treat you like, you want to be treated like If you want to be treated like a woman, you might as well turn over to the other side.
No. So when I say treat it, I'm not saying treat it like a woman. What I mean is, why can't we validate them as men? Why can't we meet them where they are?
I can't speak for other women, but I've been married for 24 years, and yeah,
And you know what? I don't expect a lot of y'all to understand that, because a lot of the times when it come down to women, until you start digging deep, till you done been through something, until you start healing yourself and you understand the importance and what role you played, I don't expect women to agree with me. And that's only because a lot of women have not made it there yet. And that's okay.
I
That's
agree with
okay
you,
as a
Danielle.
woman if you have not made it there yet.
I agree with you, Danielle.
yeah, I
I
think
agree
from a
with you 100%.
generalization, you are absolutely correct.
All right, Cash Eyes has not spoken yet. Let's let her speak. Him or her, whoever.
I'm a guy, first of all.
Oh, so I'm. Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. I didn't see your
No,
picture. I'm
it's
half
all
asleep over
good.
here. It's 4 a.m. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. Um, this is what this is, and I was gonna say some stuff, but this is the funny part. I don't know who that was that said it because I couldn't see the thing lit up. But why can't you expect a man to take you out on a date, but there's nothing wrong with you coming out your money for a date. There's nothing wrong with being like, let me take you out also. I think the problem in most dating situations is that somebody feel like they being used. I don't know if y'all seen this, but I remember I seen a post on some where this guy took this girl out. She ordered like 5 damn entrees. And then it's like, oh, well, I'm going to eat this. I mean, I think it's a bunch of usury and scamming going on with people. Now, does money matter more than love? I don't think so, because we all want to be loved. The problem is it's a lot of bad people out there that use that to be like, oh, I love it, but they just want to manipulate. And that's like the cold thing about it. Okay, in our economy now, for you to just talk about, oh, I want the man to provide everything for me and I just want to be at home. Where does that work at? Most black people, we don't come from money. Yes, we built this country, but we don't come from money. So if I'm paying and taking care of everything, what the hell are you doing? Like sometimes women get upset when a man will ask them what they bring to the table because they be thinking that it's financial. It don't have nothing to do with financial. I've never heard a woman that got mad at a dude talking about what you bring to the table. They don't ever say, I bring kindness, I bring peace, I bring loyalty, I bring just the presence of mind to know what my man is thinking to help build him up. Because the thing about it is a man, because she could build a woman up to where he can fly like a damn eagle, or she can tear him down to where he don't even want to exist. And it's nothing. And it's like, we need to be in it together. When you first meet, y'all need to be in it together. Damn, people be talking about, I want a man to make 100,000. Do you realize how rare that is to make 100,000? But here you are, you making 20,000 at like Jack in the Box a year, but you want $100,000 man. And this is what I want to know, women, and that those guys who are making the 6 and 7 figures, do you think that they want to be involved with somebody that don't bring them peace? And another thing, it's like, do you think you the only one? A lot of women, it's like, oh, if the man got money, I don't care. Just don't bring that around me. I understand he gonna do his thing, but he paying my bills, this, that, and the other. We need to come off of that. I say this, date on the level that you at right now in life and see if y'all can build something together. Don't be worried about nobody providing for you or whatever. And just like people that they trip me out because if you got your own house, your own car, you doing for yourself, damn it, you don't get praise for that. That's called being a freaking adult. That's called being an adult. You have to have that. Shouldn't nobody have to do that for you? Now, it's okay if you dating a person and damn, if your man is truly into you, he gonna see like, damn, my baby feet looking rough. Hey, baby, I got a couple extra dollars. Go get you a pedicure. Oh, your phone bill is late. I need to talk to my baby. Here's some money for your phone bill. But you don't, but people be acting like they got to scheme and scam. Oh, what can he do for me? What can you do for me? Like that's the craziest thing ever, because I never see a panel of all white tea people talking that way. Like what's wrong with our community? What can we do to make sure that our women is gonna be into us? And it's crazy to me. It's crazy.
They don't have to
That's
discuss those things because their men were raised to be providers. That race was raised completely different, where a lot of them grew up in a household where they saw their parents married and their mothers were able to be in their soft, feminine era and the man provided. So they
Let's
don't
not
have
make excuses though.
okay. So let me ask y'all a question. So okay, if I'm providing everything in the household, as far as the bills and everything, what am I getting in return for that?
So I think see, this doesn't have to be as hard as we make it. When
That's
we
up, boy.
want reciprocity, right? Reciprocity on both ends, right? Just like when you said earlier, when you said how women get offended when men ask what you bring to the table, and it doesn't necessarily have to be money. Are you caring? Are you nurturing? Are you gonna am I gonna have peace in the home? Things like that. We all want reciprocity, both genders. It's not to say that the flow goes just one way. And let's just keep it a buck. It's not that hard. You want to feel appreciated as a man. We want to feel appreciated as women. Now let's dissect and break that down. What does that look like? And that's going to look different for each individual, because everybody have their own.
Right.
They
We all different.
Yeah, we're different. So that's the whole part of like the vetting stage and getting to know one another. If you see a beautiful woman, I mean, she's beautiful, she's gorgeous on the exterior, she's just everything that you can imagine, right? But as you go out on dates and you get to know her, her heart is black as tar. At some point, you have to exercise wisdom and say she's beautiful and all, she's of poor character. She has no substance. She's just a shell. And if you continue to date or to, for the purposes of the aesthetic, then it's like, you're now doing damage to yourself, because this is not what you need. This is not really what you want. So we have to be realistic, and it goes both ways as women too. We just can't look for superficial things. We have to be equally yoked, and that's going to look different. But just make sure that we're assessing these things and not turning a blind eye to them, so that we don't end up with resentment, so that we don't end up in all of this frustration. And a part of that is knowing who you are. When you heal, when you go do the work, you're able to see clearer, to be able to properly assess, because you're not operating from a broken place anymore. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
and I understand you completely with that, but what I'm saying is this. Okay, women truly control the smecks. Y'all control that. Okay, y'all control y'all bodies. Like, if you know that a man is no good, you're gonna be on it. I'm gonna make sure I take my pills. I'm gonna make sure I do not have a baby by him. He could be laying the pipe. He could be doing whatever. Y'all gonna make sure that y'all not finna start a family with this dude. But what I'm saying is, we have women out in this world that will go through all this stuff with these dudes that they know that's not cool or whatever. But then all the men have to bear the blame for it. Is oh, now black man ain't shit. Black men are this, black men are that. We can't control like the whole world. Like, we can't be the man that y'all picture in y'all mind. You want a Renaissance black man who likes poetry, who could fight, is a thug, make fast money, who got a good job. He got to make over $100,000 a year. He got to be 6 feet tall. he got to have more than 6 inches and this, that, and other. Like, y'all don't realize that y'all really eliminating yourself. Y'all funneling yourself to get dogged.
Can
Because
I say a couple
the
things?
man that's on the
Hold on,
top tier,
Can I
he
say a
ain't trying
couple
to fool with
things?
just
hold on for a
anything.
minute. We got a new speaker in. I want to allow Miss
My
Sable
bad, y'all.
speak for a second. How you doing, young
Hey
lady?
y'all, I'm doing well. How are you,
It's
sir?
nice to
So
see you.
I'm nice to see you as well as always. I am Shar Curry, aka Says What She Wants, the #1 female advocate for men, but also a sister to women. So when Danielle spoke, listen good. She spoke to my spirit, okay? Christine, I heard you the other night. Christine, I heard you the other night. Dope, dope, dope. But can I speak to a couple things? When she talked about reciprocity, right? A lot of times, 9 times out of 10, men will be able to give that, but women won't because they're fucking selfish. Okay, let's just talk about the elephant in the room. A lot of women nowadays are selfish. They are dating men or marrying men for their pockets or their wallets or their bank account to see what they can get out of them. 9 times out of 10, right? And then about the picker being off, when you say tell men and women to pick better, you can vet and vet and vet somebody, but you will never know how they are going to treat you, what they are going to say to you, or what they're going to do to you until they actually do it. A lot of people, they sit up there and they go to social media and they say, oh, well, pick better. Okay, well, you even let me just speak to this really quick, because sometimes what happens is you marry somebody and 3 or 4 or 5 years down the line they get diagnosed with a mental illness. So how can you tell that person to pick better when the bipolar and the borderline personality disorder was laying dormant? Okay.
Oh, I wanted
Well,
to.
well,
I just
I'm gonna
wanted
say
to
this
respond
with pick.
to.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, sweetheart.
I just wanted to respond quickly. I agree. We're not gonna. It's not gonna be 100% effective. When but we do have to do our due diligence. And that doesn't mean that it's gonna be 100% pew pew proof. But that doesn't mean that we're relieved or that we don't have a job to do with first knowing who you are. Who are you within your core? Have you done the self
Very
work?
silent.
Have you packed? Have you healed? Have you went through your work first? Because, and I always like to just go back there, because if we haven't done the work within ourselves, our vision is not going to be as clear to be able to properly assess, because there's a thing that's called trauma bonding. And it's very important to deal with those issues first and foremost before you even try to connect yourself with anyone. Go heal first. I like to say heal before you deal. And then after you have healed, guess what? You're gonna get to know that person. It could be a man or a woman. It goes for both. And you have to pay attention. You have to, if you're one within yourself and you are operating from a healed place, it's not as hard as operating from a broken place. I'll just say that. But I do agree that it's not 100% proof that you can just pick and it has and it can't be, be proven wrong. So I get what you're saying with that, but we still have to do our due diligence and pay attention to the red flags, and we have to do the best that we can do to set ourselves up for the best possibility, the best possible outcome is, if that makes sense. I'm not saying that we're going to be 100% accurate with our choosing, because the people can mask a long time. They can mask a very long time. So I understand what you're saying with that.
Okay, I agree. I agree with you on that. I'm saying like this. People need to truly start vetting people before they get involved with them. Because like you said, people can wear their mask or they send their representatives out there and all of that. I say before you go any further, you make sure that they put a ring on it before you doing all this stuff. And I'm not trying to like really like pander to women or nothing. I'm just saying that we need to vet each other before you go any farther with people. But I just got a question to the ladies, guys. I think we got 6 ladies up here. What do you truly want in a man? And because I'm really curious, because I really feel like this. I feel like when women tell men they want something, like I described, like all those things that women expect a man to be, or they expect that man to be that in their mind. Like, what do y'all feel? Just young ladies, y'all being up here, what do y'all feel that y'all want?
What I want in a man, which I have in my husband, he's a provider financially. He's a protector. Um, he is a great father, a great leader. He is ambitious. He has a relationship with God. He's family oriented. He's faithful. He's caring. He's loving.
Now that's beautiful, because you know what? You ain't say shit about money. You ain't said one thing about money. All those qualities, and that's what I'm saying. When guys be asking women what they bring to a table, why don't they say stuff like that?
Well, I did say that he is a provider financially.
Oh,
And
yeah. But depending on where you live at, that could be anything. That could be him just going to work.
I mean, absolutely. I mean,
You know
there
what
was
I
a
mean?
time when he wasn't able to work, and I took care of everything. Fine, no problem.
Mm-hmm.
But he does provide financially. I will say that.
Yeah. And that's all right there. Because you've been married, what'd you say, 24 years? Yeah, I've been married since 2007. And people be talking about the whole 50-50 deal. Like, I'm in California. Like, you need to work. Now, I'm not saying that she can't have a break, or if she came to me right now and was like, babe, I want to quit my job, I'd be like, well, what the fuck you gonna do? Well, what you gonna do now? But go ahead and take your time and figure out what you gonna do. But it's the times that we live in. Like, we can't be like our grandparents and stuff when gas was like 49 cents and 39 cents. Like, everything is different. You can go to a store and spend 70 or $100 on just 3 bags of groceries now. Like, we live in different times.
Well, I think that even then, the cost of living for certain people was, beyond their means. So it's not like our great grandparents, years ago was making $100,000 or $50,000. So I think that the cost of living was still pretty much comparable to what it is today. Like, they were struggling then, but they lived within their means. Grandma didn't have to ride around in a Mercedes Benz if grandpa didn't have the means to provide that.
Yeah, I feel you 110% with that. But I just feel like it is different for us now because, when you was in high school, y'all know, like, they used to have like programs that you can go into auto mechanics and you can like really make a decent living with welding and all the stuff that they actually offered in high school. They took all those programs out, and it's like, it's just not, I just don't think it's feasible to be on one income now. I think that both should be working. And but no knock to the women who stay at home and their husbands are able to provide or whatnot. My thing is, when you at home, when you come home, it should be peace, don't you think?
Yeah, that should be there regardless.
Right. But a lot of people don't have that. A lot of stuff be messed up in this world. But
Why
I,
would
I'm
you
just,
have
I'm
peace
just,
with it? Can I
I'm
say,
glad. Go ahead.
I love that story, and I'm pretty sure most of us know when I say this person, Tabitha Brown, Tabitha and Chance, and I heard about the story. He was a police officer, and she promised him that she would do little odd things here and there. I think when she blew up, she was like a Uber or something with Ubering or something like that. But she didn't have a anything that would be substantial to take care of, the full, the main bills in
Hey,
the house.
one
But
one
she
second, one second. Who is this that you're talking about? So I can Google them
Tabitha
real quick.
Tabitha Brown,
Tabitha
Tabitha
Brown.
and Chance.
Okay.
But she and I love their story. When I learned of their story, he was a main provider. He was a police officer, and she promised him that within a certain amount of years, that because she always aspired to go big and move to California, and he allowed her that space to go pursue her dreams. And I think a lot of us, we miss this. If you do land yourself a great woman, I'm talking about a whole healed woman, we're creators, right? I think sometimes, like, some of us have big dreams inside of us, right? And sometimes if we're just made to do a 9 to 5 or made to just go into the workforce, we don't reach our full potential. Even that dream that's inside of us, it's all we need is the time and space to build on it and to create it. And it does take, and it would take, it's the certain right person to understand that, and he cultivated that. And her word, her promise to him, it manifested. And I believe a big reason of that was because he allowed her to have that space to pursue her dreams, and it paid off in the end for them. So I think, I said all that to say this. Sometimes it's not gonna look as we both have to do the work for it. As long as we have dreams, aspirations, goals, and we're working towards that, because it can be much bigger than what we fathom, what we can imagine. If we allow and trust our partners, you know what I'm saying, and allow them to operate and allow them to be able to work that thing, it could be greater than
Huh?
what you think a 9 to 5 could ever bring, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But what I want to interject is that when it comes to the problem, does money matter more than love? Um, Men uh, inherently over the history of humanity have showed up as providers. That's an attribute of God, to provide for His bride. God provides for His church. So as men, we should seek for a bride to be a provider, just like God shows up for His bride. I hope y'all can still hear me.
Block, Mr. Block
So
something. Can you mute? Can you mute your mic? Block some. Okay. Go ahead, sir. Sir, that was just talking.
can y'all hear me?
Yes.
All right. So men should show up as a leader, protector, provider for their wives. And I think if men, if, and I'm, y'all see my name. I block simps. I'm not for simping or pandering or anything like that. But I do think the duty of men is to go build themselves up as men, and we express our love to our women and our children by way of providing. So it takes money to do that. So I don't understand what and as men, if once you create your spot in the world for your family to live and function, then you should seek a woman to help, because that's what she was created for, to help. And inside of helping, what purpose are we doing all this, right? What purpose are we coming together for family? For to what purpose are we trying to increase our wealth? Because we want the lineage, the, the descendants of us to have things better than what we had it, and to be greater stewards than we were, to continue to be better stewards of it. Why? So we can continue giving glory to the Most High in the way that we live, making the world a better place. generation to generation. That's what we're here to do. And I think what we're losing is the purpose. We're so focused on the superficial things, with money and assets and cars and amenities of life and comfort, and we just totally, throwing away that disasters can happen. And we're so focused on this thing called happiness, and we fail to realize that happiness depends on happenstances. And we need to be focused on joy and lineage and the more weightier things of life. And I think the conversations that are going on TikTok across the internet are just so superficial. Nobody is concentrating on purpose. Nobody is concentrating on, hey, in about 20, 30 years, I'm not going to be here. What do I want to leave behind? What do I want my children to gain from us coming together? And we're just losing purpose. I just think that we focus on the main thing and the good things. We can get a hold of this confusion and chaos that we have going on in our community, but it's going to take cooperation. It's going to take us pointing out our roles and living in within our roles. And I think we need to begin with men. And I think the men that women are seeking today are becoming extinct because the lack of fatherhood. The number one thing in the black community today should be getting fathers back in the lives getting fathers back in the home where they're waking up and going to sleep with their children every day. That should be the number one issue. The number one thing we should be doing is getting the black family back together.
I
That's
love
where
the
our wealth
channel.
is. That's where our future is. Anything else is absolutely silly. I land.
Okay, IBS, I got a question for you. So, are you single? Or you married or what?
For 20 years.
So you in a date? Are you in the dating world now? Okay. So, do you feel when you go on dates, because you seem like a pretty intelligent person, do you vet them before, or do you usually leave with disappointment as far as like, I took her out on a date and I didn't spend my money, but you can tell that she's all about the money.
Vulnerability is always going to be a part of the dating world. You're never going to escape that. There's always going to be a chance that you could lose, right? That's just part of it. If you can't handle that coming into the dating world, you don't need to date, right? There's a chance that I may take a woman on a date. I pay for dates, right? When I ask a woman
Mm-hmm.
out, I pay for it, right? And if she, and I lead with my manhood and the way I do things, right? And I seek what I'm looking for is her reciprocity. If she doesn't reciprocate in the ways that are valuable to me and that I uphold, then there you go. I make a decision to cut my losses. But if people are coming to the dating table uh, and they're absolutely trying to absolve themselves of all vulnerability, then you at that point become the toxic person. If you're not willing to invest, right, meaning you could lose, but you have to be comfortable with what you could lose and not and be smart enough not to lose too much. That's just part of it, right?
Right. No,
So
no. I understand you 110%. But what I'm saying is, since you're in the dating world now, what do you think the percentage is to where the woman is not looking for money?
I I would say a majority of women are not looking for money. They're actually looking for manliness. They're looking for leadership. They're looking for a guy to be a man, right?
Correct. They want
And so
stability.
Okay.
say what?
Financial is a part of the stability, or it don't have nothing to do with it. I'm curious.
Say that one more time,
I
brother.
said, so financial, because somebody just chimed in and said she looking for stability. Okay, is financial? Is that what we're looking for? Or are we just looking for the man to be a manly man? Because
Well, your financial is part of your
no,
stability.
because
How
I
can
agree. I don't think that any man should be dating unless he got his stuff together and he can provide for a woman. That's that's not what I'm saying. I'm just want to know, because you're dating, how, like, what's okay, you want to be stable, you want to have stability. I get that. But I'm saying, what does that actually mean? Because somebody can say that means totally different things.
It goes back to purpose. It
I
goes
just
back to
want
what
to
purpose
say,
am I out
so
here
I'd
for?
love to chime
Am I
in.
looking for?
I don't want to overtalk anyone. I recently joined the panel. I appreciate the discussion you all have been having.
Oh, I'll mute. Go ahead.
But I'd love to chime in quickly. Hearing what everyone's talking about, I'm hearing a lot of things that I agree with, a lot of things that I disagree with. But I think one thing that we got to put into perspective: over generations, our values have evolved. We are living in a capitalistic society, so to pretend as if money doesn't have value doesn't make any sense, especially when we look to the fact that our marital system is now tied to a monetary value. What are the tax incentives you get once you are married, right? What are the benefits that you get once you are married and have children? What are the benefits that are provided once you're in a household that looks a specific way? So I think it would be naive for us to pretend like money doesn't have a value, and seeing that it has now had this intrinsic tie to love, right? Love is not only being looked at from a marital sense and a biblical sense or a religious sense, it's being looked at from the sense of love equates to these benefits that you then get from the state or from the government based on that. And so when I think about the values that we're talking about, the value system changes based on a person's upbringing. If you are going out and dating someone who understands what wealth looks like, right? I'm going out and I found a female who understands what wealth looks like. The priorities are going to be different, right? She's going to be thinking about how we create generational wealth and mobilize upward. And that is a value that is tied to the love. If I go out and find someone who comes from a third world country like I did, and they're not as worried about upward mobility as much as they are stability, they're not thinking necessarily in a wealth mindset as much as they're thinking in a growth mindset. And then my values in terms of the things that I can't provide, like a child on my own, becomes a priority that I then start talking about and talking through. And there was a point made earlier about fathers coming back into the household, and I agree. But from a numbers standpoint, we are seeing more fathers in the household in this generation than we've ever seen. The statistics are up, right? You can have fathers, but that doesn't mean they're good fathers. You can have mothers, and it doesn't mean they're good mothers. The value system comes from what we are believing and what we are allowing ourselves to believe. And I feel like a lot of the conversation tonight, and I joined a little bit late, so I don't want to generalize, but it seems like we've been painting people with broad brushes. We've been generalizing a lot of groups of people on broad brushes. And I think that speaks more about the circle of people that y'all might be dating than it does about the people in and of themselves. Right?
I think there's a lot of confusion on where people like position is at. Like women, they want to feel like they can handle their own too. Then that's what we're taking from. We're thinking that we have to be so much. It's a lot of confusion where we think we have to be so much of a provider, but they want their space too. They have their freedom and how you say it, liberation. So they feel like they can go to work, they can go do the same shit that anybody can do for them too, and it's like a borderline. That's where the confusion is at. It's like a borderline because a lot of females or women want to feel like, look it, I don't need you, but I like you to be like, somebody that I could depend on too. Like if it goes bad. But it's that's where the confusion is at. Because like y'all all saying, us as men have to be providers. We have to be this. We have to be that. But women want to be respected as that too.
I do want to correct him on
I'm
something.
sorry. Go ahead.
Statistics he said about the Black fathers in the home. That is not true. In 1970, it was 12.9%. That was, one parent. Now is 25%. There's 57.6% of Black men leave their children. So that's almost 60%. That is not going in a different direction. So.
And so,
it might seem like it, but that's not what the numbers say.
No, and so I appreciate that clarification, just to provide my source as well, because it seems that we might have conflicting sources. My data is coming from the National Fatherhood Initiative, And I think it was last updated January 29th, 2024, which is saying that there's a decrease comparing it to 1976 and 1984. 2.8 million fewer children growing up in fatherless households. So I think the numbers aren't necessarily saying that it is based on marriage. It's saying that there are fathers present in some capacity. So I'm not trying to have like a statistic war, but I just want it to be known that the data that I came with was backed up by a reputable source.
Is that for the Black community or is that in general?
So this is all fathers across the board, but it does hyperfixate on the Black community, showcasing that it's seen a better increase than any other community since 1976. And that's the National Fatherhood Initiative, January
Yes, Pierre.
29th, 24.
To support what Pierre is saying, 2/3 of Black children have their father involved in their life. Doesn't mean that they're waking up and going to sleep with their children. What I was speaking of, we need fathers in the home, everyday life with their children, not this custody thing, couple of weekends a month. We need fathers to actually have a life with their children, and that's going to impact how boys see men leading families and managing households. And that's what, even though a father is involved in his child's life by going pick him up, taking him to the park, coaching ball, it's not the same as waking up every day, seeing your dad lead a household.
1000% agree. I grew up with my father. My father's still in my home. I just went to his house yesterday. There's nothing like having your father there every night. And my father was there every single night.
Amen.
Still married.
We know daddy's girl. We know. We could tell.
We know it, girl.
We could tell.
I just think that should be the number one thing on the Black agenda. And I'm with all the things like the things going on in Memphis, people, this is a direct correlation to the lack of fathers, direct connection. And for us as a whole to be grown and intelligent as we are, to be speaking like we're speaking on this platform, to not be all in agreement and charging forward with getting these fathers and getting these families back together. I don't know what else are we talking about? I mean, what else matters more than that today? When we see what's going on in Memphis, I'm sorry?
What's the solution? Because, I mean, obviously.
The solution.
Sorry, go ahead.
If I was governor, right, I would go to the religious organization. This is me. People can disagree. This is what I would do as a try to get things better. I would incentivize leadership, clergy, in projecting fatherhood and encouraging marriage, teaching classes, and being on purpose with it. I would get social organizations to put forth a valiant effort into teaching marriage, teaching wifehood, teaching husbandhood, and yeah, start there.
Block.
If we got to put our money where our mouth is.
I can appreciate the sentiment in that solution. I would say that my concern is that the church, in a modern sense, is becoming too tied to money. It's becoming too tied to the financials and the woes of wealth that you can't even necessarily, and I say this with a heavy heart as someone who grew up in the church, who sings in the church still, you can't even trust the church in some senses because the messaging is targeted towards what they believe will benefit their clergy as opposed to the word of God. So when you say turn to the churches, I respectfully think we should be turning to the education system.
Hey, well, I'm gonna tell you, Pierre Paul, like when you had said you had said that Black people, I don't know, it was kind of like a way you were saying like we are better off now than what we were in the past.
Oh God, that's not what I was attempting to say, my guy. If that's how it came out, I'll backtrack on that. A1.
Okay, well, no, but I mean, it's not. I'm not coming for you or nothing, bro. I'm just saying like this. I think that when back in the day, I think we were more proud. We lifted our head high. We dealt with each other. I mean, I like people always talk about what's the problem in the Black communities? Why you can't get their shit together, basically. And it's like, first of all, you'll see a person of your same descent, make eye contact with them, and you'll be like, "Hey, good morning," and they won't even want to speak.
Mm.
You know, like we gotta really check ourselves as far as like we can't continue being like this to each other.
We got to have accountability for one another.
Yeah, exactly, man. Like for real.
I think the problem in the Black community, and I know this seems like so simple, but it really is men's penis and where he puts it. We're saying, oh, our we have the worst race because of financial. No, it's not. It's because men cheat. Point blank. Period. And then the woman says, well, if I'm gonna get cheated on, I might as well use this man for his money, which is the cycle. Is that we're not talking about the man and his loyalty to the Black woman. This is all that it is. If a man is loyal to the Black woman, the most threatened thing in all of Earth right now is the unity of the Black male and female. So if we unite and then we do everything right, but then he goes and cheats, that's where everything gets off track. That's where women start getting off track and saying, you got to provide for me, because if you're going to cheat on me, and if all of I've seen of all this, because we keep talking about our grandmas, but nobody's talking about the cheating. That's the only reason why we don't want to go back to our
But
grandmas.
you just can't say that about cheating.
Hold on, let me respond to this,
You
brother.
made a bad
The
decision.
thing is, we have to make marriage attractive. We have to make marriage attractive to men again. In America, legal marriage is a huge detriment to traditional men. Um, I'll give you one case in point. As it stands with 38 states, if you get legally married, your then wife can step outside the marriage and get pregnant by another man and bring that baby home and make her legal husband pay for it in child support. We have to change things like that. In Texas, they made it hard where your legal husband can't even get out of it. He's responsible for that child that you had with another man until that other man steps up. And so when you look at marriage, you go by this marriage license, and if the county clerk tells you before you sign that, hey, your wife can go out here and do this to you, and you can be made to pay child support for this kid that's not biologically yours, I guarantee you that a strong majority of men will turn their back and walk out the courthouse. And
That's here and
and that's
there.
a detriment
We're
to us.
talking about.
We
What I'm talking about is a consistent thing of men's sex and the way that they value women. So I understand that women cheat. I understand that women play off. That's given. We understand that, but that's not all the time. My point is that men
do you know
cheat.
how prevalent this is?
You said
That men
what?
are paying for other. Do you know how prevalent it is
I
today
understand that,
of
but it's
men
not
that
all
are
men. I'm
paying for
telling
children
you
that are
that
not
the
theirs?
average man has cheated on a woman. Not the average woman has not had a baby by a man. That's not. This is what I'm talking about. We're talking about averages. I understand that that happens, but what I'm focusing on is the grandma, how we got from grandma to here, and how we got from grandma and grandpa being steady is the grandpa cheating. My grandpa had a baby off of my grandmother. So I know this. Now my father's completely different, but my grandfather's, I understand that on both sides. So we're not talking about the cheating. So that's the only reason why we do not have successful Black families, is because the man has not controlled his sex drive. Most men keep talking about women's body counts, but they don't talk about their own. Whenever you have sex with someone, you create a soul tie. So when you have sex with multiple women, that is on you too. Like, women do not want men with all of these women that you've been with. And I just
Biggest
don't understand. We
problem.
need to start
So
talking about that more,
and
because
so
time
I
is
kind of
so
like
important
this.
for anyone.
80% of black divorces don't even involve any abuse or cheating. So that's not our biggest problem. We're having a problem
Yeah.
with with women just walking away from these marriages.
Have
I'm
you looked
in the
at
I'm in
these
I'm in the, hold
statistics?
on a
Because
minute.
I have them.
I'm in the dating world, right? I cannot tell you how many women that I have vetted and asked questions of why they left their marriages, and they just say they grew out of it. I said, well, was there any cheating or abuse involved? No, he didn't. He didn't do any of that. He just wasn't going the way I wanted him to go. These
But
women are
I
leaving their
can I
marriages.
say this, right? Because I think you got to take that with a grain of salt. Because as and I hear this all the time, where they say, don't tell the new person everything that you've been through, and so they try to keep it at a very surface level and to say, hey, yeah, it just didn't work out, without going into all. Now some do, some go into the details and tell how, their spouse did this, that, drug them, took them through the mud. They'll expound on it. But most of the time, they keep it at a surface level answer, because they don't want you to get any preconceived notions about anything that you feel like you can get away with just because of what they went through. So that's why I say take that with a grain of salt. I know you've probably
Ask a direct
women, but
question.
they're
Oh,
not
not to
they're
cut you
not
off.
gonna be
If I
they're
ask
not
you a
gonna
direct, if I ask a direct question, was there any cheating or abuse in your marriage that caused a divorce, and you just stayed over it? You mean to tell me that's what they're doing? They're being coached to lie about it?
No, not lie, not necessarily lie, but just not overindulge in the whole breakdown of their past. You get what I'm saying? Like, and especially in the beginning phase, like of the dating phase, they're not gonna sit there at the dinner table and tell you their whole life story about some tragic events, because they don't even know if they like you like that yet. But I'm just telling you to just take that with a grain of salt. I wouldn't just put that the basis on. That's why you feel that women aren't, or the women, like, women are getting divorces just because they grew out of it. It's a lot more. It's deeper than
Yeah,
that.
and I
So
would
the
agree
thing
with
is, I
that.
have
There,
more
Sometimes,
respect.
most of the
so
time, it's deeper than that.
I feel like this. Where is the accountability on the decisions that you made? Like, nobody is talking. Okay, yeah. If you meeting, just say you got all these kids or whatever, and then the man ain't about shit. Why is it that women can't? You pick the man that's not about shit.
And that goes into what we were saying about earlier, when the young lady had came up here and she was like, I don't care how much you try to vet. And that can go for both men and women. We all know people mask, and they mask for a long time. Some people play the long game. You get what I'm saying? We were just talking about that earlier.
No, I get
So
that. But I ain't gonna
everybody
have
has
no
a
So
baby
women
by
different
who
you.
lie.
story of
I
how they
want to.
show
So
up
check this.
in the
Women. Women
relationship.
who don't tell the truth about why their relationships ended, you think that's going to fare them well by lying about it? The thing is, I have more respect for a woman who was in an abusive relationship and decided to leave, which is what she should have done. But if she tells me there was no abuse and there was no cheating and you still walked away, no, I'm not going to entertain you.
So
No,
this
Right,
not at
but
all.
this
but
is an
I like
interesting
saying,
intersection. This is an
but
interesting intersection because I disagree with some points that were said earlier, but now I feel like I got to step in a little bit because to kind of go off of Ray and what she was saying, there's nuance to what happens. I serve on the board for the Center for Prevention of Abuse in Illinois, and I can tell you in the truest form the nuances of a marriage, of a relationship, be it abusive, be it whatever. It goes much deeper than I have respect for the person who left. I have respect for the person who stayed. Y'all, we cannot keep generalizing both sides of the aisle as if there are not specific stipulations that make it different. And I also got to say, we can all pretend like we're great judges of character and we can sit on it and pray on it and stay on it. But when you run into a real narcissist, man or woman, you don't realize until you have already began that bonding process in the relationship, and then the decisions that you have to make are tough. I can't fully agree with everything Queen was saying, but I'd love to hear that. She said she has stats, and I'd love to hear those stats, because based on the data that I know, 20% of married men cheat, 13% of married women cheat, just on a very surface level, what the data says. Egregious on both sides. I can't say that cheating is what's the catalyst for the problems, but I can say that I think pride on both sides is what is ending a lot of these relationships. People get into these relationships and think that it's their way or the highway.
okay,
I got you,
Pierre,
brother.
what do you
Totally
mean by
agree with you
cheating
on that.
though? What do you mean by cheating, Pierre?
Do you mean like based on the stat that I brought up, or?
Yeah, I'm just saying because people think cheating is different stuff. Me, I say like this. I don't do anything that I wouldn't want my wife doing. You know what I mean? So, but I want to know, like, what do you think? Like, as far as your statistics, what is that cheating? That's intercourse with another person?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I'll give you my answer, but I'm not saying my interpretation of the data. The data just says what the data says based on numbers. I don't know what they quantify it as. But if you ask me, cheating goes for both emotional cheating and physical cheating, right? I think if you text and have the intent to start an emotional relationship with another person, to me, that is just as much cheating as going out and, doing the deed, right? What you need, like, I think those are both cheating in different ways. The way your partner chooses to handle that cheating is completely different, right? And this, I'm going to say something controversial, but you know what? I think this panel might need a little bit of this sauce right now. Something controversial that I believe. I truly believe that infidelity on either side of the aisle still requires you to have a healthy conversation with your partner to understand where they're coming from before you make the decision to leave. I think we live in a society where infidelity is viewed equally as murder. And I think infidelity is terrible. It's spoken about in biblical senses. It's spoken about in a lot of different aspects of society. But the way that I view it and the way that I like to treat my partners in my relationship, if let's say my partner cheats on me and she comes home and she tells me she cheated on me, my first instinct is, are you good? Because the person that I chose to get with is not someone who I believed was going to go out and cheat. So if you just went out and cheated, I'm assuming something is not okay right now. So are you straight? Are you good? She's going to express to me what happened, everything, blah, blah, blah. And then after that's expressed, I'm going to say how I feel. I'm upset. I'm hurt. I can't believe you did this to me. I'm going to take some time away, get out of the situation, clear my head. And then I'm going to come back in a couple of days, in a week, and I'm going to talk and say, I don't think we should be doing this anymore. Appreciate what we had. I don't think I can forgive you. Or the other side of the table. I feel like we make it black and white, like every single situation is different. But I think working for the Center for Prevention of Abuse, and I meet these women who are like, I feel terrible because I'm in this relationship where I physically can't leave because he's threatening me, but I'm getting emotional love from a friend that da da da. I can't look at that woman and say, damn, you're a cheater. I ain't got no respect for you.
Right.
The same way that I have to look at it for the nuance of the situation. So that's my hot take. I think every partner deserves respect.
So you've never, so you never
on me,
asked a
I'm
woman her
wrong.
body count. You don't be asking women their body counts.
So to answer that
Any man should
question,
be asking a woman that.
the women that I pursue are not women that I think the body count has a bearing.
Right, but you don't ask that question though.
No, I think the question comes up at some point, but I don't directly ask the question. No.
Oh, okay.
Ask a woman that.
Because and that's what I was saying too. I would never ask a woman her body count because that doesn't matter. Whatever you done did before me, that's what you done did. I'm here with you now, and it doesn't matter. Just like, people be asked like, oh, do women body count matter? No, it doesn't matter because you know what? None of us is born at the age we was born in as a virgin. I don't
So the
care
thing
what
is,
you
Cash,
did.
when it comes to body count, men don't really care about the body count in this aspect, right? They don't care about how many bodies you have, is how you accumulate them, right? So the thing is,
Yes.
it's different. It's different from a woman who's been in 5, significantly lengthy relationships, and she was intimate with the 5 guys, right? Versus a woman that got ran through in a week by 5 guys.
Yeah,
See,
on the
it's different.
videos.
It's different, right? So the thing is, now with social media the way it is, you have to. I ask women, do you have any Smex videos out there circulating around? I ask women that,
Yes.
because that's a reality today. I'm not going to be with no woman. You over there getting pummeled by a guy on this video and a different guy on it. I'm not doing it. And listen, let me tell you, you got very professional women that are doing this. You got nurse practitioners and everybody. So you don't. I don't take for granted just because they have a good career or they may be in an upstanding position in society that they ain't doing some 304 shit behind closed doors. So,
Right. They want to be slutted out too.
you gotta ask the right questions. But me, a woman cheats on me, it's over. I'm out. And in the comments, people kept saying that. So a woman has to be be cheated on and abused in order to leave her marriage. No, you can leave. You can leave your marriage. I don't control you. But
Mm-hmm.
as you are approaching me, or we're thinking about dating, yes, my criteria is I do want to know how you left your last relationship. You
Right.
know, so
Because
I mean,
people act
I'm
like when you get married, you lose your whole identity as an
right.
individual, and that's not
Right.
true.
You can go ahead. You don't have to tell me anything. If you tell me it's none of my business, okay, well, nice meeting you. Let me pay for this check, and I'm gonna be on by my way. You don't
Right.
have to. Yeah,
Right.
yeah. I don't. You don't have to tell me nothing. And if you're not going to disclose to me the questions that I ask, just like I would you, then we don't have nothing. Nice meeting you. I don't control you. You can go
Yeah,
on
I
about your
was
merry way.
just to respond to Black Sense. What I was simply saying is like when you meet someone and you're getting to know them and you're going on the first few dates, you're not going to expound on your whole life. You're gonna have to feel like, you're gonna eventually get to a safe place to where if you guys evolve, then you will expound more. But no one's on one or two dates are just telling everybody a whole life story because they're really properly trying to assess this person to see if they even are interested in this person, so I think it gradually happens if the relationship evolved, but yeah, that's not something that and that was my whole point. Not that anyone is lying, but just, if there's a
Well,
way to answer questions without without just expounding on your whole life story and you're sitting here at the table just trauma dumping everything that you've been through, there's a time and place. In other words,
I,
there's
I
a
I
time
got you,
and
V. But
place
the
for
thing is,
everything.
when
So
you're
No,
in your
yeah.
40s,
exactly, because it shows
V.
insecurities.
But V, when you're in your 40s, right? If you're out here dating and you quote want to be married, nobody has time to waste. I don't have time to be waiting 6 months to. No, we need to get down to brass tacks and what's up? Like, what are you here for? What's your end game? What is your purpose? What do you want to do? Where do you want to be in the next 8 months to a year as far as a relationship? I don't have time to be beating around the bush.
Oh
I mean, we
yeah,
only got
no, see,
our
we
average.
we you
Our
shifted
average, no,
it.
no, no. Our average life expectancy is 75. I'm
Right.
approaching 50. I don't have time for that. We're grown. We
No,
are
no, no. I was
grown.
only
Got grown
speaking to the
kids.
point. I was only speaking, see, that shifted a little bit about the aspirations, the goal, where you see yourself. I wasn't talking about that. I was specifically talking about when you were saying, women are not they're divorcing men, not because of cheating, not because of an abuse, just because they grew apart. And they'll leave it at they grew apart. All I'm stating to you is most of the time it's deeper than growing apart. They may not expound everything in the first couple of dates, but I'm just side noting that it's more than often it's deeper than we just grew apart. So that's the only point I was trying to make on the
I
point
got
you were
you.
making. That's
I
all.
dated this, not to bring in anecdotes, but I think this is important. I dated a woman 3 years ago who she was slow coming about her past relationship. Where what it ended up being, she let a pookie live with her for 8 years,
Mm.
and she didn't tell me that. Right, that would have greatly, you know, affected my decision to go forward with her, because you take a woman who dated a pookie who has to live with her and live in her house and all that stuff. She's not going to have the mindset that would match with me, because I'm not going to put up with the disrespect. I'm not going to put up with you just leaving the house and going to do what you want to do and not communicating. I'm not going to deal. I'm not going to deal with that. Well, Pookie would, right? And if she stayed 8 years with a Pookie, how has her mind shaped, right? So
Right. Right.
you need to find out these things, and people can waste valuable time off your life. Wasting 6 months of my life at 25 is not the same as wasting 6 months of my life at 49.
Hmm. Hey, and you know what's funny about that? A lot of women be claiming like they want this or that kind of man or whatnot, but then the person that they actually end up messing with be a pookie. That's the crazy part to me.
Hey, I'm gonna need someone to give me a vocabulary lesson here. I'm missing
What is a
some.
pookie? I'm going to tell you. A
You don't
pookie
know
is
what a pookie is?
A
Nah.
pinky is a guy who doesn't have a solid footing in the world. He probably has several kids, several baby mamas. He's got several child support orders on him, and he's living life from pillar to post, moving in with this woman and that woman because he can't get a place to live because his credit is messed up.
Okay,
So
he's a
he,
scrub. Okay, he's a scrub.
yes,
I was like,
exactly.
Yeah. How old are you? How old are you,
I'm
Pierre?
26.
Okay, yeah, yeah, he's
Appreciate it.
scrub.
I was sitting here trying. I was like, I remember they sang about them scrubs. I don't know about no Pookie though.
Yeah, well, it's Pookies and Ray Rays. That's what they
I
call
heard
them.
of Ray Rays.
Women can date. You can date pookies. You can date who you want, right? But as me, when it comes to me, the traditional man that I am, right, I want to know your track record, just like you would ask me about my previous marriage, and I'll be forthcoming about why I ended or whatever, right? And so the thing is, that's my interview process, that's my vetting process to determine if I want to go forward with you. You can date whoever you freaking want, right? And if you want to date pookies and you got a track record of dating pookies that men who are not stand-up men, that's your business. You just won't go forward with me. That's fine. I'll move on. It's not. Yeah, I don't have anything to do with that. You know, if you want to
Bad
have
decision making.
yeah.
Bad decision making. Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, I just feel like we pit each other against each other so much, as if women are the only ones that make bad decisions, as if men are out here picking the wrong baby mamas too. Like, can we just accept the fact that we all need to take accountability as individuals? We make some messed up decisions, period, point blank. It's not all women and it's not all men. But it's like we just keep trying to pit each other against each other. Like, I don't understand why y'all women keep doing this. Well, we could say the same thing about men, but it's not getting us anywhere. That is not
Well, the
something
thing is,
Glenda's actually she's so right with that. Yeah, and I'm not trying to make it seem like, oh, we just we talking about women. People, if you call yourself an adult, you need to have your stuff together and you need to make better decisions. Now, nobody is perfect. You can have, like, I don't be understanding when people be like, oh, is a single mother, oh, bad, this, that, and the other. No, you might have made a bad decision, but you know what? You got a blessing out of it because you got the child. But my only thing is, if you keep making bad decisions, you have a pattern. And that could be for men or women.
That's
Not
true.
just, we ain't just tripping on women.
I think
Hey,
Lady
Glenda,
was.
the
I think
thing is,
Lady
it's
London
not,
was
it's
trying to
not,
say something.
Glenda,
Lady was
it's
trying to
not
say
the
something.
end all be all, right? Once a woman tells me she dated, had a relationship, and she shakes her head, I said, I never done it. I'm more concerned, did you learn from it? What did you learn from it? And if she learned from it, right, and she learned that she should have never done it, I have more respect for somebody that learns from their mistakes and proceeds to do better. Now, if you did all that and you still haven't learned from your mistakes, you haven't embraced your femininity, and you still walk around with this masculine attitude because you dated a pookie so long, they had to live with you, never helped you. You looking at him, I need you to pay the cable bill, and he's not manning up and taking care of that household and putting you in your feminine place. If you dealt with that and you haven't learned from it, then hey, what am I getting this relationship for when I'm a traditional man looking for a feminine woman?
Well, here's the thing though. So based on your own example that you gave, you said you were dating this woman for 3 years. So clearly she was doing something.
Say that. I said I dated her 3 years ago.
Oh, 3 years ago. How long did you date her?
It was 2-3 months. Yes. Tops.
Okay. So you dated her for 3 months. She was able to keep your attention for the 3 months. But you're saying that had she told you perhaps on the first date that she was with a pookie for 8 years, there wouldn't have been a second date.
It would have affected my decision making and going forward with her. Now, see, we would have had a different talk. I would have asked, what did she learn from it? Well, through the 3 months, I seen that once I found out, I looked at the 3 months, I seen that she hadn't learned anything. So I left.
So was she already showing red flags before she mentioned Pookie? I said, so was she already showing red flags before she mentioned Pookie?
Sort of, but I was in the vetting process. I liked her. I knew her dad. That's what kind of drew me to her. I knew her father. Me and her father are in the same profession, and so She was a business owner and everything, so I gave it a chance. And the thing is, when certain she did one thing that was a straw that broke the camel's back, and it involved her best friend's husband. And so once I found that out, that was it. So yeah.
How much money you spent on it?
Before we do
Now
that, I know
she spent money on me, brother. She took
lady
me
here
on cruises and stuff.
trying to get a word in
She
for a
had
while
money.
now.
What?
But you wouldn't consider yourself a pookie, right? Because you spent money on it.
I own a home and I own land. I'm not a pookie.
Right. So yeah, I think what we find ourselves in, like at one side, the women shouldn't look for men to be providers. They should just live off of love. But then at the same token, if they live off of love, which this is not me, I've been single celibate for 40 years. I've done the work. I've unpacked. I'm so self-aware to where it would have to make sense for me to incorporate someone in my life. But just to speak generally about the topic, when a woman just look or just let's say she's in that relationship with that man, she loves him, he loves her, but he has nothing to offer, right? He has no resources. He's a pookie in my eyes. Like I do subscribe that I don't believe in a woman should be taking care of pookies around here, but it happens and it's unfortunate. But then at the same token, if she looks for a provider in a man and for a man to have stability, she's deemed that she's trying to take his resources. Like, which one is it? Like, I'm trying to figure it out.
The thing is, the most valuable thing in my eyes that a woman has is her affection. Her gift to a man is her affection, right? Ultimately, what men are doing out here, when we go to approach women and gain a wife, we're doing it for your affection. And so when a woman chooses such a lesser of a guy, that God is not man enough, he's not doing the things he's supposed to do as a man, and yet she chooses to give her affection to that guy, it lessens the value of the woman.
Okay,
I
so
agree.
hold on.
I
Yeah,
agree. I agree with that. I mean, I totally
I
agree.
might need a little bit more definitional help. Can somebody help me understand? Is a pookie someone who doesn't have ambitions, or someone who hasn't actualized their ambitions yet? Right.
All of the above.
The reason I ask that is because, okay, I look at myself. I'm a broke PhD student. Am I automatically a pookie?
You're not. No, you're not. If you are, you're working. You're far from a pookie. You said that you're in school for your doctor. You're becoming what profession?
Yes, PhD in health sciences, disability care.
Okay, yeah, no, that's not a pookie at all, by far. Even if you don't have the resources at this moment, no, that's no. A pookie is someone who lives off of a woman. They often like get their resources from women, and they have to, because depending on the woman, though, some may have multiple women, and they're just living off of women. They have no ambition, they have no drive, they don't have any foundation within their own right. They're just being pookie. They don't have any goals, any aspirations. And so, yeah, that's not the same. So it's not necessarily about actually having like the means, like as far as money. Like you say, you're a broke student at this time, but you have goals, you have aspirations, you're working towards something. So yeah, no, you're not a pookie.
Okay, so I really appreciate that clarification. So a guy who is mooching off of a woman, doesn't have goals and aspirations, is a pookie. What is the flip side of that?
What do you mean by flip side?
High value, I guess.
No. I'm saying for a woman. So we just described what a man is, who is just a parasite, sucking off, right? Like what is a woman who is?
They call it a pigeon.
Y'all got me. Y'all, come on, y'all. Y'all making this shit up at this point. Y'all just making this shit up.
You ain't heard, dude. Look up no scrubs, and then look up the rebuttal to it, and it was no pigeons.
Y'all are tweaking.
Thing
So
is, the
no,
Pookie
we're
is
just
a
older. That's what it is. We
no, the
older.
Pookie is a real term. Okay, the thing is, um, just like I described, this guy typically has more than one baby mama. These children he's not taking care of, and yet she agrees to take this man in. For what I don't know. You know, I don't know why a woman would choose other than desperation and just hungry for a man's affection. Would take in a man that just could not do her any good at all. Like he can't even lead himself. This man has nowhere to live, and he's asking you to come. Can I come live with you? That's a pookie. Any man that has to ask a
Mm-hmm.
woman for a place to live, you are a bona fide pookie. I don't
Mm-hmm.
give a damn. You need to get your own fucking place and
Right.
man up. Oh, what the hell? Like, dog, I don't get it. And these relationships typically never work out. These women keep accepting these men into their home, into their apartments and stuff. I don't know what y'all are looking for. This man hasn't the wherewithal to chart his own path, to call his own landlord to say, hey, can I look at your place? Man, if he doesn't know how to do that and can't do it and currently doing it for himself, what the hell are you doing taking him in? I don't get that.
I agree.
A lot of times people see what a person can become and they don't see it themselves. So it's like they see the good in them and what they can be. A lot of times people don't want to see that in themselves. You got to let them kind of people go.
Yet people fall in love with potential.
Yeah,
And
exactly. Exactly.
women do not respect men that they can outproduce. It just it's just the way of the world. Get
Mm-hmm.
over yourself as a man. You thinking the thing is when these men move in, they're complaining, and next thing you know, she's kicking him out, throwing his clothes all over the yard, and he's got a basin, some kind of Walmart bucket he's putting his stuff in. He calling the next girl, his side chick that he had. Can I come stay with you? And he calling his baby mama. She kicked me out. Can I go stay? Can I come over there and stay? Or going back to his mama house. He's just living from pillow to post. And
Right.
and thing is, the more affection that these women keep giving these guys, they're never going to have the incentive to do better.
Mm-hmm.
And I agree, but when it comes from a woman, because I'm an advocate towards like women having to raise their standards, and not accepting that crap, it depends on who it comes from. Because if it comes from, I guess, depending on the atmosphere, the climate of the panel, but it can be deemed as a man basher, or you're just bitter, or she money isn't everything, and all of this gaslighting stuff goes on. But yeah, I agree 100% what you're saying. I mean, what woman, number one thing about women, we want security. Men want respect, women want security, and the
I think the
security
number
doesn't
thing I
mean
want is
money.
loyalty
It doesn't
over security.
mean money. I'm talking about security with her heart, like where she feels safe with that man. She feels safe in all aspects with that man.
Okay.
Right. And that's the truth right there, because it don't have to take a lot of money. Just say if you made 100,000 and he made 30,000, you would appreciate it if you came home, dinner was already made, the house is clean, he then did some stuff in your garden, and when you come home, you literally don't have to do nothing. That's the kind of relationship that's the best. It don't have to. It's like you said. It's not about money. It's just that person having your back to where you don't have to stress out. That's the security.
Who wants to be leading a man, bro? No, I don't give a doggone it. Typically, majority of women are not going to respect a man that they're outproducing. If she's bringing home 100 and he's bringing home 50, in a few years, if he ain't got his money up, the disrespect is on the way. So
I disagree with you.
that's fine.
And I'm feeling that too.
I'm talking about majority of women. Majority.
No, because majority of women make more than men. Like,
That's not true.
okay. Let me just say this. me in my profession, no matter what I do, if a man's not making like, if he's not a millionaire, I'm going to eventually outproduce him because I know my goals, I know where I'm going, and I know my business is a multi-million-dollar business. So I already have it in my head that eventually I would probably hire my husband. So I know that nobody, my friends, my family, I am the $1 million baby, and that's just my own thought. Nobody could like say anything. So he's not going to be making as much as I make because of what I'm working towards. So even if he became a doctor, that's still with my income that I project will like oversee that. So I think that just determines the type of person and their own particular goals because like I said, a doctor, if see me in 5 years, I will make more than that. So it doesn't necessarily matter as long as he has a good foundation, as long as he's willing to work towards something, he's actually putting in the effort. You don't have to have a job to provide for somebody because a man could be in school and he's studying to be a doctor. That doesn't mean that he has it like that. So that's what I mean by money is not everything. It's about the type of person, the type of man he is. And I just don't, me personally, and I know a lot of women that, a lot of my girlfriends are college educated. So they kind of downgrade it when they married. And it is what it is. And they make more than a
We hear
husband.
you.
So I don't think that
We
is.
we hear you loud and clear.
I mean, but
You said what?
So
but
what she's
Queen,
talking about, and
Queen,
I have to agree with a lot of what Queen has just said. It's ambition.
yeah.
We're
Because the thing about it, Queen, if you know you're gonna outpace him, and you're making more, but you coming home, he got your bath water ready, he gonna give you a massage. Oh, he picking up on your energy, like, oh, she might have had a bad day at work. Do you really truly care? You just want him to be in your corner. That's the way it should be.
They ain't gonna be me.
Yo's,
He
and
ain't
I
operating
think
in
we
me.
got to remember relationships are give and take. Even if my businesses take off, multimillionaire, whatever, there are going to be some days where I'm coming home feeling less. I'm at zero, and that's going
Yeah.
to be a day where I need my partner to step up, show out, have my back, and take lead in the house for that day, for that week while I recoup and recover. And the same goes vice versa. It's about ambition. Right? I think the point the Queen has made is a really good one.
But
It
Pierre,
was excellent.
that
It was excellent.
ambition, hold on, if that ambition does not turn into reality and turn into substance, brother. I mean, the potential is so many of our men, and I'm not dogging men. I love my brothers now, but I'm just gonna tell the truth. A lot of these women have experiences of getting with potential. You hear them talking about it.
And
Men
I'm
should
not
go.
talking
That's
about
the
being in love with
insecure woman or woman who has low self-esteem. What I mean by potential is he's actually out there going to school, studying. I mean, and it doesn't have to be school. Maybe it's his business, whatever it is. You can visually, physically see him doing stuff that is towards the goals. That does not mean that he has to be taking you out, spending $300 on you every single week. That just does not make sense to me. Number one, I won't want no man spending $300 on me every single week. And I know that was like an earlier point, but I just think that we have gotten so confused of money because if you take money away, what is that man? Who is he?
Can I
So
say this?
Right. A lot of men lead with their wallets, and that's not the business right there.
Can
right.
I say
Providing
this
is part
about
of our DNA, though.
potential?
That's who we are as men.
I
Providing is part of our DNA.
I don't subscribe to like so I think, and this is just my personal opinion, not to impose on anyone. This is my personal opinion. I'm 44 years old. So potential, like what is that word anymore? Like, yeah, maybe in my 20s, maybe even my 30s. But I'm 44. I've established my life in my own right. You know, I have some things I haven't squandered the years that I've had to grow and to have and build a foundation in my own right. I don't date younger men. So
the men that I would potentially date when I do start dating again will be mid 40s on upward, probably in their 50s. I'm not going to be looking at potential in a middle-aged man. Now, it's different when you're younger, you're starting off and you're building and you're still trying to acquire and get your life together. That's different. So I think it looks different depending on this where you're the season that you are in life, because I'm not going to fall for potential in a middle-aged man. He either has a foundation or he doesn't. I have my foundation. I'm not looking to, uh, you know, leech off of him, but he has to have what I have or more. I'm not going to fall for potential as a 44-year-old woman. It's not going to happen.
I totally agree with you, V. As you should. Every woman should be like that. If women stop allow these men to build themselves up. Stop with this potential. I'm saying you're giving them the affection, and the affection should be the reward for the man that they made themselves, right? We go out here as men to impress, to do things for you, to gain your loyalty, ultimately for your affection. That's it. But if you're giving these guys affection without requiring of them to do the work to be the men they need to be, then you're giving them children before time. You giving a guy 17 years old, you giving a child already. He ain't even dry behind the ears, ain't even got out of high school. Like, come on, what are we doing?
I agree
And
with
so
you. I wasn't.
think
I'm
that
sorry. Go ahead.
so the thing is, and I was going to say about the education and the achievements of women. There is evidence that these women, these professional women, are having trouble in relationships because women are naturally hypergamous. You're never going to escape that. Women are always typically going to look for the man that's doing more, right? They want a man that's smarter, taller, faster, more wealthy. They want a man to be smarter than them. No matter what, you want your man to be more. And because of that, when you go up the corporate ladder, it's your dating pool gets smaller because you're still looking for that man who's more. And only a small percentage of men are more than what you've achieved. So you're gonna have problems with them. I don't think some women want to admit it, but it's the truth, and it's prevalent and right before our eyes today.
Yeah,
Well, that make a lot of sense.
we have to let that resonate for a second. That's the longest silence we've had all night.
Yeah. No, because that was deep, right? He made a lot of sense. I had to think on that shit.
I understand what you're saying, but you could say that um, because you have okay, and that I really don't want to offend anyone when I say this, but I just gotta say it. When you meet a man, it's very rare that he's gonna have all of these qualities. What I mean by treats his mom good, has a good job, has a good foundation, not doesn't have any baby mamas, is educated. That's extremely rare.
It's not though.
It is
He
though.
has work to do. It just means he has work to do. Get to work.
Average man, if you ask any man in these comments, the average man has a baby mama. The average
Black
man,
men don't have children.
say it again.
Almost 60% of black men don't even have children.
At what age?
Ages of 50 and 15, I think. Last time I checked the stat.
Yo, it heavily depends what circles you're running in. And like, Queen, I don't want to, like, your perspective is important because it's your lived experiences. It just feels like your experiences are pointing towards majority of men aren't educated, don't have a baby, and don't have their life together. And you're saying it's extremely rare to find a man with those three qualities. And I just don't think those three qualities.
I said multiple qualities. They're it's not, men are not coming in full packages anymore. And we can't say that because
When
we are
were
not.
they?
You said what?
When were they? You're saying anymore. When were men coming in those full packages?
I think in the 1940s, 1950s.
Yeah, so I gotta disagree historically, but please, Lance, finish your point. I'm trying to empathize and hear where you're coming from, but when I hear it's extremely rare to find men with these things, and like I look at my circle, and yes, I'm a bit younger than the rest of the people on the panel, but it's like I surround myself with black men who check these boxes, and the struggles that they're having, I just feel like it's a little different than what's being spoken about.
Okay. Well, I mean, I also think it's location too. I'm in California, and that's why when Ray was talking, I think that sometimes it's all also about proximity and where you are in California. It is extremely hard for you to live out on your own. That's regardless of how old you are. So when it comes to supporting and being able to compromise on certain things like financial, I think that it will be something different in North Carolina as opposed to California because I live in both areas. And when you're in North Carolina, it's a lot easier to meet somebody who owns a home, who has everything together. But when you're living in California, most people are struggling. So
Right.
So my
Greece,
question,
especially in
my
California.
That's where I'm from.
I
It's
got
you
a
said
bit of
messed
a
what?
up out
pointed
here.
question, a bit of a pointed question. Is there a world where, for some reason, these men that kind of check these boxes aren't on your radar for some reason? Like, I'm just curious because I don't think it's that they
It
don't
can
exist.
be. I stay at home. I am a mechanic, so a lot of times I have experienced a lot of racism and sexism.
Mm,
So the experiences, especially for the last 10 years, my experiences with men have been um, negative. And I've had experiences with clients. I've had experiences with men just online, just trying to destroy my business. But I also have a strong, solid foundation to where I know what a real man is. So I don't allow a lot of men in my life because I do see how they are. I ask a lot of questions and I back off as soon as I start seeing something that I don't like.
okay.
Um,
So what type of mechanic
I
are you?
appreciate I appreciate that honesty. I think
I'm an auto
that brings a
mechanic.
lot of clarity.
Auto mechanic. Okay.
You got
So
your
the
own
thing is
business
this.
out here in Cali?
I
So,
do.
so let's take Atlanta for instance, guys. Atlanta is the you call it the mecca for black. The thing is the ratio of heterosexual women to men is 25 to 1
Mm-hmm.
in Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. So the thing is, that's a cesspool for infidelity. There's not going to be hardly any. You get a masculine man walking around down there, he's going to be eaten alive. I mean, you're going to have to keep him in the house. Uh, and basically, the only way you're going to, have a successful relationship is to probably turn him into a Putin and not ever put him in the workforce in Atlanta. To send him out is going to be a huge risk, So the thing is, we those differences, and we see when it comes to careers, men have more choices in careers and making a significant amount of money, I would say, than women do. Women almost have to go to college to get forward in their careers and stuff, unless they're doing hair or some vocation, driving a truck. You see them increasingly doing driving now, right? So all of that matters, and men, don't want to. They have, I would say, most of a woman doing something that most of the time men are doing. So I mean, there's a lot of factors in the reason why these things may work. Because, like I said before, in the whole history of humanity, women have never been in a place they've been in the last 70 years. Think about that. As old as humanity is, women have never had it like they've had it today to stand alongside men in terms of income and providing.
Yeah, and I can speak from I'm in the tech space. I have a company as well that does technology, and in the business world, I think the problem that I've been running into as I mobilize upward, I'm not running into a lot of black women that are running in the same circles. You know, when my family moved to the United States, we moved to Ohio. So I was surrounded by YT people. I ain't got no problem with YT people. A lot of my adolescence was being in relationships with YT people. Got to college, even though it was a PWI, got acclimated to the black community. And then as I continued to grow in business and in my education, I realized that I was seeing less people that look like me as a whole, but I was also seeing less black women. And I think that that creates a weird dichotomy for me when it comes to partners that I'm looking for.
Hey, Queen, I got a quick question. Where's your shop at, dear?
I don't have a shop. I do mobile right
Okay.
now.
Well, but are you in LA? I mean, you know, I mean, like, where, what
I'm in
part?
Westchester.
Okay, so you could come fix my car if I needed it.
Yes.
I knew he was gonna say that.
No, I'm saying
Yeah,
I definitely, because you know what they say, we don't be messing with our people, right? Like
Mhm.
I'm serious about that. So I'm definitely gonna follow you. Look out. Because I definitely have some work that needs to be done to my car, and I would rather for you know what you're doing. You seem intelligent. Let's go for it.
that's
Okay, for
crazy
sure. You
work
can
for
also
men.
add me the Diva Car Mechanic. This page is kind of like my way of getting my thoughts out, and then the Diva Car Mechanic is where you can see my work.
I'd just be embarrassed if people pass by my house and there's a woman up under my car changing my oil. I just
Are you
Which
something about that just
No,
don't
serious?
I think
why you
that's a
gotta go all
misogyny.
there,
I'm not
man?
gonna hold you. I think
Like, oh
That
my
is
goodness, don't do that. Don't
that's
do
a
that.
misogyny,
I get
people.
that all the time, which
That's
is
fine. I'm gonna
why
keep it
I
real.
have the feelings that I do. This is what I'm
I'm gonna keep it
saying.
real. I'm a man about mine.
It's
There's four things that my woman is never gonna touch at my house. That's the grass, the trash, and anything fixing on a car or house. Those are off limits in my relationship. If you're
Let
under my
me
But
ask
roof.
you
but if she's qualified, it don't make a difference.
Well, it
let
don't
me
matter.
ask,
If you're gonna be in a relationship with me, those things are off limits.
let me ask you this. So, if you were married, right? I understand that you are a traditional man. I get that. It's written all over you. But what if you are at a point, let's say, God forbid, or something, you weren't physically able to do this, right? Which you've always done it in your marriage, you've done it, but you come to a point where you're not physically capable. Do you feel that it would hurt your wife to, especially if she's equipped and well equipped in doing it, you wouldn't allow her to get it done, to get the job done, if you are not able to do
If I'm not able to do it, I'm not gonna put what I believe to be dangerous. Put my wife in those situations to be up on her car. I'm not doing that. So
it?
that's
She's
just the standards. That's the
certified
standards of
simp.
living when it comes to living with our block simps. You don't have to
She,
agree. You don't have to align. You can move on.
And
so.
Block,
To the
we hear you.
question. So, Block. All things being equal, say you were attracted to me. If you finding out that I'm a mechanic, you would not date me.
Probably not.
Damn.
See.
So Block, we hear what you're
Now, do I
saying.
have a right to feel a certain way about? Now, he's not the only man. I'm telling you, this has been ever since I started this business. It's an issue, especially when people see me. I have my nails on, I have my hair done, my makeup. They just don't believe it.
Mhm.
My focus, my opinion, the way that I experience men has been this, especially for the last 10 years. So then when I want to deviate and be like, no, you got to ask all of these questions,
Yeah.
because if you, like, a lot of men think like that, a lot.
And so, Queen, I would say that I wouldn't blame you. I wouldn't blame you. I don't fault you for having any sort of reservations based on feedback and comments like that. Because Block is allowed to have his own opinion and we can disagree all we want, but that's his perspective. But if you're saying a lot of men fall into that, to me, I think that is machismo. I think that is so much pride that it's dangerous. The way that I see it, if you are qualified in cars, or if you're a qualified surgeon, or if you're a qualified whatever, that's all it is. You have the qualifications to make you able to do that. Cars are not explicitly something that only men touch because it doesn't matter how much of a man you are. If you haven't studied the mechanics of a vehicle, you're not just going to touch the car and automatically know how to fix it. And so I think there should be a level of respect that you get as a scholar in your field that override any predisposition about what it means to be a man, what it means to be the head of the house, blah blah. Because you can be the one who takes care of the car because that's your field of study, and I can still be the man of the house if that's what I need. But I wouldn't blame you or fault you for feeling some type of way, especially if that's the energy that you keep receiving from men, because that's crazy to me.
People say, well, block your insecure. That's fine. I wear that T-shirt. Matter of fact, give me a flat bill hat, snapback,
Okay,
and put
I got a
insecurity on there. I
question,
wear that. It ain't
Queen.
gonna
So
bother me.
so you do everything on cars, Queen?
I do everything. I paint, I weld, I modify, I swap engines, I work on BMWs, Mercedes. Only thing I don't do is diesel.
Damn. Hey, for
Yeah,
real.
and
Like I said, I'm following you.
Can I
We
just say
finna we
this?
we finna get
Salute.
this car running good.
Listen, you do my heart well. I love to hear. Oh man, this is wow. This is awesome. Not to say that there aren't women mechanics, but just that we're having a conversation. We're hearing different perspectives. But hats off to you. Salute. Salute.
Absolutely.
Thank
Think
you.
about this,
Seriously.
guys. Think about this. Majority of black women, they want their men to pump gas, right? These women
Bro.
hate even touching the gas pump. So the thing is, in my relationship, I'm going to do the heavy lifting. I don't I don't need a woman having calluses on her hand coming to grab hold of my Johnson. That's not going to happen. So I choose.
If I get into the car with a man, I don't pump gas. I don't take out the trash. I don't pump gas. I was, there are certain things that I'm still a woman. Just because of my profession does not negate anything else. Any man who's in my
Hey,
car or anything, he is pumping the gas. So
right.
don't think that because I do a profession that is been men, historically men, that means that loses my femininity.
And that's fine. We
I
all have
agree.
our perspective, right? I choose to view it as my perspective, and that's how I choose to live by. Anybody else, they're free to accept you. You may just not be compatible with me. That doesn't mean you're a bad person or a bad woman, and that your femininity is not intact. It doesn't match what I want for my life. So there you go. It's
I got a
And
question. Hey, what made you want to do that, Queen? Because you don't hear that every day. What made you want to get into that? You just know that was where the money is?
No, my mom kind of got me into it. When I was 16, my parents were talking to us about buying a car. And well, my mom has always been into cars. My grandfather worked for General Motors for like 25 years. And he
Yeah.
was like he would create the cars and then he would bring home like cars that's like never been seen. And my uncles would like modify them and stuff. And I've always like had a passion for cars, but I was studying law at the time and I experienced a rape. And I went to my
say
counselor.
great, say great.
Great. I'm sorry, assault. I experienced, something that I felt like I needed healing from. And I
Right.
started going to a counselor and she had encouraged me to get into something that I've always wanted to do, but never done in order to like get my power back. And so I was like, okay, well, I always wanted to race cars. And she's like, okay, well, how do you do that? I'm like, I don't know. So she's like, well, start researching and start like going to like shows and stuff. And so I just kind of Googled, went on Facebook, and then I started going to like different shows and I started having my own car shows. And then I was like, men started coming, being immature. And so I was like, you know what? I need to make this more professional. And so I ended up moving to Upland, California, and I had seen UTI, and I was already like in the car world, but then like once I seen that school, it's like this is something I want to do. So I went to UTI, I graduated, but then once I got into the school, I realized that they had a NASCAR program. So I applied, I ended up getting a scholarship to NASCAR. So I moved over to North Carolina. Didn't finish the NASCAR program because of the COVID, but went out there, kind of got stuck out there. And then I was like, working in different shops, kind of experiencing sexism, racism. I was like, you know what, F this. I want to start my own business. So I put it on Facebook. Hey, Black women mechanic. You know, and I was terrified to do it. But that post went viral. It blew up. I ended up being on the news a couple of times. And I was like, this is something I really want to do. But, you know, being a business owner is extremely hard. It takes a lot to do things. But I think it's fun, too, because my first week I had made like $3,000. And I was like, oh, my God, I can never get a job anymore. This is like, you know, smug money to me.
Right.
So that's kind of how I got into it. It's kind of by accident, but not really. So, you know, I love racing. Eventually I'm going to open up an all women's shop, trying to get my credit together, trying to get sponsors, trying to get, you know, investors, but it just costs so much. I want to have a nursery to where women can bring their children to work and a spa. So I want my customers to be able to have you know, either get their nails done or get a facial or get a massage while they're getting their breaks done. And then eventually have my own after school program. I want a STEM program to teach the kids how to work on cars. And not only that, but build them from the electrical side to, you know, alternative fuels. So for me,
that is so cool. And not only are you gonna work on my car, I'll invest with you. Like, that is so dope.
Thank you.
For real.
I'm so proud of you. So proud.
Oh, thank you.
Like, not having any limitations, and I'm so proud of you.
Shit, that's a mic drop moment right there. You ain't got to say nothing else. Like, damn.
That literally just made my night / morning.
But see, this is the thing, right? I'm you know, generally proud of her and her accomplishment. Would she make a good woman for me? No, I wouldn't pick it. That's the thing with preferences, people. We all
Nobody
have our
said you were wrong with your preferences. We're moving
no,
right along
I
and
didn't
focusing
say
on the
anything about you. I'm talking about the
Why do you
comments,
have
right?
that preference
So the
though?
thing is, everyone has their preferences, and I'm all for people sticking with their preferences. I don't
What's
think
the
people
reason
should
behind your
operate
preference?
because that's just what I'm not attracted to. So yeah, I
But
think people
why?
should stick.
Like that's
So
kind of what I'm asking. Like why? What made you determine that that's not what you're attracted to?
It's kind of like why I'm not attracted to women with flat behinds. So I mean, you know, it's just the way I'm built. Just the way I'm built. So um,
G, I'm not gonna hold you, Block. I'm not gonna hold you. I hear what you're saying about preference, but I think this is a perfect opportunity to say something. People can have toxic preferences that influence our generation poorly.
There we go.
And I think your preference about female mechanics border on dangerous misogyny. And I think you're allowed to have your
but tell me
preference,
how
but
is it dangerous?
I
Tell me how is it
worry.
dangerous?
I said it borders. The reason that I say it
Tell me
borders
how
to
it borders
inconvenience.
being dangerous.
Well, I'm about to explain that if you give me a second. Just take a second. I got you. The reason that I'm saying that I believe that mindset borders toxic masculinity and this level of machismo and misogyny is because you have decided for yourself, what you're allowed to do for yourself, that an entire sect of women who check the boxes of they have a skill set of take, because you said no woman can touch what happens to take care of the house, what happens to take care of the car, and then there were a couple other things that you said, the trash and something else. You have decided that any woman who has a proficiency in that area is not equipped to be a woman for you, your preference. But you're so vocal about it that I wonder if the men in your life, specifically the younger men that you might mentor and lead, are also getting the same mentality before they've had the opportunity to form their opinion. Instead, they're hearing your version of like, this isn't what a man does. And it's deciding what manhood looks like to them, as opposed to it just being your isolated experience that respectfully disrespects women who happen to be more skilled in a field than you are.
And that's the thing is, it goes back to preferences. My thing is, I raised my boys to to be the men that they are, and to stick with their preferences. If they deem something not attractive to them, then by all means stick with that. Don't play with people, right? If you know something's not attractive to you, then don't embrace it anyway, and then you end up misusing a person or hurting a person because you want to give them a chance, knowing that what they were doing or how they look is not attractive to you.
But
So the
wouldn't
thing is, you lost me when you said toxic masculinity. So I just, I don't believe in that at
And I
all.
will say this.
People have preferences. People have a choice. Hold on a
Yep.
minute. People have a choice to choose what they want for themselves. And when we as black people cannot honor what we want for our individual selves, we as a whole have a problem.
And
And
that's
you heard me.
yeah,
I gave this woman her props. I'm proud of her, what she's
yeah.
accomplished. Would she be a woman that I would date? Absolutely not. And I
so why
have
did
that
you
choice
feel
to
the
make
need
for
to
myself
vocalize that as a man that says that he's a provider and a leader?
because
Why
I
did you
was
need to
asked.
vocalize that to her, especially
I
after
was
the type
asked.
of background she's giving
I
and
was
not showing?
asked.
Okay.
I was asked,
Did
and I
ask him.
told.
I did ask him that question because I wanted to know would
Mhm.
he, would he use that as a whole factor if I'm a good enough woman, and what I was pretty much implementing is that unfortunately, a lot of men think like that. I didn't know that going into this profession. I really didn't care because it was about what I'm passionate about. I love cars, so I'm passionate about it. So it has nothing to do with a man. But I also see this coming into it and how it's changed my mind when it comes to men. So I did ask him, so I will give him that.
Okay.
So the thing is,
And that's
I
fair.
would,
Block, you
I
said
would, I would be
something
willing,
there. Sorry.
I would be willing to guess that a strong majority of men probably wouldn't be thrilled to learn that she's a mechanic. So when it comes to dating,
Can I
I would
interject
say,
I
so
guarantee
Block,
real
you,
I would say
quick?
that's a
you,
Because
lot of closed
I was a
minded.
I didn't want to
Block. I was
overstep your
yeah.
whole your whole preference, whatever. But I was trying to get to, and I was waiting for that to get to the general, just to deviate from your preference, but men in general. And why is it? And can we ask ourselves this question? Why is it that a lot of men will feel some type of way about a woman having this type of profession? Is it that because they feel that impedes on their manhood?
Yeah.
Are they, what, let's dig deep. Why is it
I think it has to
so?
deal more with the ego. I think a lot of
it's a
men
male
haven't gotten
dominated
past that
field.
ego within themselves. I think a lot of the times that when we look at now and today these gender roles that people are still talking about, you'll come to realize, like, with the advancement of technology and an advancement of our education system, that a lot of that stuff is now outdated. Like her being a mechanic, I could see that maybe back in the 60s or whatever, a woman may not have been able to pull an engine out of a vehicle, but I'm pretty sure she can pull one out now with the accessibilities of any type of tool or equipment that she wanted to buy. So now is that mechanic job still deemed only for men?
See, and to
Hey
feed off
man,
and to
men,
feed off of that, I think it's so interesting that we're choosing mechanics specifically because during World War I and World War II, when women were not allowed to fight, they became the mechanics who were
Yep.
fixing the trains that were vital for getting supplies across the United States. So when you say like this is a male dominated field, that's just a series of circumstances. That's like saying a male nurse can't be good at the job, or a male a pharmacist, because pharmacy used to be female dominated. And Block, I was gonna give some credit where credit is due because it seemed like you made a comment about your sons where you don't force them to have your preference, you just want them to respect their preference. And if that's where you stand on it, then I got nothing but respect because that showcases that your preference isn't being forced on the other men in your life. That was my concern. But then when you make the comment that majority of men wouldn't be appeased by a woman who's in mechanics, I think that generalization is just wrong.
you can think it's wrong. It's not a question of right and wrong. It's just the facts of humanity.
Not
Bro,
facts. Your opinion does
brother,
not become
I
fact.
will bet my paycheck. You line up
I'm
100
happy to take
masculine
your
men.
paycheck.
I
You
would.
don't
100
get to deem it
masculine
as
men, and
fact.
you line up 100 masculine men. Majority of those men are not gonna choose a
What's your
woman.
definition of
Exactly.
masculine
Are
men,
you
though?
defining masculine, my guy? You're making this generalization. Now you're wanting to
How old are
put
you,
your
Pierre?
paycheck on it. Gee, hold
How
on,
old are
hold on,
you?
hold on, hold on. I am willing to put this to the test. You know what? I'm willing to put this to the test in its highest value. In all seriousness, I am willing to actually put this to the test and have a neutral party do a survey, just some survey to their following, to a neutral group, and let's see what the data shows, because I genuinely think you are incorrect in this assertion. And if you wanted to put a paycheck on it, I'd be willing to do that.
Me too.
I would love to see this.
See, the thing is, how old are you, Pierre?
Me too.
I'm old enough, my guy.
No, you said your age earlier. I'm just saying I believe I'm in a whole different generation than
Well,
you
I'm
are.
39, bro.
Absolutely.
I'll be 40 in September.
So I'm approaching
I'm
50.
26.
I'm approaching 50. So the thing is, the way I look at the world is very different from the way y'all look at it. So I am a traditional man. I believe in women being soft. I believe in men doing men things, women doing women things. I believe in gender roles. That's something that the younger generations are moving away from. So I'm not ashamed of who I am. I stand 10 toes down on who I am and what I believe in. So I'm
And you can stand all 10
right.
toes, but I
And you
think
can think I'm wrong about it
you
too. And
but
that's
you
fine. I'm
just
not
said a
changing.
key factor. You just said a key factor. Your generation might share some of those values, but you are no longer the majority, my guy.
Okay. And your point is
You
what?
are no longer the majority.
Okay,
So
and
to
your
make
point
the
is what?
claim,
If I still don't want to date a woman that fixes cars, that's not changing. So what's your
it's not
point?
I have a
about that.
question.
It's about
I
the
have a question.
generalization you
Other than
made.
Block,
Yes.
are there any other men up here that consider themselves a traditional man?
I would say I'm between the two. Just a little brief background on me. I'm a bilateral amputee in a wheelchair. I'm in a relationship with two women currently, and I do have what I call a mother of my child, not a baby mother. I run a multi-million-dollar business in construction, and I have two other side businesses that I run as well. Based upon what I see kind of going on, is basically like Pierre is saying, it's a lot of generalization going around. And I think that in order to change the narrative and probably change the perspective that women have on men, it would have to start with us first. And it would actually have to start with us being honest, like Block is doing, being honest about his perspective. But the one thing I probably don't agree with him in is you could be honest about your perspective, but you still need to be honest about yourself. Like you can have that perspective, but you got to be, I stay man enough to be able to say, this is my perspective. I stand 10 toes down on it, but it is a little flawed. It is a little skewed. It is a little off with what's really going on right now in today's society.
But it's
That's
flawed according to who?
And
Where
I'll
do I
say
stand to lose by it being a flawed by someone else's perspective?
again, Block, nobody has a problem with your individual perspective. When you made the generalization about what you think the majority of men, that's where I think there was a bit of a dissent. I would say I have traditional values. I grew up in a religious household. I love theology. I I say my values are traditional, but I also give the leeway to have a conversation with my partner to see where their values lie, because the beauty of a good relationship is values mix, right? You guys heard me earlier. I'm a PhD student in applied health sciences. I'm a business owner as well. And it seems like all the business owners on this panel are doing great things. So my business went global last year. And next month, we're named top 100 most accessible companies by Forbes. So my business is out here doing what we need to do. And I have traditional values about how I view certain things, specifically with the women in my life. But I also know that, similar to Queen, the tax bracket I'm moving into does not necessarily allow everybody to be at an even playing field. So I can't use equal or equitable money brought in as a factor. I have to look at different metrics.
And so, is it safe to say that some traditional men will not find any problem in having a wife as a mechanic?
Damn right.
no.
I
Okay.
find it. I find it very attractive.
Yeah, I do
Okay.
too.
All right. I just wanted to test the water.
Yeah, like I'm serious. I'm definitely gonna call her, and she is gonna come out here, or I'm gonna bring my car to her, and it's gonna get done the
She
right
can
way.
still,
You know
she
the
can still
funny
rub my
thing
back,
that
rough hands and all. I wouldn't care.
you know the funny thing. I work on cars too. I have a F-250 Super Duty turbo diesel, and
I ain't bringing my car to
you know,
you.
and so the thing is, and that's fine. The thing is, people come to my home all the time because I fix cars, right? And so, yeah, and typically my customers are women. I never have a man come asking me to fix their car. It's always a woman.
Wow. All night long, I even tapped out. But you have to let people keep engaging, interacting. Because a lot of these things we have a conversation about is enlightened. A lot of people release their trauma. A lot of people take it as a therapy session. A lot of people learning. A lot of people attaching certain things. They being able to identify with certain things. Certain people said you have to let people speak. It get rough. It get grimy. Mm-hmm. It get intense. But it's always good to share like minds and catch pushback and challenges. And it's okay to disagree if we grown and we can have a conversation. I hope you're following me. And if you continue to follow, we're going to bring enlightenment. We're going to bring a comedic aspect to it. We're going to bring retention. We're going to bring value. We're going to bring a whole lot of different things that can identify with who you are, whether we are in disagreement or agreement. So I appreciate you forever and a day. And I need you to do something for me right now. I need you to pay attention. Can you do that?
I'm currently single.
Oh shit. It's my birthday.
It's your birthday? How old? How many years?
25.
25! That's a good year!
Well, how old are you?
I'm 21 years old.
Do I have a chance to get your number?
I don't know, that age gap might be a little too deep for me. You're too ugly to be asking this shit, dude.
You see that? Very disrespectful, and this is what I need you to pay attention to. I need you to pay attention to the lack of confidence that this young man have, to where the woman just felt so freely to be as disrespectful as she was. At this point, no matter how much money you got, no matter how much love you display and how much respect you display, a person will take advantage of you. It's like a dog can sense fear. A lion can sense fear. If you have a certain level of confidence and integrity within yourself, regardless of who on the other end speaking to you and being disrespectful, they lost. Remember that. Pay attention to that. Pay close attention. If you built with integrity and you know who you are, which means these people don't know me, these people can't judge me, these people don't know what I've been through, and you wear that, you can walk through this life with your head held high. And you don't have to worry about who questioning you. No matter how you walk, no matter how you look, no matter what you're going through, people going to always have something to say. But we all got a short amount of time in this place here that we call Earth. And I say you better live it. While they talking and they capping and you swinging low, I'm sorry. Confidence, integrity, self-esteem. You hear me? These are the things that's important. Standing on business, that's what's important. You hear me? Standing on business, you SOB. Yeah, you. All right, my bad. Pay close attention. We'll see you soon. Oh, yes, we will.
Lying to the public, they ain't got the truth in them. Lights out, gas off, bootless, this city pimping. Blocks on fire cause the homeowners broke as fuck. Taxes up, water bill higher than a Civic truck. It's a bigger place.